In the Justice League, every time there was a crisis, it was customary for everyone to seek Batman's advice. Therefore, the Dark Knight gave a number of plans: 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, in detail or briefly. He was the brain and thinking tank of the Justice League when Superman went offline and the Flash was sacrificed. The task of saving the world would be handed over to him. After all, there was an acknowledged fact in the entire studio. If Superman was just the precious son of the editorial department, then Batman was the father of the editorial department. The scene of the meeting of the Justice League was roughly like this flash. What should we do? Wonder Woman, Superman, what do you think we should do? Superman, Batman, it's your call. Others, speaking of Batman, whenever Superman or other members of the Justice League asked Batman why he did what he did, Gotham's Dark Knight would calmly answer in a low voice, "Because I am Batman." It's a universal line that works for any scene and for anyone. Why do you have to be wary of Superman? Because I am Batman. Why didn't you kill Joker? Because I am Batman. Why are you wary of every member of the Justice League and study their weaknesses and flaws? Because I am Batman. Every time. Remember, every time. As long as Batman said this line, no one would ask any more questions. And on everyone's face, there would be a look of agreement. That makes sense. It's as if whatever happened, as long as the Batman line was brought out, everything would automatically become reasonable. Because I'm the Sorcerer Supreme. When this was said, the Avengers in the conference room looked at each other. Then everyone nodded in agreement. Does the Sorcerer Supreme have the ability to predict the future, or did you know this crisis would happen a long time ago? Seeing his teammates had agreeing expressions on their faces, as if they were listening to some kind of irrefutable answer, Tony Stark resisted the urge to nod and continued to ask. From this, it can be seen that the all-purpose line was ineffective against the genius. Because, no matter who it was, no matter what they said, they all had to raise the bar a little. It was instinctive and hard to change. Luke ignored it. This was the second trick he learned from Batman. When someone questions, don't answer. Keep it cold and turn to other topics. "Captain, have you contacted Dr. Banner?" Luke asked lightly. Bucky, who took over as Captain America, shook his head and looked even more serious. As everyone knew, when Bruce Banner was stimulated by emotions, it would trigger the other presence in his body, the Hulk. The big guy was a big block of destructive power that couldn't communicate properly. After a long period of psychotherapy and meditation, Bruce was able to take control gradually and was no longer a dangerous ticking time bomb. SHILD also changed its strategy, turning control into cooperation. Dr. Banner is on vacation with his girlfriend. He can't be contacted right now. Bucky quietly said so. Mobilize the Brazil-based branch and deploy additional personnel to Sao Paulo. At critical moments, even irresponsible speculation should be treated as a possible fact. This would prevent more damage and more losses from occurring. "No, Captain." Tony Stark took off his Bluetooth headset and ended his conversation with Jarvis. "The Hulk has already appeared in Sao Paulo, Brazil. He lost control and broke into the slums, killing and injuring a large number of innocent people." Iron Man projected a holographic image into the conference room, which was captured by Stark Industries' satellite. They could see a strong, green-skinned giant with a hammer in both hands, roaring at the sky. At his feet, there were innocent people running and screaming in panic. The second worthy. Luke stared at the Hulk, who was holding the hammer of Null, breaker of worlds, venting his anger wantonly. Even his girlfriend, Betty, couldn't stop it. "Captain, there will be more of the worthy coming up. SHILD should make a plan to deal with it," Luke warned aloud. At this point, no one doubted the Sorcerer Supreme's ability and the authenticity of his identity anymore. "What should we do?" Captain America asked. "Master Sorcerer Supreme." Today was supposed to be a relaxing and happy holiday for Bruce. He sat next to the tent and watched his girlfriend in her breezy clothes, bending over and splashing her face with the clear water of the river. The beautiful curves full of temptation made Bruce's eyes burn. He didn't even think twice about using the sky as their covers and the ground as their bed. The heartbeat detection device on his right arm was beeping, warning him. He realized that his heart was beating too fast and his emotions were intense. Bruce quickly averted his gaze to calm his inner turmoil. After a few moments, he regained his composure like a wise sage. Everything was too dull. Bruce, was your watch beeping? Betty, who had finished washing her face, turned her head and asked with a smile. No, just the scheduled alarm. We should go to town to replenish our food and supplies. Bruce covered it up. If there was a hulk in your body, what was the inconvenience? In addition to not losing your temper at will and controlling your emotions. The worst thing of all was losing your right to mate. Imagine Bruce was having sex with his girlfriend, rolling in the sheets. As the action gets wilder and wilder, the breathing gets more and more rapid. His heart was racing, his face was flushed, and his blood was rushing. Then, the muscles all over his body would swell up, and Hulk would appear. Not to mention whether Betty, as a fragile human being, could withstand the output of the Hulk. The mere fact that his body had grown and indescribable parts would have expanded along with it was enough to create a bloodbath. Because of this, Bruce had been abstinent for a long time and even quit solo work. Iron Man often made fun of this and marveled at his perseverance. After all, abstaining from sex was a difficult challenge for human beings. Bruce, the look in your eyes just now was very passionate. Betty stood up and put her arms around her boyfriend's neck. She didn't seem to know that such a provocative gesture could easily turn something soft into something hard. Betty, we can't. Bruce had the intention to refuse, but his body was honest. It doesn't matter. You keep breathing and control your heart rate. Betty seemed experienced, teasing slowly, not unleashing her fierce enthusiasm. The man and the woman were in the middle of an intimate encounter when they suddenly heard the earth-shaking boom. Not far away, in the forest, smoke and fire rose up as if some kind of accident had happened. A crash. Bruce, who witnessed the sight, couldn't help but push his girlfriend away and rush to the scene. A lava-like crimson glow flowed from a big crater. The hard ground cracked and melted into molten semi-crystals. Thick smoke rose up and flames were blazing. Hammer! Bruce, who rushed to the scene, saw a black iron hammer in the center of the crater. As soon as his eyes saw it, it was like glue, and he couldn't move them away. It belongs to me, a firm thought emerged. It was as if the hammer really belonged to him. Bruce, stay away from it. His girlfriend's nervous cry brought Dr. Banner to his senses for a moment. However, he still didn't stop. The heat and steam in the center of the crater had burned Bruce's skin. His arm and face were as red as a cooked lobster. But he himself didn't feel anything until he reached out and held the hammer. Null, breaker of worlds. The runes filled with the power of fear were imprinted in Bruce's mind. A flash of bright light covered the forest. Then Hulk appeared out of thin air, roaring at the sky. The anger that filled his heart somehow gradually intensified, as it wanted to burn the Hulk to ashes from the inside out. Vent! I need to vent. The Hulk bent his legs and jumped. It was as if springs had been installed under his feet. His massive form rose up from the ground. Boom! In the next moment, he appeared on a distant hill. The Hulk was like a mad beast, storming into the bustling city of Sao Paulo. On the other side of the earth, in the deep sea, with the hammer of Skadi in her hand, the daughter of Red Skull was rapidly diving down with a fanatic look in her eyes. The hammer forged with the divine power of fear was like a beacon. The great god of fear, All-Father, Kull, Cynthia muttered to herself and called out the name of her master. The world needs your return. Brazil, Dubai, the Californian coast, London, Illinois, and the east coast of Manhattan have all been affected to varying degrees. At SHILD's headquarters, Captain Bucky led the Falcon, Maria Hill, Sharon Carter, and other senior officers to the command center of the helicarrier. According to the Sorcerer Supreme, the serpent Kull was of Asgard, Odin's brother, and Thor's uncle. He once forged 8 hammers, except for Hammer of Kuath held by Juggernaut, which had fallen into Luke's hands. There were 7 hammers scattered all over the world. In Sao Paulo, Brazil, the Hulk became the second worthy under the command of the Serpent and lost his self-awareness. In the latest news, the Hulk rampaged through the city, then disappeared into the vast jungle. The special task force sent by SHIEL D only had time to clean up the mess and deal with the interrogations of the Brazilian government. In the face of the crazed Hulk, there was no other way. The Punisher, a member of the Defenders, and his partner, the Daredevil, pursued him, but there was no other information for the time being. In the following hours, similar incidents occurred in the United States of America, as well as in London and Dubai. An unidentified flying object fell, then attracted a suitable host. Some of the targets chosen by the hammers are superheroes, like Dr. Bruce Banner, and some are supervillains, like Juggernaut. Bucky's face was stoic and calm as he analyzed. The world was now ablaze with smoke and battles, and a global crisis was brewing. As one of the leaders of SHIELD and Captain America's successor, he decided to use SHIELD's helicarrier to provide support to distant battlefields. Since this crisis is related to Asgard, why don't we call on Thor for help? Sam the Falcon asked in a deep voice. The Avengers had already been dispatched. Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and other leading members led several special task forces to sort out the chaos while fighting against the worthy, who appeared one after another. Thor, he's not on Earth. He can't be contacted. Bucky, with a serious expression, continued. The Sorcerer Supreme said Asgard had closed off the Bifrost. To rely on ourselves. When Sam heard the words, he couldn't help but grimace. Obviously, he had a lot to say about Asgard's behavior of retreating and hiding out when something happens. In the past, when everything was calm, they would act up every day, saying they were the protector of the Nina realms, with a patronizing and condescending attitude. In the end, they disappeared at the moment of crisis. They retreated into Asgard and locked the doors. This kind of behavior was really despicable. What about the Sorcerer Supreme? Maria Hill interjected. He could defeat the worthy, Juggernaut by himself, and capture the hammer of Kuath, breaker of stones. His power is strong enough to help SHIELD survive this crisis. The Avengers had no advantage over the Serpent's worthy. A few minutes ago, on the east coast of Manhattan, Iron Man was directly beaten by the Absorbing Man with the hammer of Greathoth, breaker of wills. Hawkeye and Black Widow also encountered difficulties. The elite team of agents was unable to stop the worthy from wreaking havoc. Those hammers that were forged by the power of fear. Not only could they significantly improve the host's strength, but they also had various abilities attached to them. For example, applying an aura of fear that could lead people to insanity. An energy blast that was comparable to that of a naval gun missile. Magic that could petrify flesh and blood, turning people into statues. Generally speaking, unless they were like Luke. Full points in both physical resistance and magic resistance, no shortcomings at any end. It would be very difficult to fight a worthy on their own. Considering such a difficult and powerful enemy, in addition to the Juggernaut, there were 7. Captain America couldn't help but feel a headache. The Sorcerer Supreme has something else to do. He said that he will appear when we need him most. Bucky, who took over his friend's job, rubbed his tightly locked brow. When we need him most. Maria Hill looked puzzled. This means it wasn't critical enough. In Taj, in a room. He's Thor, the mighty and brave god of thunder. Luke turned his head and gazed at Strange, who was standing in the doorway. In the room, a fat man with a beer belly was lying in bed as if he was pregnant. His thunderous snore shook the walls on all 4 sides, scattering various food scraps and empty bottles under the table. His hair looked like it hadn't been washed in weeks and tangled in pigtails. Yes, he's been frustrated recently, Strange said awkwardly. This Thor had been eating and drinking in Taj. If it weren't for the Sorcerer Supreme Luke's sake, Master Mordo would have kicked him out. It was unsightly to have a hobo like Guy wandering around the holy place every day. I didn't expect that Thor would end up taking the path of a fat otaku. Luke shook his head, a little amused. When he was in the movie universe, the God of Thunder, because of the tragic death of his brother, his sister's evil deed, his father's death, and his mother's assassination, half of the population of Asgard turned into dust and other human tragedies. He fell into a long period of depression. He was addicted to Fortnite, fried chicken, and beer. There was a tendency to get fat. Later, Thor followed him to the New Earth 91. He found that although his younger brother was gone, he still had a younger sister. He was instantly full of spirit and re-energized. He didn't return to his original universe. Superman closed the door and listened to the thunderous snore. If the movie universe's Odin lived, he would be angry with Thor. He obviously ruined and wasted his training. He was raised to be a wise king since his birth, but in the end, he became the #1 fatty of Asgard. If Odin had a choice, he might regret why he didn't slam Thor to the wall in the first place. I went back before and came back again for Loki. Strange expressed his helplessness. As a former doctor, he just wanted to ask the Asgardian how orthopedic surgery was over there. What about Loki? Luke got to the point. She went back to Asgard. Our Thor also went back. The Bifrost was closed, and Odin ordered that no one should enter or leave. Strange told him about everything he knew about this impending crisis and how Asgard behaved abnormally. Odin is still concerned about his son and can't afford to jeopardize the future king's life. Luke, interestingly, looked up at the sky and seemed to meet a pair of invisible eyes. Strange, wake the fatty up. Put the earth aside for the time being and the serpent. He wants to restore his divine power at its peak, so he has to let the worthy under him create chaos and killings, making the fear spread. Before dealing with the serpent's minions, I'll go to Asgard to meet the Allfather, the king of the 9 realms. Asgard on the Bifrost. Heimdall, who had a large sword in his hands, withdrew his gaze and thought to himself, Kama Taj's new Sorcerer Supreme is really something else. It was only a subtle peak, and the other party noticed it. Maybe he will be able to stand on an equal footing with Odin in the future, Heimdall praised. The Ancient One's strength was undeniable, but his successor might not be able to accomplish what he did. This was like Odin's name, which shook the 9 realms, but his son, Thor, would often have a hard time. Among the few strong people in Midgard, the only one on par was the Sorcerer Supreme of Kama Taj. Heimdall thought so. He had seen the previous Sorcerer Supreme battle that was broadcasted live across the universe and thought he knew Luke's strength. Regardless of the fact that he took Strange with him, he broke into hell alone and faced Mephisto. The Asgard gatekeeper was also impressed by the victory he achieved against the devil. However, this crisis in Midgard can't be solved by one person's intervention. As Odin's confidant, Heimdall was responsible for guarding Asgard's gates from all walks of life. With a pair of mysterious eyes to observe the 9 realms, he naturally knew many unknown secrets. Among them, the existence of Kull, the serpent, Odin's brother, and Asgard's former king. This was a secret that even Thor didn't know, of course. There were so many other secrets he kept. His younger sister's origins, older sister's existence, his father and his uncle turning against each other. In this way, Asgard's royal family was really messy. Sibling discord was also a fine tradition, left over from the previous generation. Heimdall, let me through. Suddenly, Asgard's gatekeeper saw Thor and Loki, as well as his followers, the warriors 3 of Asgard and Sif, who was his childhood friend. The group marched up to the Bifrost with momentum. Thor, the leader, waved his arm and motioned for Heimdall to make way. Don't you know Odin's orders? The palace is sealed from inside and outside, and it is forbidden for anyone to enter or leave Asgard. The gatekeeper's face was expressionless. His tall figure was like a mountain, blocking in front of Thor and the others. Father shouldn't do this. He taught us that Asgard is the protector of the 9 realms since childhood. Thor's words were righteous. He didn't even blink, and his words were full of strength. Now that there is a crisis in Midgard, I should go to help. Whether as the son of Odin or as an avenger, Heimdall still shook his head, indifferent to Thor's sincere request. He was only loyal to the king of Asgard, and Odin's will was above all else. Unless Thor succeeded the throne immediately, he had no authority over him. Odin is doing this for your own good, Thor. You shouldn't doubt him. He's your own father. Heimdall said one more sentence in consideration of his usual friendship with Thor. Thor and Kull, the lives of these two, were tightly bound together because of a curse and prophecy and couldn't be separated or severed. If one person died, the other would die too. Odin only had Thor left. He was the only successor. Despite his son's unsatisfactory performance, the king of Asgard remained patient, teaching slowly and waiting for the day of his success. After all, the eldest daughter rebelled, and Loki was adopted. If he gave up on Thor and sired another heir. On the one hand, he was too old. On the other hand, Odin had little confidence in his ability to educate. If the new child was worse than Thor, wouldn't it break his heart? I remember the father saying, no matter what the threat, we are gods. We are to lead the mortals, to give shelter and guard as we should. Thor was very stubborn and didn't listen at all. He had friends and a girlfriend in Midgard. How could he sit back and watch the crisis happen and the destruction come? Asgard is as strong as steel, always unstoppable and unbeatable, Thor said in a loud voice, like a brave warrior with good intentions and unbridled passion. That's why the inhabitants of other worlds submit to us, to receive shelter and offer respect and admiration. But now, we turned a blind eye to Midgard and even took the initiative to close the gates and retreat to the palace. Boom! Thor hadn't finished speaking, but suddenly clouds gathered in the clear sky. The dazzling light passed through, emitting a loud noise. Suddenly, like lightning, the eight-legged horse swept through the dark sky and appeared in everyone's eyes. Wearing golden armor, the majestic king of the Nine Realms looked down. "Thor, why did you disobey my orders?" Odin, with a stern look, glanced at the silent Loki. The latter trembled and lowered her head. In his view, Thor might have been bewitched by Loki. The eldest son was too lacking in thinking and discernment that he was always led by the nose by his second daughter. Everyone in Asgard supported Thor's accession to the throne, but he only cared about what his sister wanted. Such a disappointment. Thinking about this, Odin's heart felt even more annoyed. "All-Father, King of Asgard, please forgive me for my mistakes." Thor raised his head and wanted to argue. Who knew that Loki would nudge him, so he had to bow his head first. "But father, we shouldn't give Midgard up and let the darkness attack Midgard." Thor's retreat was just to start the charge again. As Odin expected, he learned courage and persistence through his exile on Midgard and his suffering. But these excellent qualities were somewhat out of place. "You're teaching me how to do things now." Odin's one-eyed emitted a sharp light. The powerful force surging around him caused the warriors three and Sif to bend the knee and submit. "You are teaching me how to be a qualified king." "Ha, Thor, answer me," Odin coldly asked. The dark sky resounded with thunder as if to express the inner anger of the god king. "Father, I meant to say." Thor was silent for a moment, then clutched Mjolnir and struggled to explain. But Odin interrupted it with a wave of his hand. "You don't know what crisis Midgard has to face. That's the serpent, Kull, the god of fear from Asgard. An ancient one who should have been asleep, who should have been imprisoned." Odin shouted in anger, and the light behind him grew brighter and brighter. The sound of thunder intensified. "His awakening means that the Nine Realms will fall into darkness. The trumpet of war has been blown, and you, the future king of Asgard, are still thinking of the mortals on Midgard. Thor, you disappoint me. Midgard is a bargaining chip that must be sacrificed. Take a closer look. Didn't you see that the Bifrost's energy core is filling up? It's aimed at Midgard." Thor turned his head sharply. His eyes burst with light, looking at Heimdall. It seemed like a question, but it also seemed like a request for confirmation. The latter nodded helplessly, confirming what Odin said was true. "Father, you want to destroy Midgard." Thor's voice trembled. His eyes were full of disbelief and shock. He never thought that the majestic and glorious god king of Asgard would do such a cruel thing. The Bifrost could remove special barriers from any world, transport armies, and send individuals. It's a weapon of annihilation that could destroy a planet. The home of the frost giants, Jotunheim, once lost a quarter of its land to a bombardment by the Bifrost. If Laufey hadn't surrendered, Odin wouldn't have minded having one less world to visit. He had the confidence and the power. "Yes, the serpent Kull will awaken from Earth." Odin nodded, not denying it. "There are billions of lives in Midgard, and the fear they provide is enough to make the serpent an unstoppable and powerful god. The only way to ensure Asgard's safety is to destroy the hotbed of nourishment before he regains his full strength." When he got the answer, Thor feebly lowered his head. His throat rolled, trying to keep talking. A moment later, he painfully said, "Billions of lives, you want to kill all the humans and become a mass murderer. Shut up. As the future king, you're only responsible for the people of Asgard. You don't need to worry about the life and death of the other worlds," Odin thundered. He had a look of disappointment on his face. This was all Loki's fault. She ruined Thor. Feeling Odin's sharp gaze, Loki couldn't help but quietly move her legs and retreat behind Thor. The king of Asgard was burning with anger, ready to find an unlucky person to vent his fury. At this time, confronting it was definitely a self-destructive move. "Father, I'm disappointed in you too." Thor couldn't accept it. The electric light that flashed in his eyes couldn't help but dim down. Odin's image in his mind had always been a radiant, heroic, benevolent, and wise great king. But the answer just now mercilessly punctured Thor's fantasy. "Rebellious!" Odin shouted angrily. A thick thunderbolt came down from the sky and blasted at Thor. The latter subconsciously raised the Mjolnir in his hand. However, he was surprised to find that the weapon that he used to wield like an extension of his arm was now as heavy as 1,000,000 mountains and difficult to lift. Boom! The lightning was like a dragon, with its teeth and claws wrapping around Thor's powerful body. Mjolnir is the honor I have bestowed upon you. Looking down from high above, Odin's icy gaze carried a complex touch of contempt and loss. I can give it to you, and I can also take it away. Thud. Mjolnir dropped to the surface of the Bifrost, no longer responding to Thor's call. As he lost his weapon, his whole body felt as if it had been shackled layer after layer. The burning lightning struck his body like needles, causing a continuous stinging sensation. Despite this, Thor didn't give in. The Avengers, his girlfriend Jane. Familiar figures flashed through his mind. The muscles of his arms were bulging like hills. Suddenly, he broke free from the lightning shackles with a furious roar. Odin was slightly surprised but turned to joy. He ridiculed, Thor, you finally realized you're the god of thunder, not the god of hammers. Father, please give me a chance. Let me go to Midgard. Free of the lightning shackles, Thor no longer disobeyed Odin but got down on one knee and bowed his head. He had already figured out that nothing good could come from hastily confronting the king of Asgard. Such stubbornness. Odin shook his head and spoke to Loki. You took your stupid, reckless brother, who doesn't know how to focus on the future, and have dragged him down with you. Destroying Midgard is not only to protect Asgard, but also to protect you, Thor. Maybe you can't understand the decisions I've made today. You will understand when you are in this position in the future. A qualified king must know how to switch positions, show mercy and majesty to his people, responded with toughness and violence in the face of his enemies. Guarding the 9 realms and Midgard is a responsibility, but not an obligation. When necessary, we can give up our responsibilities. Do you understand? After Odin's emotional speech, he didn't want to waste time by continuing the confrontation with Thor. He swung Gungnir. The power of the runes turned into heavy metal chains and tied his disobedient son in a tight bundle. Asgard's Allfather, the supreme god king of the 9 realms, was really angry, and Thor simply couldn't fight back. The seemingly back and forth between father and son just now was just Odin's leniency towards his own son. Thor, I can't help you. Let's just accept this cruel reality obediently. Loki shrugged her shoulders and winked at the warriors 3, who was kneeling on the ground. In Asgard, Odin's will above all else, and no one could disobey it. Put him in prison in the lower level of the palace so that he can reflect on himself as a headstrong, reckless boy. The wrinkles on Odin's face seemed to grow deeper. Destroying a world with one's own hands required a sufficiently strong mental quality. In the face of billions of dead souls wailing without a cold, hard heart, such a decision couldn't be made. Father, you're a cold-blooded butcher, you. Humph, humph, humph. With Odin's cold glance, the rune power surged. A strip of metal covered Thor's mouth. In his view, there was no overnight grievance between father and son. Thor didn't understand it right now, just because he was too young. Time would dilute everything. The long life of the gods of Asgard would make him forget the human woman in that blue planet, Midgard, that would turn into dust. The warriors 3 lifted Thor, who was constantly struggling, and gradually went away. Heimdall, how's Bifrost's energy-filling process coming along? After solving the disobedient son, Odin descended from the sky and landed on the bridge. 60%, we probably still need a day or so, Heimdall replied. The Bifrost was Asgard's ultimate weapon. It was capable of extracting the huge energy of Yggdrasil, tearing the space barrier, and carrying out fixed-point transmissions. Similarly, it could also use this destructive power to level and crush a planet. Very good. Thor doesn't know Kull's power, nor does he understand how terrible the serpent will become when he awakens and draws on the fear of billions of living creatures. Odin helplessly sighed. His brother, the god of fear, the serpent, Kull, became brutal, warlike, and murderous when he took the throne. At that time, Asgard had many gods from the Aesir and the Vanir. As a result, 1/3 died at the hands of the serpent, like the god of tempest, the god of sky, the god of forest, and so on. Kull forged 8 hammers of fear from their bones. In order to stop his brother's atrocities from continuing, Odin went to the bottom of the world tree, sacrificed one of his eyes, and hung upside down under the tree for 9 days and nights. Finally, I attained enlightenment and the power of the runes. After returning to Asgard, Odin held Gungnir and rode on an 8-legged horse. Together with the Aesir and Vanir guards, he defeated the Kull and ascended to the throne with the support of the people. This period of history was later erased by him. No one knew about this except for his wife Freyja and elders like Heimdall. Therefore, Thor never knew he had an uncle he had never met. Everything is for Asgard, the gatekeeper said. Odin nodded, seemingly a little tired, ready to return to the palace. However, just as he turned around, he pulled back on the reins and turned his head to look at the Bifrost's core. Magic sparks cut through the void, cutting out a passage. I told you to hurry up. A clear voice containing mirth came out as if complaining about someone. I missed a wonderful show of father's love and dutiful son. Then a more vigorous and rough voice sounded. How could I possibly do something to my father? I have always respected him and supported him from the bottom of my heart. Really? I heard that in the original universe, you were banished to the earth because you contradicted Odin, saying that he was a short-sighted old man and an old fool who lost his courage. Luke walked out of the portal and made fun of the chubby guard of thunder behind him. Asgard had not only the fine tradition of sibling discord, but also an excellent family tradition of father's love and dutiful son. It was common for a father to beat his son. But from Hela to Thor, Odin's own bloodline, both nearly beat up their own father. They were equally stubborn, equally conceited, and equally headstrong. It could be said that the father was kind to the child was dutiful. When meeting, they would directly swing their fists. It was almost, mainly because there was a gap of strength between them. Otherwise, Luke did not doubt that Thor or Hela would become that kind of dutiful son. My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Asgard whispered your name, Thor Odinson. He even helped Odin prepare his lines, just waiting for the Frostmourne. Too bad Thor used a hammer. Luke had some regrets. Sorcerer supreme. Odin's gaze was slightly fixed, sitting on the eight-legged Sleipnir. He looked down on the young man who had taken the Ancient One's place. Yes, your Majesty, All-Father, can you give me a reasonable explanation? Luke walked up to the Bifrost with a calm face and a gentle smile, displaying a pleasant and talkative personality. What explanation? Odin asked knowingly. Without the consent of any official organization of the Earth and the national government, you're going to take destructive actions against our planet, our long-standing home. Luke asked indifferently. This is an act of cruelty that's even colder and worse than genocide. He couldn't feel the overpowering magic wave from the new Sorcerer Supreme, Luke's body. At least compared with the Ancient One, the other party was much worse. Are you going to prosecute me? Use the laws of Earth to put me on trial, Odin sneered and rhetorically asked. Boy, do you think you're worthy of making such a big speech in front of me? That's a no-brainer, Luke grimaced and put away his smile. Why must a pacifist be forced to use violence? It's the world's fault. Odin wasn't a good man, although he looked like a kind old man. At most, there were some stubbornness, arrogance, and prideful faults, but this was only the surface. Odin had lived a long life. He had experienced enough power struggles, brutal fights, and years of warfare to finally reach old age. Asgard, the chariot, gradually stopped galloping. Therefore, he wanted to be a kind, wise, and prudent ruler, leaving a good reputation in the history books of later generations. The existence of his elder brother Kull and his eldest daughter Hela were all erased. Only beautiful whitewashed legends were left, which were spread as stories. Nowadays, few people would mention how Odin treated his enemies when Asgard was expanding its territory. At that time, he was a famous warmonger in the Nine Realms. Of course, the blame finally fell on Hel's head. This was just like Odin, stabbing his brother in the back, for the sake of Asgard, for the sake of love and peace. He could always find the right excuse to wash the blood off his hands. From this point of view, Odin did meet the requirements of being a king. I remember the reason why you rebelled against Kull. It was because he was too brutal and would lead Asgard into the abyss of destruction. Luke stepped onto the Bifrost, step by step. Heimdall stood in front of him in a vigilant, guarded posture. His Majesty Odin, who could replace him as the new king, doesn't seem to be much better than his elder brother. Or is it that, in your eyes, lives in other worlds are worthless, and only Asgardians have the right to survive? In the face of Luke's questioning, Odin was silent. The complicated mood only lasted for a moment, and then dissipated. Compared with Thor's life and Asgard's survival, his inner moral dilemma was too insignificant. Odin was very decisive, not entangled. He raised the Gungnir in his hand and pointed his spear at the overly young-looking Sorcerer Supreme. I will not justify my actions. Right or wrong, even if the Ancient One was here today, it won't prevent the destruction of Earth. As the most powerful and strongest of the 9 realms, Odin and the Ancient One sat on equal footing at the top 2 positions. Behind the Sorcerer Supreme stood the Vishanti, and Asgard also had those who sit above in shadow as its backer. To really fight, Odin thought that it was an evenly matched 50-50 situation. Nothing to be afraid of. Since the Ancient One wasn't here with them, it may not be a good decision. His successor was even less qualified. So the king of Asgard issued a declaration of war. Time is running out. The serpent has recovered. I originally thought that I could migrate some human beings to other worlds and preserve the fires of your civilization. But by the time Heimdall noticed this, it was too late. Odin slowed down his tone, although he took a tough stance of, if you want to fight, I will fight. But if it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to get into too much trouble with the Sorcerer Supreme's people. While using force to deter, he used words to diffuse. It can be said that Odin played this set of tactics very wisely, worthy of being a king for so long. Gee, Thor, you see, this is your father's style of doing things. Luke didn't appreciate it at all and sneered. Obviously, you're a slaughterer. Still, you have to comfort yourself and deceive others, saying you have no choice. The God of Thunder, a chubby guy wearing sunglasses, shook his head and firmly said, My father, the Odin of my universe, would never do this. Bullshit. That's the movie universe for you. Everything was politically correct. How could the Earth be destroyed? Luke laughed and thought so silently. However, the comic universe didn't have so many scruples. For the sake of sales and publicity, under the release of self-indulgence, superheroes could slay the whole world. Thor. Odin, who wanted to shout a reprimand, only then noticed the greasy fat man standing behind Luke. The messy hair, the pregnant-like belly, and the big, round, somewhat deformed face. It made Odin wonder if he was mistaken. How could this be his son? The strong, tall, and handsome Thor. To be honest, I don't really want to call a world-destroying butcher father, even though you are, in a way, my father. The chubby Thor scratched his head, shrugged, and said so. Odin refreshed his perception of the world by bombarding Earth with the Bifrost. He never thought that his father would do such a cruel thing. Who told Odin to instill in Thor that a king should be kind, wise, tolerant, and dignified since childhood. It was just a speech, but he didn't expect Thor to really listen to it. This should be the failure of his family's education. That's it. That's the end of this father-son bonding time. Thor, you step back. Luke rubbed his palm like a warm-up exercise before a boxing match. He looked up at the clear sky where the clouds had cleared, and the golden palace stood like a mountain peak, seemingly pitying and regretful. Then he softly said, What a pity. It's better to go back to the hands-on part that I'm more familiar with, and you're more used to. Luke withdrew the emotions from his eyes and curved the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. If I were to reason with someone, I don't think I would be able to talk my way out of a situation that would make Odin, the king of the 9 realms, take a step back and compromise. Similarly, you can't use a hypocritical excuse for me to turn around and destroy the blue planet together with you. So, let's just talk with our fists. Odin took a deep breath at his words. As if he had made a decision, his eyes turned indifferent. He urged the 8-legged horse to fly into the sky gradually. Large, gloomy clouds surged again, like rushing waves, one after another, blotting out the clear sky and casting a terrifying shadow. Lightning, thunder, tearing through the dark curtain, emitting light, and sound that shook the world as if it were special effects on stage. Please move aside. Luke took a step forward when the chubby god of thunder drew far away. Heimdall raised his sword. Before he could launch an attack, he felt a strong palm pressing on his head. Then there was a violent roar in his ear. The surging waves of air struck his face, causing a painful sensation. Heimdall felt an overwhelming force attacking, and his body lost control. Boom! Asgard's gatekeeper turned into a cannonball, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and fell under the Bifrost. You're much ruder than the Ancient One. Odin's eyes looked calm. No one could see any emotions. The Gungnir, held in the right hand, was glowing with lighting. The original power of the runes surged and boiled. All of Asgard slightly trembled, as if responding to Odin's demand. Heavy pressure squeezed the air, causing people almost to suffocate. Obviously, Luke's actions aroused Odin's anger. Boom! A terrifying thunderbolt as thick as a mountain peak descended from the sky. The huge amount of energy alone was enough to crush steel and turn it into powder. The thunderbolt directly smashed down, enveloping Luke, who didn't dodge. The aftermath spread out, and the Bifrost shook. A cluster of intense light burst out. The temperature was so high, it could melt gold and iron. However, the sturdy figure in the middle of it didn't waver. Luke's face was expressionless. He held out both hands. The huge thunderbolt, as thick as a mountain peak, was torn apart by his fierce strength. The world suddenly turned quiet. The slithering bolt of electricity pulsated, the damaged battle suit was healed as before, and there wasn't even a scratch on him. He was super demon. He had no fear towards Odin's magical rune powers. "It's my turn." Luke caught the surprise on Asgard's king's face and smiled gently. He flew up into the sky and threw his fist. Boom, boom. Atmospheric bursts instantly overshadowed the loud thunder. At that moment, Odin's expression turned grave. He saw Sorcerer Supreme's fist stirring the storm clouds. The terrifying force caused friction in the air, releasing a dazzling red light. The surrounding moisture vaporized, and the temperature suddenly increased. It was similar to being in a furnace. Rampant airflow, the constant loud explosions. The air was frantically compressed, sweeping away everything and crushing everything as if it was the solid matter. The nearby protruding peaks were affected by the wave and immediately disintegrated and turned into powder. He could see the terrifying effect. With one hand on the reins and the other on the Gungnir, Odin effortlessly broke through the terrible storm that was coming at him. The eight-legged Sleipnir neighed, as if proudly stating the might of the Allfather. But in the next second, Odin's expression drastically changed, no longer as calm as before. "Stop!" The sound of an angry shout exploded, bombarding Asgard. The terrifying sound wave carrying infinite anger sent ripples of intense waves, visible to the naked eye. It turned out that Luke's fist was not aimed at Odin. His goal was the Bifrost. Bifrost was Asgard's channel to all the other worlds and the most powerful strategic weapon. Relying on the massive world tree, it drew a steady stream of energy and formed a complete circulation system, which was usually supervised and guarded by Heimdall. Such a magnificent project took 100 years to complete. The dwarves of Nidavellir, as well as the skillful craftsmen of the Aesir, joined hands to create this masterpiece. It wasn't only Asgard's shield for defense, but also a spear for the attack. It goes without saying how important it was. From the beginning, Luke didn't want to fight Odin directly. If two Allfather-level beings fought at the top, it would be a tough collision. Distinguishing a winner wouldn't happen in a short time. Their physical ability, spirit, and vitality had long surpassed the ordinary, which was difficult to predict. If one party wanted to kill the other party, a great price needed to be paid. So, instead of spending time fighting Odin, it was better to destroy the Bifrost that was threatening Earth as soon as possible, and this should be the top priority. A false move successfully distracted Odin's attention. Luke swung his fist and threw it down. The Bifrost itself was strong and unshakable. In the movie universe, Thor was trying to stop Loki from destroying Jotunheim and exterminating the frost giants. He smashed the Bifrost with Mjolnir, trying to destroy the Bifrost, which was releasing terrifying energy. But in the face of Superman's iron fist, not to mention the Bifrost, even the giant floating island carrying Asgard could hardly withstand the fierce impact of this formidable force. "Stop!" At the same time, Odin noticed Luke's real intentions and shouted angrily. He tugged at the reins and urged Sleipnir to move. Stepping on thunder, Sleipnir was like a bolt of lightning, passing through the dark sky. It took only one breath to burst in front of Luke. Odin's Gungnir carved out a powerful trajectory, pointing directly at the Sorcerer Supreme. However, it was still too late. Crack! The terrifying force of the fist bombarded the Bifrost without reservation. The huge bridge across Asgard, connecting the palace and Yggdrasil. Like a delicate and fragile piece of porcelain, a fierce crack blossomed on it. The energy surging within the Bifrost seemed to have found a way to break through. A torrent of dazzling colors bursts out of control. The wide bridge body, which could hold several carriages running side by side, was split in the middle, and translucent fragments were scattered everywhere. The observatory, which served as the hub, was instantly flooded with a mass of intense light. The wreckage fell into the endless vortex of emptiness. The aftermath of the energy wave created a powerful circle of air that shook throughout Asgard. The guards of Asgard quickly assembled, and they witnessed this scene. Terrible storms stirred up the air currents and created whirlpools. On the calm sea, there were huge waves. It was like a white wall separating heaven and earth, pushing towards the direction of the palace. Despair. The guards lost their will to fight. Looking at the huge waves that could destroy Asgard, they inevitably felt an irresistible sense of despair. Bang! Gungnir cut through the air and failed to hit Luke. A bright silver light extended from his hand and turned into a sharp sword, shattering Odin's certain shot. The 10th metal from the studio next door was completely fearless against Gungnir's unparalleled sharpness. The spear and sword collide, sending out ear-splitting sound waves and blowing up big waves, seeing the impact from the explosion of the Bifrost, triggering landslides and tsunamis. A trace of anger and hatred swept through Odin's eyes. As he rode the 8-legged horse, he turned around. The runes triggered thunder, causing friction in the atmosphere and bringing up the temperature. In a few breaths, the white wall formed by the giant wave evaporated, and a large cloud of mist rose up and covered Asgard. Seeing the guard kings move, the guards of Asgard swept away the despair in their eyes and let out a fervent cheer. But Odin's expression wasn't even remotely happy. On the contrary, he had been furious to the extreme. His killing intent was burning, completely leaving behind the scruples associated with the Vishanti and the Ancient One. Losing the Bifrost, Asgard would, for a short time, lose its only weapon that could destroy the earth. It also meant that he could only sit back and watch the serpent, Kull, grow stronger and lead his army to slay Asgard. You have succeeded in bringing Earth and Asgard together to the brink of extinction. Odin's line of sight was locked on the sturdy figure standing in mid-air. A dark red cloak fluttered like a flag. If you really want to protect Asgard and your people, sacrifice everything and take the blame for it. Luke felt Odin's intense momentum building up and climbing, and thought that this was probably the most dangerous opponent he had ever encountered. Your benevolent, wise, and mighty majesty, king of the gods, why are you not willing to sacrifice your own son, Thor? The prophecy says that only the god of thunder can kill the serpent and end the final destiny of all things from dying. Odin kept silent. Thor was the future of Asgard. How could he take the initiative to sacrifice Thor's life to save the country and his people? If the eldest son died, who would succeed the throne? Loki. Let the bloodline of a frost giant tarnish the glory of the Aesir gods. Or release Hela. Let a crazy woman lead Asgard to destruction. Odin sneered and gathered up his superfluous emotions. Arcs of electric light jumped and lingered on his golden armor. Gungnir lit up with countless shimmering lights, which were the power of the rune markings. The long white hair waved wildly in the wind, and a powerful force as heavy as a mountain radiated out. It seemed as if all beings should kneel at his feet. The one eye, filled with a chilling aura, stared directly at Luke. Odin lifted the Gungnir like an elderly knight charging forward. Swish. A man and a horse moved like a stream of light. Even Luke's dynamic vision couldn't see Odin's flashing figure too clearly. But the Deathstroke card embedded the world's sharpest combat instincts in his bones. It silently alerted him. The 10th metal was placed across his chest. Bang! Under the dark sky, the golden thunder collided with the silvery white light, bursting out with a silent and destructive force. The waves roared at the feet of the two men. In a flash, it disintegrated and evaporated into a large void. The nearby peaks were like crisp biscuits. They broke and collapsed in an instant. They then turned into dust, billowing up to the sky. Luke's body lost control, and with a sharp pain from his chest, he flew backward. He crashed into the deep sea like a cannonball. A cold, choking feeling covered Superman's body. He was bleeding. Gungnir's unparalleled sharpness sliced through Luke's chest, through the 10th metal. Bone deep, blood gushed out. It's been a long time since I've been injured. The pain was clear. He was really aware of it in his consciousness. Luke fell to the bottom of the sea and smashed several pieces of reefs. He finally stopped and regained control of his body. He looked down at his healing chest, and a glint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Asgard's Allfather was really worthy of his name. Boom! With a flick of his toes, Luke flew upward. The heavy pressure and currents of the deep sea couldn't interfere with him in any way. Breaking through the sea, the unparalleled sharpness that could cut anything came right at him. Gungnir, golden thunder lingered around it, like a dazzling sun hurled straight down. Luke didn't back off and didn't dodge. Instead, holding the 10th metal, he took the initiative to confront it. The bright silver light exploded with power. Space seemed to be distorted. The light shifted as if the void collapsed. The long sword slowly swung, but it hit Gungnir, which came flying like a stream of light. A terrifying force passed along the 10th metal to Luke's right hand. The wound cracked and spilled a few drops of blood. In an all-father collision, the injury was inevitable. Thanks to Superman's recovery ability, Luke wasn't afraid of the self-inflicted injury for injury style of fighting, but rather welcomed it. A tenacious opponent. Odin, who was riding on the horse, Sleipnir, put away his original contempt. He regained his grip on Gungnir, who flew out with a whoosh. A crack opened on the surface of the supreme artifact that existed in legends. The successor of Ancient One is actually a thug who uses brute force. Odin, a little saddened, stroked Gungnir. Then he raised his spear again and prepared to throw it. Thousands of runes lit up, overflowing with a terrifying energy. This throw could smash half the world. Well, I've experienced the might of your majesty, and it's time to give something back. Under Luke's feet, the air exploded, setting off a furious wave, like a supersonic aircraft ejected from the starting point. The 8-legged horse that galloped on thunder turned into a stream of light and avoided Superman's surprise attack. The God King's mount, Sleipnir, flew like lightning through the dark sky. The 10th metal sword condensed into a bright silver light, cutting through the dark clouds. The furious attack missed, and where it landed, space shattered and collapsed, forming a deep vortex. Too young. Odin lamented. The young Sorcerer Supreme lacked combat experience. The attack was rushed, but he caught its true intent and again lost the opportunity. Asgard's God King sneered. Gungnir's blade reflected cold light, quietly disappearing into the void. In the next moment, the golden stream of light penetrated Luke's body. Whoosh! There was a burst of brightly colored snowflakes as if a bubble had popped. It was the images of Icon. Careless. Odin felt a sense of unease. Luke had been fighting with his fists and sword since the beginning. This made him completely ignore the obvious fact that the other party was the Sorcerer Supreme. The God King raised the reins, and the 8-legged horse neighed loudly. He was about to turn into lightning again and flee away. This sword is my gift to your majesty. Luke's figure suddenly appeared in front of Odin. The 10th metal was swung straight down. The bright silver light was reflected in Odin's one eye, and fear rose in his heart. He hastily moved back. A splash of blood came out and splashed on his pale face. Odin's mount, Sleipnir, the 8-legged horse, was split in half and fell to the sea below. In a few moments, it was eaten up by the sea creatures that smelt the blood. How dare you kill my horse? Odin wiped the blood from his face and touched the deep marks on his golden battle armor chest. He hadn't experienced this kind of life-threatening suffocation in a long, long time. Odin's family had a lot of traditional habits that were passed down from generation to generation. For example, siblings having a poor relationship. Loki stabbed Thor with a knife on the back, and Hela poked out one of her brother's eyes, all of which demonstrated that. In the previous generation, Odin was merciless too. He pulled his brother down from the throne, beat him up, and sealed him in the deep sea for thousands of years. This deep brotherhood was simply touching. In addition to family disagreements, generational damage, and serious educational deficiencies, Odin and Thor, the father and son, also had severe fetishes. Just like how the son was inseparable from Mjolnir, sleeping and bathing with it. His Majesty, the God King of Asgard, also had several beloved items. For example, the Gungnir spear was made of the branch of Yggdrasil and the metal or Uru. Fast as a meteor and always hitting its target, it could be called a legendary magical weapon. The tip of the spear was stained with the blood of many enemies. The other was the 8-legged horse, Sleipnir, who accompanied him in his conquest of the 9 realms. Let's just say that Odin rode it for about the same amount of time as he did Freyja. He pampered the horse as much as his own wife. Therefore, it could be seen that the 8-legged horse had an important role in God King's heart. But now the horse was gone. The horse was dismembered in front of him. What a heavy blow this was. Sleipnir! A painful look passed through Odin's eyes, and memories flashed through his mind. Looking back thousands of years ago, he rode on Sleipnir's body, galloping across the 9 realms in high spirits. What a wonderful memory it was, simply wistful. But now Luke's sword split Sleipnir in half. The grudge of killing his horse was unforgivable. The dark sky thundered, as if responding to the wrath of the Allfather. Thick as a mountain peak, the dazzling golden thunder directly struck the dark sea. Attracted by the smell of blood, the sea beasts floating up for dinner didn't even get the chance to let out a sound. Their flesh and blood turned into charcoal and evaporated into a wisp of smoke. They just want to have a good meal. Why should your majesty get angry? Be careful, animal protection organizations could condemn you. Luke added fuel to the fire and spoke in a sinister manner. Anyway, they were already disregarding politeness, and there was no need to act polite anymore. You killed my horse. Very well, even if the Ancient One and the Vishanti come, they can't stop me from taking revenge for Sleipnir. Odin's one eye glowed. The intense murderous energy dispersed the flowing clouds, tore the atmosphere, and filled the air with substantial pressure. The surrounding space buzzed with a reverberating sound. Golden currents of electricity, like small snakes slithering, lingered around his armor. Each pulse caused a surge of energy and the destruction of matter. Then the light distorted, and space shattered. It was as if the world couldn't bear the full power of the Allfather and began to collapse. I have killed the God King's horse. I will accept your thunderous anger and revenge. The corners of Luke's mouth, which had been hooked up, gradually faded away and became flat. You intend to destroy Earth and slaughter billions of human beings. How should I calculate this account? Withdrawing the bioforce field, Superman's body unleashed its own energy and magnificence without reservation. Boom! The void seemed to collapse. It directly broke open. A vast dark hole suddenly appeared. It sucked everything, swallowing everything. The two momenta collided with each other and generated endless destructive force. The Asgard guards who were standing below were stunned. They were supposed to protect Asgard and expel the enemy. But when they arrived, they discovered that they couldn't even participate in this high-level battle at all. That's the Sorcerer Supreme of Midgard. Someone was well-informed and recognized Luke. The universe-wide live broadcast gradually spread Superman's name among the stars. His Majesty Odin will win, someone shouted. Compared with Luke, a newcomer, Odin's prestige was even greater. He had rarely suffered a defeat in his life, conquering the 9 realms and pacifying the turmoil. Defeated the frost giants of Jotunheim and single-handedly defeated the flame giant Surtur. In terms of performance, no one could tell how much better his glorious history was than Superman. The guards of Asgard, who could only stand there, repeatedly retreated. They were completely afraid of approaching the battlefield. Loki, what happened? Further away, Thor, who was being held in the lower prison of the palace, felt the same intense disturbance. Asgard was like a bumpy ship, swaying on the turbulent waves. The runes unscrupulously extracted the power of the world tree. Thor, who had Aesir's divine blood flowing through his body, vaguely sensed the abnormality. Did Father meet a strong enemy? He asked. Yes, Odin's horse is dead. Loki's face showed a gloating expression. She always disliked the ill-tempered 8-legged horse. When she was a child, she just wanted to climb up secretly, but in turn she was kicked by 8 hooves. She couldn't get out of bed for a whole month. Afterward, Odin just said a few words, no punishment at all. The daughter wasn't as good as a horse. To this day, Loki still had resentment in her heart. Who is it? Thor narrowed his eyes. Sleipnir, the 8-legged horse, was Odin's favorite steed. Even Thor couldn't touch it casually. The Sorcerer Supreme. The projection magic ended when Loki extinguished the ball of light in her palm. She couldn't see the changes in the battlefield through the layer of mist. Thor, stay here and reflect on yourself. Don't anger Father anymore. Wearing a green cloak, Loki left the lower prison of the palace. She went to the observation deck at the top and looked at the 2 figures under the dark sky from a distance. Suddenly, she felt a little uneasy. That silly guy, he also came over. Through the mist and lightning, Loki saw the chubby god of thunder, who had gained 2 more roles. With Odin's order to seal Asgard, she had left Earth. Loki's views on the chubby Thor were very complicated. This Thor was more considerate than the one in prison, although the other party liked to giggle and had no dignity or bearing of an Asgard prince. But how should she put it? The feeling of being cared for wasn't bad and made Loki feel very happy. I have 2 brothers. What a nightmare. She shook her head and refocused her attention on the confrontation on the battlefield. I have to admit, young Sorcerer Supreme, you gave me a big surprise. Odin raised his feet. On the eight-legged horse, he was like lightning passing through the sky. After he lost Sleipnir, he didn't slow down much. The golden figure resembled a jumping electric current. In several successive and swift flashes, Gungnir's unparalleled sharpness struck Luke like a viper's bite. Keeping up with the rhythm, Superman blocked Gungnir with the 10th metal. Sparks erupted from the two weapons, sending out shocking sound waves, like the collision of two asteroids, creating terrible ripples. Not only have I not experienced the feeling of injury in a long, long time, but I haven't met a strong opponent worthy of my best efforts in a very long time. Odin swept back. After retreating, he charged again. The God King of Asgard and the Sorcerer Supreme of the Camertage clashed several hundreds of times in a flash. Their weapons collided, bodies collided, and the after-effects were radiated in all directions. The buildings around the palace looked like they were made of sand. They collapsed in an instant, turning into dust. If the fight continues, Asgard would be destroyed. Loki thought to herself as she watched. Every time the two Allfathers collided, there would be a storm of destruction. How about a different battlefield? Odin threw Gungnir out, forcing Superman's assault away. I think it's quite good here. Luke slightly smiled as his body, which was as heavy as a celestial's body, flew towards the palace. Wherever he passed, space collapsed and buildings shattered, like a walking catastrophe. How come I never realized that the Sorcerer Supreme was so repulsive before? Odin's face twitched with anger. He turned into a pulsating golden bolt of lightning, crossing space and catching up with Superman's footsteps. Who would have thought that Luke would turn around and fire a blow? The 10th metal's brilliant silver glow, like an infinite streak, attacked Odin. He blocked the attack with Gungnir, and they both collided. Boom! It instantly created a vacuum. The surrounding buildings, like scattered powder, floated in the air. Gungnir wavered. Luke's eyes narrowed as he seized a rare opportunity. Superman's body ripped through the atmosphere and pulled out a powerful straight line. Off guard, Odin was hit by a punch. The God King felt as if there were tons of dynamite exploding on his cheek. As his head buzzed, the Allfather's body was pushed backward at the speed of sound, collapsing one magnificent building after another. Ah, pain! The feeling he hadn't tasted for a long time was awakened in Odin's memory. It was as if he was back on the battlefield of the 9 realms, facing an endless number of powerful enemies. A good hard fist. Before Odin could stand up, Superman rushed in front of him. For a while, Odin, who couldn't call Gungnir back, had to deal with it with his fists. Boom, boom, boom. Like a high-temperature sword, heat vision cut through the ground without hurting Asgard's God King. A surge of power exploded from Odin's palm. It struck Superman in the chest, but didn't send him flying. The firm bioforce field gripped the ground tightly and lifted up a large area of soil. Luke kicked off. A circle of air suddenly rolled up and exploded. He accelerated with all his might and delivered a straight punch. The air trembled. The extremely compressed air sent out a sharp howl as if something was physically piercing through. From Odin's single eye, a sharp beam shot out. Many people regard His Majesty as the great god of war of Asgard, but people ignored the fact that he was still a master of magic who was proficient in using the runes. Hundreds of shining rune characters, like small glowing suns, detonated in unison. Searing thunder, terrifying high temperatures, bone-chilling mists, sluggish frosts. Various elements collide with each other, releasing powerful magic. Fortunately, I have a magic resistance. Luke secretly rejoiced. If he were the Superman from the studio next door, he would have instantly died when facing Odin's powerful blow. With the elemental energy gushing out, another punch was hammered onto Odin's chest. Boom! The hard golden armor instantly fell apart. Holding back the blood in his throat, the God King clenched his right hand and struck Luke. They were in close combat. He was an experienced warrior. Understood that when he was at a disadvantage, he couldn't retreat, couldn't be afraid, and couldn't just defend. He took the initiative to attack, exchange injuries for injuries, showing fierceness and courage. This was the way to regain advantage. Who do you think you are fighting with? I'm Odin, the king of gods. The roar drowned out the loud bursts of air. The Allfather's fists were no worse than Superman's. Luke shot up like a cannonball. Despite the rapid healing of the shattered jawbone, Odin didn't give up. The two men, like ascending celestial bodies, broke through the boundary of Asgard and moved the battlefield to Vanaheim. This was where the Vanir lived, full of forests and lakes, full of peace and tranquility, like the legendary land of the elves. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Odin dodged Luke's heavy punches, but was hit by a heavy and powerful knee. After smashing two solid mountains into the ground, the god king saw Superman descend from the sky, shooting out heat vision. The two of them broke through the thick layer of rock and tumbled to the boundary of Ulfheim. Then there was Jotunheim, the world of the frost giants. The tens of thousands of miles of towering ice peaks appeared fragile in front of the Allfather's body. Large pieces of the mountain collapsed and smashed down, burying the frost giant's palace. As a king, Laufey was furious. The scarlet eyes glared at them, wanting to shout rebukes at the unwanted guests who had entered Jotunheim, tear their bones apart, and throw them to the beasts for food. Boom! Only to see a cloudy sky and burst of golden lightning. A crimson beam, like a long sword sweeping through, melted the ice and snow, cutting through the land. Forget it, let them go for today. Laufey silently retreated to his palace and instructed his men to open the underground palace. In case the two monsters came, he would go into hiding to avoid them. Who the hell is this? Who can compete with Odin like this? Laufey was the king of the frost giants and once a major problem for Asgard. He fought against Odin and knew the strength of the other party. Does a god bleed? Luke sneered when he saw that Odin's golden helmet was broken. Odin's armor collapsed, and his mouth was bleeding. You're the toughest human I've ever seen. You're more of a warrior than the old Sorcerer Supreme. The god king wiped away the blood and breathed in the cold air of Jotunheim. They regarded the sky as a battlefield, constantly moving around, kicking and punching. A circle of exploding air crisscrossed into a complex and ever-changing flight path. Luke's right arm hung helplessly as if paralyzed. This was the price he paid. For one arm, he successfully exchanged it with a serious injury to Odin, making him cough blood. Jotunheim shook. Laufey stared at the gloomy sky. Two meteor-like figures ruthlessly fell. The hard frozen ground that has been frozen for 10,000 years ruptured with a bang. Odin and Luke crashed into the ground and broke through the wall of this world. Muspelheim, the realm of fire. Surtur, who was sitting in the palace, waiting for Ragnarök, suddenly raised his head. Did he see the wretched Odin and an equally injured human? The two figures fell towards the ground. In between their descent, they continued to throw their fists at each other. It's happening. Before the flame giant, Surtur could understand it. Muspelheim's ground, like a shaking carpet, rolled up one huge wave after another. The powerful shockwave spread rapidly and seemed to tear the whole realm in half. Surtur was dumbfounded. Superman's iron fist pierced the realm of fire. He fell into the vortex of the abyss with Odin. The two Allfathers, with their hands free and their strength at their disposal, had broken through the 8 realms attached to the world tree, until Midgard, Earth. In the eyes of Asgardians, this place was called Terra, also known as Midgard. Those arrogant people in the divine realm still had the stereotypical impression of this place as barbaric and primitive. Thor, who first came to Earth, or the warriors 3 of Asgard who followed him. By and large, they were looking down on this backward place, which looked was weak on the surface, but was actually the novice village for all walks of life. Not only for Earth, but also for other worlds. After all, regional discrimination was a topic that was never out of date in any universe. Even Asgardians who claimed to be rulers and guardians of the 9 realms. Thousands of years ago, their ancestors defeated the Dark Elves and then defeated the Frost Giants. In addition, with Odin's presence, Asgard was in its prime, entering its most glorious phase. It was reasonable for them to look down on other realms and other races. Similar to the British, who despised Americans as Yankees during the Revolutionary War. Odin and Luke, who fought through the 8 realms in a row, alarmed countless people. They fell into the vortex and appeared in Midgard. Boom! God and Superman, one after another, broke through the barrier. Gungnir collided with the 10th metal, and a terrifying energy storm erupted. A burst of bright light flashed, as if the sun lit up and then went out. Hundreds of glowing runes were detonated with a flourish. It was like a celestial body, shattering, bombarding Superman's body with the aura of destruction. The tough and powerful flesh was violently impacted by the energy storm and was instantly covered with scorched black wounds. His whole body plunged down like a cannonball. Luke grinned. The bright silver glint of the 10th metal swept across Odin's neck. Just a little bit closer, it could have slashed off the guard king's big head. Odin covered his neck, and blood oozed between his fingers. With an odd look, he looked at Luke as if he was deeply puzzled. In just a few breaths, the horrible wounds on his body were healed as before. The surrounding light seemed to darken as if swallowed by the Sorcerer Supreme. The vitality that was lost was filled back in a few moments. Is this human on drugs? Huff! Huff! Odin was panting, his eyes full of shock. The difficult battle had greatly depleted the physical, mental, and vital forces of both sides. In the past, the king of the guards had never been afraid of anyone in terms of fighting and endurance, because the Aesir guards, especially the royal bloodline, as they age, their quality would significantly improve in all aspects. At the same time, every once in a while, they would enter the dormant stage, just like animals hibernating or cocooning. As a powerful veteran who had been famous for thousands of years, Odin wouldn't lose to a human being in persistence. But the truth was brute. Luke had never shown fatigue, but had the tendency to fight even more bravely. Before, he had resisted the burst of magic power from runes, and it was obvious that he was severely injured and dying. But after a few deep breaths, his stats were back to full. It was as if he had taken something. Is it Vishanti's secret blessing? Odin couldn't help but wonder. But he also had the original power given by the World Tree. In addition, it was connected to all of Asgard. It didn't make sense that it was not as good as the Vishanti. This was a gift that he got by sacrificing an eye through a trial. At that time, Odin drank from the Well of Mimir, hung upside down under the World Tree for 9 days and 9 nights, and finally received revelation, comprehended the rune, and gained unprecedented divine power. Otherwise, it was impossible to defeat Kull, who was the king of the gods at that time. Your Majesty, you are old, and it seems that you're out of your depth. Luke's voice was blown away by the gale and reached Odin's ears. The two men flew down with a bang and landed on a solid glacier. The ice layer, frozen for tens of thousands of years, shattered violently. Like a meteor hitting the earth, it sent out a violent shockwave. The huge iceberg floating in the freezing sea was directly pierced by a human figure and collapsed as a whole, setting off huge waves. That was Odin. The ensuing heat vision melted the iceberg, evaporated water into steam, and penetrated the guard king's chest. I think the winner has been decided. Luke landed on the ice. This was Antarctica, the coldest continent in the world. 98% of the area was covered by ice and snow all year round. The ice shelf alone covered an area of about 2 million square kilometers, with an average thickness of about 2 km. Superman looked around. This was a vast ice field in the middle of nowhere. In addition to the endless white ice, there were only giant icebergs floating sporadically on the surface of the sea. You're not human. A large hole was punctured through Odin's chest. Flesh and blood were evaporated by the high temperature. He staggered to his feet, using the Gungnir to support himself. I've never seen a human being like you, who doesn't know what death is and could fight on forever. A trace of sadness flashed in Odin's eyes. This was one of the few failures in his life. Before that, the guard king of Asgard had never thought. One day, he would lose to a human. That was ridiculous. So much so that when it did happen, Odin had some difficulty accepting it. The cold wind whirled and blew over the body of the guard, whose life force was gradually dwindling. I'm human, just slightly stronger, Luke answered with a smile. If it weren't for the Devastator card, he might not have beaten Odin. He nearly died several times, but came back to life. After bearing the runes a few times, Superman's body had developed resistance instead, and the damage got lower and lower. This was the characteristic of the Devastator, the legendary weapon Gungnir, the runes from the World Tree, the Allfather level with the divine bloodline. These divine objects and powers that mortals could only look up to throughout their lives were superimposed on one another, creating the supreme myth of Odin's unstoppable victory and invincibility. But today, the god had fallen. The myth shattered. Luke smashed it all with his own hands. What are you going to do? Odin closed his eyes, then opened them again. After all, he was the king of the gods. He would never fear death or beg for mercy from his enemies. Gungnir's peerless blade was pointed at Luke. It seemed to be a desperate attempt to fight to the end. Kill you? No, not really. Luke smiled. The 10th metal retracted into his palm. The dark red cloak fluttered and stood out in the white environment. I still need Asgard's power to fight against the serpent. If I cut off the head of the God King, Thor would definitely take revenge for you. And without your suppression, Hela of the underworld may also escape from her confinement. At that time, I would have to face the anger of your son and daughter. If I kill them all too, I would send your whole family back to the embrace of Yggdrasil. Superman would be reduced to a tyrannical villain. That wouldn't be good. Luke explained with a light smile. Odin smiled half-heartedly. He and the young Sorcerer Supreme experienced an all-father-level battle, and the other side won easily. Would he let me go? But after a moment's pause, Luke finally spat out this annoying twist. You did have malice towards Earth and almost put it into practice. However, I stopped you. According to the laws of various countries in Midgard, this is called criminal attempt and is punishable by law. Odin felt something was wrong. He tentatively asked, "You want to put me on trial? Use the laws here to send me to prison. A god king can't stay with mortals." Luke's smile improved, but in Odin's eyes it looked like the devil's. "Your Majesty, do you know where this is?" Odin lowered his Gungnir and seemed to be relaxed. He looked around and shook his head. "Forgot. A long time ago, Asgard and the frost giants you and Lofi fought in Midgard. The artifact of Jotunheim, the casket of ancient winters, opened, sending the planet into the Ice Age." Luke reminded. "This is the frozen land created by the casket, called Antarctica." Odin seemed to think of something, and his expression turned ugly. Gungnir was lifted again. "I'm the king of Asgard. You can't humiliate me like this," Odin growled in a low voice. "Like a warrior, either kill me and give me an honorable death, or—" Luke turned a deaf ear. He didn't wait for his opponent to finish and took a step forward. Superman's body tore the air. Odin, who had run out of vigor, couldn't dodge. He raised his hand and swung Gungnir. Gungnir's blade swept by, golden thunder burst out. Crackle! The electric arcs jumped and landed on the empty space. The thick ice melted into a huge hole. Luke, who pushed forward, smashed his fist into Odin's head. Bang! Like an iron strike. The God King was suddenly attacked, swayed twice, and fell down headfirst. "Since it has occurred to you that Antarctica is the territory of your brother, Kull, let's go and catch up with him." Luke softly chuckled. He picked up the semi-conscious Odin with one hand and flung him out as if he were throwing a lead ball. "I believe that Kull, the serpent, will spoil his brother well. My worthy are scattered all over the world." An old man with white hair and a scepter spoke in a hoarse voice. Behind him was Cynthia, the daughter of Red Skull, who had raised the hammer of Skadi. And respectfully, Beren struck her. "My daughter, are you willing to conquer the world and spread fear for me?" The old man turned his head and asked in a cold tone. He was wearing a robe woven from raven feathers, and his eyes were flashing with a ghostly green fire, just like a reanimated skeleton. "I'm willing, great All-Father." Cynthia held the hammer in one hand and knelt on one leg in submission. Beren Strucker followed suit. This was an ancient god. "Well then, go. Go with those brothers of yours, take over the world, and then attack Asgard. I want that golden palace to collapse and crumble. I want Asgard's blood to flow." Boom. The old man's declaration, full of hatred and anger, wasn't done yet, when an object from the sky, with friction and fire, smashed through the South Pole base and landed in front of him. "Odin." He narrowed his eyes and saw the figure lying on the ground like a piece of garbage. "My foolish brother, what happened to you?" Odin looked up and saw the smiling old face, and memories of the past welled up in his mind. He and Kull were like Thor and Loki. Only more often, Odin acted as the latter, a character who wasn't open, honest, and frank. At the same time, Kull didn't have the righteous and just heart to qualify as a benevolent king. There was a little darkness in their bones. Like a glass of water, it was mixed with violence and lust for power becoming turbid. The two brothers cared about each other, walked with each other, parted ways, eventually turned against each other. "Kull, you're still alive." The God King smiled and came up with a friendly greeting, fully demonstrating his concern for his brother. "How could I die, Odin?" Kull smiled. His ferocious face was full of joy. He was happy to see Odin's defeated appearance. "Humph!" The God King barely managed to pull himself up and sat on the ground. The messy white hair was stained with dust, and the big hole in his chest hadn't healed. The golden armor was falling apart, crumbling and broken. Gungnir, the unparalleled spear, was taken away by that damn human. All in all, Odin had nothing at this time and was extremely weak, not as powerful as the previous awe-inspiring God King. Stupid brother, you shouldn't forget, I'm the king of Asgard. I've been recognized by the Yggdrasil and by the ancient gods. I'm the real king. Kull leaned down and spoke in a fierce tone. My life is connected with Asgard. Even if you master the power of the runes, you can't erase my existence. And you, Odin, are just a sinister villain, a despicable usurper. The more Kull spoke, the angrier he became, suddenly reaching out and strangling the God King's neck. The power of fear, like an ominous green flame, instantly turned into a long sword and nailed him firmly to the wall. When the sword was pierced through Odin's chest, he couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. Then he gritted his teeth and glared at his brother. You're just a cruel tyrant, Kull. Father made the wrong choice. He shouldn't have chosen you as king. Odin was nailed to the wall with a sword, and the power of fear seeped into his body. Like maggots, they gnawed at his flesh. While suffering unimaginable torture, he retorted, the Vanir, the Aesir, the dwarves, you killed several of their guards, remember? You skinned them, stripped them of their divine power, and forged the hammers of fear. If you continue to lead Asgard, it will only be driven to the abyss of destruction. Odin spoke with conviction, meeting Kull's cold eyes without fear. He didn't think he did anything wrong, nor did he think it was a betrayal. You're still so fond of making excuses for yourself, Odin, Asgard's god of fear coldly said. Do you remember when you were a child? Once you sneaked out behind father's back to the altar of the Vanir gods in the forest and brought back a white colt with 8 legs. What was its name? Sleipnir. The Vanir found out, accused the Aesir of being despicable thieves, and demanded the return of the colt. Father flew into a rage and wanted to punish you severely. But no matter what father asked, Odin, you never admitted that you had stolen the horse. You replied stubbornly, it came to me on its own, while crying and lying. The serpent Kull's expression was cold, and he seemed to sense his emotions. The green flames that linger around his body surged and turned into a long, thorny whip. Snap. The whip struck Odin's torso, creating a bloody scar and tearing away a piece of flesh. Finally, father believed you. For this reason, he believed you and quarreled with Vanir over it. It got very unpleasant. Kull sneered and laughed. He knew his brother too well. Odin loved to cover up his mistakes with grandiose and generous words, flaunting justice and gaining a false reputation. After so many years, nothing had changed. Odin, you will never change. You're still the thief who stole the colt and lied about it. You stole the throne from me, and then told the world that it was because of my cruelty and tyranny that you overthrew my reign. This lie has been told so many times, and for so long that you even fooled yourself. Snap, snap, snap. Kull raised his thorny whip and struck repeatedly without mercy. Odin, who had lost the ability to resist, could only let him do what he wanted and endure the pain. Asgard's fate is sealed. When Ragnarok comes, the gods will fall. The flame giant Surtur, the ultimate judgment Mangog, and countless more enemies who will burn Asgard to the ground. The moment I ascended the throne, I saw the broken fragments of the final moment in the spinning threads woven by the Norn sisters. The strength of an All-Father is far from enough to cope with it. So, I wanted to become stronger than those who sit above in shadow, to surpass Father and break the limits. Kull whipped Odin until he was drenched in blood, and only then did he stop. In order to prevent him from waking up, the other party erased his existence from Asgard's history. No one knew Kull's name, the god of fear, and his strength gradually weakened. If not for the fact that in the early years, the tale of how he forged the 8 hammers of fear was written down in a book and left in Midgard. Perhaps the serpent would sleep under the deep sea until he was completely forgotten. This whip, at most, was only a tiny bit of his revenge. As for the rest, he would pay it back in double. With this in mind, Kull, with malice rising within him, slowly said, the 8 hammers of fear are only the beginning. With my plan, they will destroy the other 8 realms and draw the power of fear from billions of living beings, thus forging my true power. Then, I will be able to do everything I can to cut the thread of Asgard's destiny. Odin looked at Kull, who was revealing the truth, with the eyes of a madman. He thought that he himself was cold-blooded enough to sacrifice billions of humans in Midgard to prevent Kull from fully awakening. But compared with Kull, he was a junior in every sense, destroying 8 realms and forging 8 hammers of fear too insane. Among the 9 realms, only Asgard would be left. All other realms and all other races would be sacrificed. Look at your hesitation. It's hypocritical and disgusting. Kull said in disgust. You could sacrifice Midgard and become a cold-blooded executioner to save Asgard, but you aren't willing to sacrifice more and bear infamy. Why do I have a brother like you? He raised his hand and conjured up an eerie green flame, which formed 8 long swords, piercing Odin's hands and feet, acting like nails to a stake. Then the newly awakened god of fear turned around with his hands behind his back. Rest assured, I won't kill you, Odin. I want you to see with your own eyes my army of fear sweeping through Midgard and storming Asgard, crushing your lies and your accomplishments. Odin closed his eyes in pain and struggled to say, Aren't you afraid of Thor? He is the one who's destined to kill you. Ha ha ha, this is the difference between us. Kull, the serpent, was full of confidence. His rickety body slowly straightened. I don't believe in destiny. The prophecy says the god of thunder is the one who will kill the serpent. But since I'm determined to stop Ragnarok, why would I be afraid of Thor? He bent down and put his palm on the cold, hard, frozen soil. The green flame spread like wild weeds. Swish, swish, swish. As if the door of the underworld had opened, rotting skeletons, like a tidal wave, came out. They were wearing armor, holding swords and spears, with empty eye sockets and burning green flames. Some were riding nightmarish bone horses or riding ghastly white bone dragons. It was like a vast ocean with no end in sight. This was an army. Kull held the key to open the Nibelung. He could summon the undead warriors from the land of the dead at any time. My daughter go, lead them to spread fear throughout the world. Let everyone die, trembling in despair. Kull pointed his hand, and a black ship appeared on the icy sea. The mast was covered with dead bodies, and the canvas was torn and tattered as if decaying. All-Father, by your will. Cynthia, the daughter of Red Skull, knelt on one leg, gripped the war hammer, and nodded vigorously. She wanted to accomplish the grand task that her father failed to achieve, destroying the world, Asgard, royal palace of Valaskjalf. Unfortunately, I have some news for you. Luke looked at Thor, who had just been released from prison with a sorrowful face. Odin, who had a momentary lapse, fell into the hands of the awakened Kull. Inside the hall, the gatekeeper Heimdall rolled his eyes. He watched the whole battle. The god king was clearly thrown over like a lead ball. The goddess Freyja's face was expressionless and silent. Only Thor, who doubted, said, Wasn't father fighting with you? I just had a friendly spar with Odin. He is the god king of Asgard, and I'm the sorcerer supreme of Taj. We are in the same camp. Why would we go against each other? Luke said righteously with a big wave of his hand. So, why is Odin's spear, Gungnir, in your possession? Loki pointed and asked weakly. In the Sorcerer Supreme battle, she saw Superman's strength and was too afraid to fight him. Moreover, the other party gave Odin a good beating. This made Loki's heart happy. She couldn't wait for Superman to step up his efforts. This was given to me personally by Odin before he fell into Kull's hands. Luke gripped Gungnir, coughed twice, cleared his throat and said, As we all know, a crisis is coming. Not only for Earth, but also for Asgard and the entire 9 realms. Odin and I, one representing the Earth and the other Asgard, were supposed to form an alliance to fight against the God of Fear. However, in the process of learning from each other, Odin was ambushed, and he was captured alive by Kull. The present situation is also very dangerous. I think he gave Gungnir to me because he hopes I can join hands with Thor to stop this crisis and rescue the God King at the same time. Luke's face looked serious. He was talking nonsense without even blinking. He didn't believe Thor would reject him, with the Earth at stake and his father in the hands of the enemy. The 8 worthy, the Legion of the Dead, plus the Serpent, Kull, who was once an All-Father, hadn't come here yet. What could Asgard do against the God of Fear without Odin in his seat? It was obviously not a wise choice to fight alone without the Sorcerer Supreme. This was also the reason why Heimdall didn't puncture Luke's remarks out loud, and the goddess Freyja didn't say a word. Patience for a moment of calm, taking a step back and looking at the bigger picture. If they had any grudges, wait until they killed the serpent and rescued Odin. If they really wanted to turn against him, who could be Luke's opponent? Thor, the Sorcerer Supreme, should be telling the truth. Finally, Freyja spoke. Right now, the most important thing is to fight against Kull. Other issues should be put aside for the time being. The graceful and honorable queen spoke with deep meanings in her words. Luke gently smiled as if he didn't notice it. If he could beat Odin once, he could beat him a second time. Right now, in the 9 realms, Superman was sitting at the top spot. Unless Thor could surpass his father, understanding of the runes on a whole new level, and become the Rune King Thor. Otherwise, Luke believed that he had no rivals. The goddess had a point. The worthy have appeared. The power of the Avengers alone won't be able to stop them. Luke, who bore the Sorcerer Supreme title, skillfully took over the reins. In addition to sacrificing Midgard and preparing to bombard the Earth using the Bifrost, Odin also made other plans. The palace had been turned into an armament factory, with all kinds of armor and weapons being produced like flowing water. Those enchanted swords could be effective in killing the undead warriors. Several Asgard legions were summoned back from other realms ready to fight. It seemed that Odin was prepared for the worst. But the Bifrost is destroyed. How are we going to get to Earth? Thor frowned and asked. All eyes were focused on Luke. The latter looked calm and didn't feel embarrassed at all. The destruction of the Bifrost is actually a good thing. Luke seriously said. Don't forget, Kull was once the king of Asgard. What? You don't know yet. Let Loki tell you more about it later. Thor, released from prison, scratched his head. He felt that he had missed a lot of things. Kull the Serpent, the Worthy. This was the first time he had heard of this. Maybe he has some kind of means to control the Bifrost and reverse the transmission of his legion to Asgard, which will lead the wolf into the house. Luke showed and everything is within expectations look, while Thor was dubious. As for how to get to Earth, Thor, it's up to you. Pointed to the God of Thunder, the chubby guy shrinking in the corner. The sunglasses-wearing, bearded Thor walked up to them with a shameless stride. I know a way. He once avoided the Bifrost with Loki, traveling from the dark underground river to other realms. Is this fat man reliable? Thor, who was holding Mjolnir, didn't look good. He hated the other party. Not only because he had the same name as himself, but also because of his bloated figure, greasy smell, and decadent lifestyle. What's more, this guy was always staring at Loki, giggling, and always acting attentively. Thor was obliged to smash him with his hammer if he had any bad intentions towards his sister. Who are you calling a fat man? The chubby Thor felt offended. What about a different name, one-eyed fatty? Thor sneered. Wow, I never knew I was so annoying. The chubby Thor shook his head and opened his palm. The Stormbreaker flew in the want a taste of my axe. You rude, uneducated bastard. Thor, unafraid, held up Mjolnir with great fury and asked, Have you ever been hit by a hammer? To be honest, I don't want it to touch your fat and greasy body. It would be disgusting. A tall, chubby man against a strong warrior in armor. The closer the two gods of thunder got, the stronger sense of tension filled the air. It seemed that, in the next moment, they were going to fight and beat each other up. That's enough. Shut up, both of you. Loki, who couldn't stand it, shouted. Master Sorcerer Supreme, I know an underground river leading to Midgard. I can lead the way. Let these two idiots continue to argue. We'll go first. After saying that, Loki, wearing a green cloak, stormed out of the hall on her long legs. Humph, for Loki's sake, I'll let you off this time, you fat bastard. Thor said. Humph, for Loki's sake, I have decided not to beat the shit out of you, cocky bastard, the chubby god of thunder said. The two men glared at each other, then unanimously caught up with Loki, who ran away. Is this some kind of alternative? No man's land, the battle between two girls, boyfriends. Luke froze in place. The entanglement between the three Asgardians is a bit complicated. One Thor wanted to be the brother-in-law of another Thor. Or was one Thor cuckolding the other Thor? Cuckolding yourself. It was too confusing. Luke shook his head, threw Gungnir to Heimdall, and followed them. With two guards of thunder, Loki and Luke, they set out on a journey to Midgard. Sorcerer Supreme, shouldn't there be a spell that could take us to our destination with a portal? They rowed a ship along the dark underground river while looking for the gap in space. Loki, who had a cold face and was sulking, suddenly remembered. The Sorcerer Supreme, who personally crushed the biggest legendary figure in Asgard and knocked Odin to dust, seemed to be able to use transmission spells. That's right. Luke nodded. Opening a portal was just a casual thing for him. Then why do we have to travel this way? A series of question marks popped up on Loki's head. The underground river was unfathomable and dark. Coupled with the presence of huge beasts, it wasn't an easy road to travel. If not necessary, Loki didn't want to come on this risky trip. Because I forgot about it. Luke shrugged his shoulders and replied. Loki didn't know how to answer that. Judging from his appearance, this Sorcerer Supreme shouldn't have Alzheimer's. Right, Luke smiled and continued. I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Because our purpose isn't only to return to Midgard, it's also to stop Kull's invasion. He has his Nibelung army of the undead and ain't worthy. Coupled with the power of fear being absorbed all this time, he will soon return to his prime. Relying on the earth and Asgard is far from enough to deal with this war. Uniting the 9 realms and resisting together is the only way. Luke explained his idea. He was ready to build a huge stage for Thor. According to the prophecy, the god of thunder, the man of destiny, would personally cut off the serpent's head. Then, after a few steps, died of poisoning. Odin, the king of the gods, was an all-father, but he believed in the prophecy, even feared it. He wanted to stop it at the cost of destroying Earth. And the serpent, Kull, once the all-father of Asgard. His attitude towards the prophecy was also one of semi-belief. It could be seen that Asgard's prophecy may be the trajectory of some kind of destiny. Once it became an inevitable fact, it would be hard to change. Luke didn't have an elaborate plan. Instead of wasting time to break the shackles of a prophecy, it was better to count on Thor. Loki, you should go to Jotunheim and persuade the frost giants to join the war. And Thor, you should go to Muspelheim, the realm of fire, and form an alliance with Surtur. As for you, extra god of thunder, you have experience in dealing with the Avengers. Go back to Midgard first and prepare them for a lengthy battle. Luke, like a competent task giver NPC, actively assigned tasks to everyone. On the first day he came to this realm, he had a fight with the almighty All-Father of Asgard. And by the way, save Earth from the other's hands. Why would he want to go to Antarctica and fight for another 100 rounds with another All-Father? Unless Vishanti was willing to pay, there was no way. Luke thought very clearly he was just a temporary worker. How much work he would do depended on how much he was paid. Since Asgard had predicted this, he should just help Thor and set the stage. Odin loved his son dearly, but he didn't. Besides, how did one break the limits of destiny? This required careful observation and information gathering. The job of a savior is really not for me. Luke thought so silently. Laufey, the king of the frost giants, and Surtur, the flame giant, they are all enemies of Asgard. How could they possibly agree to an alliance? Thor asked with a skeptical look on his face. When it came to fighting, he was excellent at it. However, reasoning with others, negotiating, and reaching an alliance with others wasn't his strong suit. Learn more from your sister, Loki. She's an expert in this field. Luke shook his head helplessly. He felt that the fight for Asgard's throne in this world wasn't complicated at all. Remember, many people have said that before. Thor had no experience and ability to govern a country, while Loki was passionate about power and intrigue. In addition, the latter had the blood of frost giants and was a descendant of Laufey. The gender should be changed, and let Loki marry Thor. The throne would belong to Thor, and the power would belong to Loki. It's the best of both worlds. The original joke had come true in this universe, but a new problem ensued. Loki had 2 brothers now. Which one should she choose? If Laufey and Surtur refuse you, then give them my name. Luke smiled kindly. The battle between him and Odin penetrated through the 9 realms. It seemed that both Laufey and Surtur saw what happened. He believed that they would both understand what would happen if they rejected it. That's a threat, right? Thor asked straightforwardly. No, it's a friendly way to convince others. Luke answered. Manhattan, New York. A beam of light crashed down and attracted everyone's attention. They saw 3 weird guys coming out of it. It's the Hulk. It's Hulk. Someone recognized one of the leaders of the Avengers. Who are those 2 weirdos? Someone noticed something was wrong. He took out his cell phone and took a video while gradually retreating to a safe place. This was a New Yorker's sense of awareness. When there is an abnormal situation, it is recommended to run away in advance. There might be an intense battle between a superhero and a supervillain later. I like this place, it's crowded. The fearful screams would be very loud later. Cynthia, the daughter of Red Skull, said so while holding the hammer of Skadi. That hideous skull scanned around, not minding the strange looks. I want hit, crush, everything. The Hulk, holding the hammer of Null, breaker of worlds, said so word for word. Turn them all into stone statues, make them scream fear and despair. The third worthy was the absorbing man, owner of the hammer of Grethoth, breaker of wills. He worked as a boxer and then was recruited into Hydra. The famous story was that he killed Daredevil's father in the ring. At his peak, he was able to go 50-50 against the Hulk. In the villain camp, he belonged to the third or fourth line characters. Let's begin. Attract the Avengers first. Through a transmission spell from Cull, the three worthy arrived in New York. They all lifted their hammers and smashed them on the ground. Boom! A violent wave of electricity and air burst forth. The cars on both sides of the concrete road were directly crushed by the substantial pressure. Glass windows shattered, and large cracks bloomed on the ground. The Hulk took the lead, stepped on the roof of a car, and roared. Sound waves tore through the air and rippled out in a circle. The crowd, which was still watching the commotion, instantly panicked and fled. Of course, they didn't forget to hold up their phones to get a close-up of the Hulk, who exuded a strong sense of power. Captain, it's bad. In the command center on the helicarrier, Maria Hill had a serious expression. Washington, D.C., Chicago, Detroit, and many more. The cities are under attack. The heroic female commander's two eyebrows wrinkled together, seemingly with quite the headache. SHIELD had tens of thousands of agents and over 10 special operations teams. But at this time, there was an embarrassing lack of manpower. Even if there were 3 helicarrier to support the world, it couldn't relieve all the pressure. The White House had also been bombed by artillery fire. The Pentagon is mobilizing the Army and the National Guard, Sharon Carter added. She stretched out her hand and pulled up a holographic projection. An army of robots bearing the emblem of the Third Reich was attacking the White House. It's the remnants of Hydra. These robots, which were designed in the last century, were the weapons that Red Skull had used in World War II. However, with Red Skull's disappearance, they had never reappeared. I remember them. Bucky nodded his head. He and Steve Rogers were both eyewitnesses of World War II. In that war, the Red Skull used a lot of advanced weapons beyond the level of science and technology at that time. Part of the Allies' success was due to luck. The Tesseract removed Red Skull from the equation and also destroyed Hydra's defensive line. How is the president? The robot army merely looked impressive, but in fact, they weren't as efficient as combat aircrafts. At the very least, they could level the White House with their weapons. The swarming robots were blocked by SHIELD's rapid response unit. Safe for now. He's hiding in the safe house, Maria Hill replied. We sent in Spider-Man and Iron Fist, and the Punisher also volunteered to join the team. Bucky was relieved to hear the names of these men. These were superheroes who were popular and powerful. They shouldn't have any problems dealing with the scrap metal sent by Hydra. Who's leading them? I remember that the remnants of the Red Skull's people were cleaned up long ago. Bucky held his arms around his chest and asked with a cold expression. Before he took over as Captain America, SHIELD and the Avengers launched a massive blanket search. It almost uprooted all of the Hydra forces in Eastern Europe and uncovered many of its members within. He didn't expect them to be so tenacious that there were still remnants hiding in the shadows. Cynthia, Red Skull's daughter, appeared in Antarctica and awakened the sleeping serpent, Cull, Sharon Carter replied. On the holographic projection, a clear picture of a Red Skull appeared. So it was her. There was a glint in Bucky's eyes. He had fought the other party several times. Red Skull's daughter was an excellent killer. In the rankings of the underworld, the Winter Soldier deservingly took first place. Cynthia, code-named Sin, could be ranked in the top 5. Captain, a new message. Maria Hill pressed her headset, received a message from the encrypted channel, and immediately reported it. The Hulk, Cynthia, and the Absorbing Man are in Manhattan's Times Square. Sharon Carter quickly mobilized SHIELD's satellite and the nearby surveillance cameras to project the live images. Raw. It just happened to be the image of the Hulk's roaring face. The large, muscular green man was seen stomping on the car at his feet, leaping up and crashing into a nearby high-rise building. The hammer of Null swept through, and electricity raged like a wild anaconda, blasting out several large holes. At the same time, Cynthia wasn't idle. She picked up a car in front of her with one hand and threw it out. Boom! The car smashed several billboards and street lamps, causing smoke to billow and then explode. The scene became even more chaotic as more passers-by were frightened by the flames of the fire. The absorbing man raised his hammer and radiated a wave of turquoise light. The strange energy radiation exploded out, and all living things around him were petrified. 3. Worthy. Bucky's face looked grave. It seemed that he didn't expect that the worthy, who were scattered all over the world, would suddenly come together. Their horrific acts of destruction were broadcast on television and made known to the world. A sense of fear was growing and gestating in everyone's hearts. This would help Kull, the serpent, to recover gradually and return to his Allfather level. Thinking of everything that the Sorcerer Supreme had told them, Bucky silently clenched the vibranium shield in his hand. It was time to move. Once known as the economic center of the world, Manhattan was turned into a war zone. The National Guards quickly responded and were the first to arrive. Police cars formed a defensive line, and tanks drove up the street. The sound of gunfire, artillery, explosions were heard everywhere. One couldn't help but wonder if World War III had started. Iron Man and Hawkeye are out there. Similar attacks have broken out in Dubai and London, and they're unable to provide support for the time being. Bucky took on his best friend's tone and started a pre-battle speech to boost everyone's morale. He was wearing Captain America's Stars and Stripes uniform while holding the iconic vibranium shield in his right hand. The world needs SHIELD and the Avengers. Bucky strapped on his parachute and took Sharon Carter, along with 2 special operations teams, on a targeted drop into Manhattan's Times Square. Yes, sir. Captain America, sir. Cynthia, who had hammered down the main battle tank under heavy fire, saw a flower blooming in the sky. The star-spangled banner uniform was too conspicuous. It was simply the brightest star in the night sky, which automatically attracted her hatred. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Killing Captain America with my own hands, is there anything more exciting than this? Cynthia took a deep breath, seemingly intoxicated and excited. She swung the hammer of Skadi and flew towards Captain America's landing site. It's a pity that it's not Steve Rogers. Cynthia, daughter of Red Skull, codenamed Sin, lamented. She appeared in front of everyone from SHIELD like a cannonball, glanced at them, directly waved her hammer, and smashed into Captain America, who had severed the parachute and landed steadily. The latter subconsciously raised the vibranium shield. The terrifying sound wave and shocking power seemed to be absorbed. Only an intense burst of blinding light was emitted. Bucky's metal arm, as if electrified, felt so numb that he couldn't even hold his shield. My father died at the hands of Captain America, Cynthia said in a hateful tone. Today, I will kill Captain America and prove who the real leader of Hydra is. With the intensity of her emotions, the hammer of Skadi glowed green and the power of fear was unleashed. Like the whispers of the devil or a manic scream, it tore and tormented both the minds and the eardrums of everyone there. Bang! The shield in his hand was blown away. Bucky held his head in both hands, with a painful look on his face. He seemed to have returned to the days when he was brainwashed by Leviathan, and the floodgates to his endless nightmarish memories swung open. Compared to Steve Rogers, you're a lot worse. Cynthia disdainfully curled her lips. She held up her hammer with both hands, ready to smash the other party's head. In any case, it was a good thing for her side to stain the stars and stripes with blood. This would crush SHIELD's morale, send the Avengers into grief, and cause global panic. The crimson-red face smiled triumphantly. Boom! But before Cynthia could swing the hammer, a vortex of emptiness suddenly opened up above Manhattan. Large dark clouds gathered, lightning swept by, thunder rolled as if the end was near. Dazzling thunder, like a pillar of light, bombarded the ground. Out of it came a round figure. This man wore sunglasses and had a beer belly. The beard was scraggly, the hair was greasy, and he resembled a fat guy who had lost his way. Get out of here, you fat fuck. Cynthia had no patience for the passerby who interrupted her revenge. Of course, the main reason was that after she became worthy, she was deeply influenced by her inner emotions. It was well known that the intelligence of those who used the hammers was generally lower. Who did you say was fat? Originally, he still had a simple smile on his face. The chubby Thor tightly furrowed his brow and revealed a warning in his eyes. Even if she called him fat, she still had to add the word, fuck. That's too much. Who did you say was fat? The chubby god of thunder also knew in his heart that he was addicted to junk food with a large number of carbohydrates and online games for a long time. Compared with his former self, he was really a little bit more rounded. In any case, after coming to Earth, his social order was good. In addition to SHIELD and the emergence of the Avengers, there would rarely be a villain or villains who were too short-sighted. Therefore, Thor had nothing to do. Most of his time was occupied by playing games. Even his beloved Stormbreaker was neglected. Naturally, he got fatter and fatter. However, sometimes when the truth was spoken, it would still hurt. Moreover, even if they called him fat, they still added the word fuck, who could bear it. Thor felt angry, and blood rushed to his head. The right hand that held the Stormbreaker involuntarily gripped tighter. So, I can't call you fat. Cynthia added fuel to the fire and continued. Although she vaguely felt that this one-eyed fatso, dressed like a Viking and unkempt, seemed a little familiar. But no matter what, the daughter of the Red Skull didn't associate the man in front of her with Thor, Asgard's god of thunder. That was a huge gap between the god and this fat guy. It couldn't be compared at all. It seems that I should temporarily put away my principle of not hitting women for a while. From the dark clouds, a light descended and fell on Thor's body. The divine power condensed into armor, covering his chest, hands, and feet. It seems that I really need to lose weight. Thor twisted his rounded body, feeling uncomfortable. This majestic armor seemed to feel tighter and constricting. In public, he adjusted his crotch so that it wouldn't affect the battle. I hope you won't cry for your mother later, asking for her to take you home. Cynthia kicked Bucky to the ground. Captain America was already on the menu. She could eat him up whenever she wanted. The fat man who broke into the battlefield was really an eyesore. She wanted to kill him first. She lifted the hammer of Skadi with one hand and pointed it at Thor. It glowed ghostly green, looking like waves of water. A circle of air currents stirred up, and a piercing electric current shook the earth. The ground was ravaged, and a prominent scar was ploughed out. I am the god of thunder, Thor whispered, waving the Stormbreaker. With no fear on his face, he slashed through the blast of energy formed by the divine power of fear. Then, lightning burst from his eyes, and incandescent white light lingered around his body. At this time, the big fatty looked a little more like a true god of thunder. A shocking power erupted out of that simple face with a stern aura. The dramatic change made Cynthia put away her contempt and look serious. She didn't expect that this ordinary-looking and somewhat obscene fatty was still a master with hidden strength. She was facing Thor, the god of thunder. There was also the Stormbreaker that could rip open the atmosphere. Cynthia was caught off guard and had difficulty dodging. She had to raise the war hammer with both hands to block the fierce attack. Boom! Kull's power of fear collided with the rune of thunder. With the dazzling light, the torrent of energy that could destroy everything was released, lighting up the skies above the neighborhood. Cynthia, like a cannonball, crashed into a car not far behind her. The metal door flattened out, and a clear outline was printed. This fat guy is pretty fierce. Cynthia spat out some blood and got back to her feet like a resilient warrior. When the strong light dissipated and the smoke subsided, she saw Thor, holding the Stormbreaker, striding forward. It was as if a Nordic deity had descended onto Earth. Unfortunately, his rounded figure affected the image. It made the other party's majestic face look funny. The hammer of Skadi, the first embodiment of Kull's powers. Thor stared at the hammer. He held the Stormbreaker, giving birth to a layer of extremely cold frost. Crack, crack. Under the high temperature of his thunder, the solid ice melted and evaporated into vapor. Skadi, the goddess of ice and snow in Nordic mythology, represented winter. With the hammer named after her, it wasn't hard to guess what kind of ability it had. Are you Thor of Asgard? Cynthia was a little surprised. Although there may be a gap between the two figures, the thunderous divine power couldn't be faked. This fatty in front of her was most likely Thor. However, she clearly remembered that he was a blonde muscle brain with an 8-pack. How did he become a round, unkempt fatso in just a few months? Or was this what the god of thunder really looked like? On the official website of the Avengers, all those photos were actually retouched. With a series of questions in her head, Cynthia swung the war hammer and smashed it head-on. Bang! The sound of iron colliding with iron. The ear-splitting sound waves swept through the air, shattering nearby windows and causing the alarms of parked cars to blare. Axe collided with the hammer, and they fiercely pushed against each other. The ground where Cynthia was standing caved in, opening up thick cracks. Thor, from the movie universe, squeezed the axe with both hands and pressed down hard. He was from Asgard. The combat education he received since he was a child didn't have anything related to pitying women or being merciful because the opponent was a woman. On the battlefield, anything in front of him was an enemy that needed to be defeated and killed. Roar. Just as Thor was about to cut off the Red Skull with his Stormbreaker, a roar of rage seemed to set off a Category 12 typhoon. The dust swept away, and the atmosphere shook. A big green man fell from the sky and slammed Thor with a heavy punch, like a cannon. The latter, with his axe, flew in a straight line and rolled through several buildings. Hulk! How could he? Struggling to get up, Thor rubbed his dizzy head, still unable to recognize what had happened. Thinking of the friendship formed with Hulk in the gladiatorial arena on Sakaar, he felt that Hulk had no reason to do this to him. Breaker of worlds, Null, smash that fatso, Cynthia said bitterly. Hulk, holding the hammer of Null, made several amazing jumps in a row. The ground shook as if it was rippling, and a large piece of cement tumbled outward. Smash! Destroy! Hulk roared. The reinforced concrete in front of him was shattered like a paper mash. The war hammer swept down, and everything shattered. Like a tank, he knocked down several walls in a row. Found! You! Hulk's eyes were filled with anger, reflecting Thor's fat figure. He raised the hammer of Null up high. The power of fear gathered as if it was going to smash the world to pieces. Wait! Thor quickly stretched out his hand to stop the Hulk from hurting friendly forces in a violent act. A silly smile appeared on his face, like a 300-plus-pound fool. We're friends, remember? Banner, no, you're the Hulk now. I mean, I may not be your friend in this universe, but in another place I fought side by side with another you. We're good buddies. Hulk's movements couldn't help but pause. The anger in his eyes gradually receded, and he seemed to come to his senses gradually. Yes, that's it, Hulk. Thor was happy with his own resourcefulness. He was no longer the reckless man who had to solve everything by force. He learned to communicate and to use language to disrupt his opponents. By the way, do you remember Loki? Or Natasha? Hearing that, Hulk slowly lowered the raised war hammer. Thor also released the Stormbreaker and reached out to show his friendship. That hammer is bewitching you, corrupting you. Thor foolishly smiled and thought that he had persuaded the Hulk. Unexpectedly, the Hulk's eyes changed, and his anger rose again. He felt it again, the terrifying power of control that overpowered his body and mind. Suddenly, he picked up Thor with his left hand and swung him around like a noodle. Boom, 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 boom. This kind of feels familiar, like being run over by an aircraft carrier. Thor felt his whole body aching, and his bones felt like they were shattered. However, the cruel beating wasn't over yet. After a crazy beating, he was thrown high into the air and crashed through several floors of ceilings. Hulk gripped the war hammer in both hands and swung it as if he was playing baseball. Bang! With a dull sound, like a baseball ball, Thor flew out of control and turned into a shining spot in the sky. I don't know you. Hulk put down the hammer and spoke in a rough voice. Just as Thor was fighting with the Hulk and Cynthia 2 blocks away, a steel battle suit painted in red and gold rushed back to Manhattan in time. Oh my God, what's going on here? Tony Stark looked at the street under his feet, feeling terrified, and his hair stood on end. It was too quiet. Compared with the sensational explosion over there was silence here, and even a needle falling to the ground could be heard. There are no living people in the streets, only lifelike stone carvings standing everywhere. On their faces, there were clearly visible signs of panic and fear. What kind of monster or terrible sight did they see? Jarvis, scan the entire street and connect the surrounding monitoring. Tony Stark subconsciously lowered his voice. In an extremely quiet environment, the atmosphere suddenly became overwhelming. I don't know what's going on over at SHIELD. Those damn bastards have turned the world into a war zone, spreading chaos and generating fear. Iron Man had just finished dealing with the turmoil that happened in London. A worthy attacked the Prime Minister's residence. That guy could create a weather phenomenon, triggering tornadoes, lightning, and thunderstorms. It was a tough supervillain. Iron Man, Hawkeye, and the second-generation Ant-Man spent a lot of effort, only barely repelling the other party. After receiving a request for help from SHIELD, Tony Stark left the job of cleaning up the battlefield to Hawkeye. He quickly returned to North America and flew to Manhattan. "Sir, 300 meters from here, we found a survivor." Jarvis accessed all the surveillance cameras in Manhattan and found a middle-aged man hiding nearby. He hid in a dark alley and curled up behind a trash can. A bizarre catastrophe suddenly swept through and turned everyone into this. Tony Stark made a preliminary judgment. With these years of experience with the Avengers, dealing with a variety of super-villains, his psychological preparedness and endurance had greatly improved. Aliens, foreign guards, even mysterious masters, and so on. Iron Man had met them all. He scanned his surroundings and kept an eye out for enemies. While approaching the alley, he was ready to get more information from the other party. "Hello, I'm an Avenger, Iron Man. I think you should have seen me on TV or on the news, right?" Tony, who introduced himself as always, was trying to relieve the pressure with humor. "Do you need medical help, or?" The middle-aged man huddled in the corner, waving his hand vigorously, lowered his voice and said, "SHH. Don't say a word. You can't do anything, it's a monster." Iron Man could see the deep fear in the middle-aged man's eyes. He was like a terrified child, on the verge of a nervous breakdown. "Heh, I'm an Avenger, I can." Boom, a huge figure fell to the ground. It interrupted Iron Man's words of comfort. "Tony Stark." The voice was coarse and rough, like rusty metal grinding against each other. Iron Man clearly saw the uninvited guest through his helmet. As the middle-aged man said, he was a monster. Close to 3 meters high, his whole body was glowing with a steel like shiny black luster. He looked like a swamp thing that had absorbed a large amount of metal and bonded it together. His eyes glowed dark yellow, and he held a conspicuous square hammer in his right hand. "Destroy!" the steel monster shouted, and the hammer emitted a ring of dark green flames. Like a flame, it soared up with the wind and filled the alley. Iron Man saw the situation and set up an iron shield to defend against the attack. But the greenish flame didn't touch him, but passed through the red and gold steel armor. Crack! Iron Man suddenly turned his head and saw the middle-aged man turn into a stone statue. On his face, there was a deep look of fear. "You're the one who did this." Iron Man's tone was full of anger. He raised 2 mechanical arms, and his palm cannon blasted out a beam of light, sending the monster wielding the hammer flying. "Sir, I searched the database in SHIELD. Jarvis gave him timely information to facilitate the battle later on. His name is Carl Creel. He used to be a boxer and later worked for Hydra. Code name, Absorbing Man. He's able to change the molecular structure of his body and imitate any material he touches." Iron Man nodded his head. No wonder this guy was covered in metal. Like the hard shell of a turtle, he had excellent defensive power. "What about the hammer that can petrify people? Can you analyze any useful information?" The iron battle suit flew into the air and temporarily left the battlefield. "It is impossible to scan, let alone detect," Javits reluctantly replied. "Well, it looks like I'm going to have to fight him alone." Iron Man grimaced. He hated things that couldn't be explained or measured by science. For example, magic, roar, destroy, air. Holding the hammer of Grethoth, the Absorbing Man roared and rushed up with his powerful jump. He smashed into Iron Man's face like a cannonball. The hammer was swung, sending up a strong wind. It seemed like the atmosphere was blown away. Bang! The nanomaterial steel battle suit instantly formed an alloy square shield. However, Tony Stark seemed to underestimate Worthy's true strength. The heavy force shattered the solid shield that was strong enough to withstand a cannon. Iron battle suit was suddenly hit hard. Like a discharged bullet, it spun with great speed and smashed heavily into the ground. 30% damage. The repair process is underway. A broken rib and a large muscle contusion were detected. Medical procedures are being initiated. The alarm rang through the helmet and kept ringing in Tony Stark's ear. It's like being hit by a car. This idea came up in his mind. Destroy. It seemed that this was the only sentence that the strange man could say. He landed firmly on the ground and walked towards Iron Man. With every step, the street shook, extremely powerful. "Do you want to know why I talk a lot on the battlefield?" Iron Man, who had a slight concussion, finally regained awareness. He struggled to get up despite the pain all over his body. The words traveled far and wide through his speakers. "Sometimes I also ask myself, why would I act like the pajama-wearing spider baby? I can't stop talking and saying stupid things when I meet an enemy. Iron Man's hands join together, and parts of the robot arm click together, forming a huge barrel. The arc reactor on his chest kept charging up, causing nearly a dozen gun barrels to light up with a white glow. Because we're scared, because we're afraid. Iron Man gripped the ground with both legs. Like a pile driver, he dug deep into the concrete pavement to prevent himself from being knocked away by the terrifying recoil. Yes, superheroes are afraid of death, injury, and loss. Some people are scared out of their wits by fear, but some people can turn fear into strength. Boom! The high temperature that could melt everything erupted. The absorbing man raised the hammer of Grithoth. The guard of fear's power rippled out in a circle, blocking the terrifying energy blast like a force field. By the way, I named it the Gustav Cannon. It can flatten half a city. Tony Stark still wouldn't shut up. He tried to keep his feet steady, but with little success. The full release of the energy cannon pushed the iron battle suit, and it kept moving backward. The ground was ravaged with a deep groove as if it had been plowed. The absorbing man also had a hard time. His metal shell slowly melted like ice cream under the high temperature. As they confronted each other, a vortex appeared in the void. Thor, who was carrying Mjolnir, and Loki. They appeared and rushed to the battlefield. "Looks like you're having a little trouble, Stark," Thor jokingly said so, carrying Loki down to the ground. "Not dead yet, unless you plan to stand on the sidelines and watch the show." Iron Man tried to squeeze this sentence out of his mouth. "Don't worry, the Earth is saved. I have brought with me the armies of the 9 realms," Thor said happily. He glanced at Worthy with a hint of disgust in his eyes. The minion of the serpent was an enemy of Asgard. "Let me take care of this guy." Thor raised his hand and threw Mjolnir. The thunder hammer pierced the atmosphere and radiated electricity, hitting the absorbing man who was struggling to hold on. "Thor, don't let him. Touch your hammer." Iron Man seemed to realize something and urgently yelled. However, it was too late. Mjolnir was a legendary weapon of Asgard. Its first owner wasn't Thor, but Odin's eldest daughter, the imprisoned goddess of death, Hela. As everyone knew, Asgard's family relationship was bad and complicated, because of the father-daughter discord, disagreement, and deeper reasons. Odin, in a fit of rage, deprived her of the right to use Mjolnir and banished Hela to the underworld. When Thor was born, the god king gave this hammer as a gift to his eldest son, the future king. Mjolnir was crafted from a nugget of Uru, using the core of a dying star and Odin's magical blessing attached to it. It was indestructible, with amazing qualities. It could also manipulate the weather, summon storms, and use magic to deal damage. Ever since he got Mjolnir, it had been Thor's favorite weapon. "Let me take care of this guy." Thor was quite confident and couldn't wait to show his talents. Mjolnir was bursting with light as it launched into the air. Like a solid cannonball, it directly slammed towards the absorbing man. "Thor, don't let him touch your hammer." Hearing this, the god of thunder couldn't help but look at Iron Man, who was unleashing the Gustav cannon with a puzzled look. "That's my own hammer. What's wrong?" "Destroy." The absorbing man growled like beasts. The force field launched by the divine power of fear suddenly shrank inward. The energy cannon that could level half of the city went in unhindered and took away half of the absorbing man's body while it flew upwards into the air. The sky seemed to have been pierced, and the accumulated dark clouds tore open a big hole, leaving a visible wound-like hole in the clouds. The absorbing man's steel-like body melted like ice cream. The black blood, sticky like oil, was vaporized by the high temperature before it hit the ground. At such a great risk, the absorbing man, armed with the hammer of Grithoth, took the initiative to touch Thor's Mjolnir. Bang! The thunder hammer, wrapped in terrible power, struck him in the chest. Rumble, smash. The absorbing man flew backward violently. His body seemed to break apart, sending out a spatter of blood. However, Thor felt something was wrong. Mjolnir didn't completely penetrate the flesh, as if it was embedded in the body of the opponent and couldn't be pulled out. A mass of green flame wrapped around the hammer. No matter how it burst with electricity, it couldn't break free. Zai zai, zai zai zai. The absorbing man could fully understand that it was like being burned on the inside and still tender on the outside. The dazzling electricity roared with anger on the remaining half of his body. His flesh and blood were like charred pieces of charcoal, brittle and vulnerable to completely crumbling at any moment. But the absorbing man clenched his teeth and didn't move. All of his mental capacity and will were controlled by the hammer of fear. Boom! Thor opened his palm, trying to call Mjolnir back. From the dark clouds above, dazzling lightning bolts bombarded the absorbing man. The hammer of Grithoth seemed to be conscious. Not to be outdone, it swept out a circle of green flame and fought back. Danger! Thor's intuition alerted him. He first pulled Loki next to him and quickly dodged away. It's some kind of magic that can petrify people. As long as any flesh and blood body touches it, they would immediately turn into stone, Iron Man promptly explained. You shouldn't have slammed your hammer into him. This guy absorbs the material he touches and mimics it. After Tony Stark shot the Gustav cannon, the iron battle suit's energy was depleted, and he could no longer participate in the battle. He could only provide some useful information to help Thor win. Crack, crack. As Iron Man's words fell, the surface of absorbing man's body underwent dramatic changes. The melted half of his body slowly grew silvery flesh, like hard armor wrapping around the throbbing Mjolnir. The muscles on his body, like a balloon, were constantly expanding. Like steel bars, they twisted tightly into muscles. They looked like they were full of power and seemed highly exaggerated, like Kinnikuman coming straight out of the comics. The original glossy black metallic luster changed to a conspicuous silvery white shine. Roar! The absorbing man loudly roared. Sound waves shook the air and set off obvious ripples, visible to the naked eye. He absorbed my hammer. Thor was surprised and somewhat in disbelief. But that Uru metal, a specialty of Asgard, its hardness and enchantment effect. Among the 9 realms, it was the best. He's not that powerful. Perhaps the serpent, Kull's hammer, has strengthened his ability to absorb, Iron Man speculated. What do we do now? Can you beat this monster without your hammer? Tony Stark meant that if Thor couldn't fight, they should retreat for now. They would have a showdown with this guy later on. Ah, no, Mjolnir. Thor hesitated. Without his hammer, he felt like a 50% similar knockoff. It was difficult for him to display his full combat powers. The guy who absorbed the Uru metal, on the contrary, would get stronger and stronger. In this situation, he wasn't optimistic. Retreat. Thor, get the hammer back later. Loki tugged her brother's cloak. That metal monster didn't look easy to deal with. She knew too well that even though Thor was called the God of Thunder, but he was actually the God of Hammer. Without Mjolnir, his combat power would be less than 30 or 40%. If they stayed here, they would only be passively beaten. No, I'm here to save Earth. How can I run away? Thor righteously refused, and his tone lowered to a whisper. Mjolnir is my partner. I can't leave her here, in the hands of that damn bastard. Loki helplessly shrugged, expressing her speechlessness. Her brother had this peculiar hobby. She couldn't do anything about it. Can your fists break through Uru metal? You can't even break the defense. How are you going to fight him? Loki sneered. This universe's Thor hadn't been sufficiently trained, relying too much on Mjolnir. Unlike the chubby God of Thunder, after the hammer was crushed by Hela, he awakened the power of thunder in his body. Destroy. The absorbing man seemed to have thought of the same thing. His silvery white metallic body released a heavy momentum. Holding the hammer of Grithoth, he took an arrogant step forward. Like a rhinoceros in a frenzy, he rammed straight at them. Without Mjolnir, I'm still the most powerful warrior in Asgard. Thor rubbed his hands together. As if he was a matador, his eyes fixed on his opponent. As for Loki and Iron Man, whose energy was already depleted. They had already stepped aside and waited for the God of Thunder to make his move. Come on, I've defeated a frost giant with my bare hands, tamed a fierce wyvern, and hunted, Thor shouted, boosting his morale. Bang! The hammer of Grithoth sent out a strong gale. Like hitting a baseball ball, it sent Thor flying. The latter hit the ground heavily. His legs and feet twitched and then stopped moving. Such a weak god, the absorbing man said in a deep voice. He stopped and looked at Loki and Iron Man, who had ducked to one side. Isn't your father Odin? Ask him to come to the rescue. Iron Man poked Loki on the shoulder. He didn't want to be a stone statue. Odin has been beaten by Earth's Sorcerer Supreme. He's paralyzed in bed. He can't come, Loki grimaced. She had already reminded Thor, the idiot, to retreat if he couldn't fight. Now he was dragging her into trouble. She pulled out 2 enchanted daggers from her waist. With a swish, she flung towards the absorbing man's steel body, sending out a few sparks. Then, conjuring magic with one hand, she created several illusions. Don't judge Asgard's third princess from her delicate appearance. In fact, she was proficient in magic, and her combat abilities weren't weak. It's just that she had always been hidden under Thor's aura and seemed unremarkable. Her doppelgangers scattered in all directions, and their daggers slashed at the opponent, but it was of no use. Loki's attacks were as fierce as a tiger, but the damage was only 0.5. Because of the size and strength gap, it didn't look like an assassination raid, but rather like giving someone a pedicure. When the dagger was slashing down, it only resulted in silver sparks, not even leaving a wound. The absorbing man stared down at Loki, who was jumping from side to side and performing her acrobatic movements. It seemed as if he was saying, "Is this it?" The damage caused by the two enchanted daggers were like simple scrapes. No, if she scraped a little harder, they may still be in a little pain. To be precise, it should be a slight tickle. It's all Thor's fault. Loki used all her skills that could cause damage, but it couldn't even break the metal monster's defense. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, she jumped back and out of the battlefield. She blamed everything on her reckless brother. If he hadn't given away Mjolnir for nothing and let the opponent absorb Uru metal, how could this have happened? Destroy! The absorbing man strode forward, raised the hammer of Gritharth, and smashed it on the ground. Bang! Like a high-intensity earthquake. The solid road instantly collapsed and broke apart, raising a large amount of dust. Cars on both sides of the street suddenly shook and flipped. The ground, like waves, rolled to both sides, ploughing a deep gully. The terrifying force shook all of Manhattan. Loki leapt high into the air to avoid the violent shock wave, but Thor wasn't so lucky. He had fallen to the ground. He felt consciousness blurring as he struggled to get up. As a result, he was directly impacted by the waves. Once again, the shock wave threw him high into the air. A few moments later, he crashed heavily onto the wreckage of a car. His legs twitched a few times, then stopped moving. Damn it! The other worthy is heading this way. While not doing much and watching the battle, Iron Man was recharging his battle suit. He watched the Hulk and Red Skull's daughter through the eagle's eye view transmitted by Jarvis. They seemed to sense the movement in this area and headed towards them. One worthy was already a headache. Two more would be the death of him. Aren't the Avengers powerful? Why don't you call someone? Loki used several illusion forms to confuse the absorbing man, while one silently sneaked up to Iron Man's side. If Thor had not remained on the battlefield, she would have left long ago. Earth was now the most dangerous place in the 9 realms. The serpent Kull and his worthy weren't people to be messed with. Two of the strongest people in the Avengers, Thor, is lying there, and Hulk has defected to the enemy. Iron Man helplessly replied. The crisis came so suddenly that neither SHIELD nor were the Avengers prepared for it. In other words, he could also look for their X-Men or other superheroes for help. But now the world was in chaos, and fear was spreading. For a while, it was difficult to contact people and consolidate the forces at hand. Just to deal with Kull's worthy and Nibelung's army of the dead had used up all of SHIELD and the Avengers' energy. By the way, didn't the Sorcerer Supreme go to Asgard? Where is he? Iron Man suddenly remembered Luke, the Sorcerer Supreme, who had knocked down Juggernaut on his debut. He was a true savior of the world. The Sorcerer Supreme went back to the Kamar-Taj first. He wants to open a portal and get the 9 realms to join forces. Loki shook her head. He had more important things to do and no time to pay attention to their side. When the 9 realms alliance arrived in Midgard, Kull's army of the dead would be nothing to fear. That's no good. Iron Man shook his head feebly. Later, either face 3 worthy and be smashed into tomato juice by them, or strategic retreat and fight again another day. I've charged up to 50%. I'll cover you while you take Thor away later. In Asgard's prophecy, the Sorcerer Supreme told us that only Thor can defeat the serpent. He is the key. At the critical moment, Tony Stark lived up to the title of the superhero, showing extraordinary courage in the face of death. This made Loki look up to the other party. She used to think that humans were both selfish and greedy, a race of creatures full of wickedness. I will tell Thor to remember you. Loki patted Iron Man's shoulder. Usually, when faced with a strong enemy, the person who covered the back, protecting others, wouldn't end up well. In the face of being surrounded by 3 worthy, the probability of how this would end was chilling. Please ask him to tell Pepper. Don't be too sad. She can symbolically miss me for a few years, and then start a new life. Iron Man took a deep breath and prepared himself for a courageous death. As he was giving his last words, magical sparks cut through space, opening numerous portals. Mystic masters in vintage robes appeared in Manhattan in droves. They chanted spells and incantations in unison. Then the space vibrated like a broken mirror. The whole block seemed to have been cut off and became an independent world. The streets folded up and down and connected with each other. Tall buildings like Lego bricks were constantly moving and changing, like a kaleidoscope dimension. A spectacular, bizarre sight to behold. It's the Sorcerer Supreme. Loki was the first to react. Iron Man breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, he didn't have to die. The masters of the mystic arts from Taj was in order on both sides, waiting for someone. A few seconds later, the magic spark flickered on and off, and a tall and straight figure emerged from the portal. It was Luke. Strange, I told you. There is no need to make such a big scene. Luke, who had finished his business and arrived in Manhattan, spoke with slight dissatisfaction. He had always been a low-key character and never paid attention to fame. Okay, I'll remember. Strange glanced at the corner of Sorcerer Supreme's curled-up lips and understood the meaning. Keep it up. Next time, step it up. What should we do with the three worthy trapped in the mirror dimension? Strange touched his shiny forehead, consciously put on heavy armor, picked up a large sword, ready to rush up to a set of savage impact plus whirlwind chop. You're talking as if you have solved the problem. Luke curled his lips. The Hulk, the daughter of the Red Skull, and the guy who absorbed Uru metal. Strange wouldn't be able to handle any one of these three, even if he picked one out at random. Today, you will see what it means to be a true melee master, Luke said lightly, with the style of a man of high standing. Sweeping around, his eyes fixed on the body of the absorbing man. The opponent was unlucky enough to be the one closest to him, just in time to be used as a sandbag for practical teaching. By the hoary hosts of Hoggoth, Luke directly used the super-order spell, Hoary Hosts of Hoggoth. The originally celestial-like hard body suddenly swelled and elevated, filled with a sense of oppression. Boom! Superman drew out an afterimage. Flying into mid-air, he came down from the sky and landed in front of the absorbing man. The ground shook with dust, and the dark red cloak fluttered. His size at this time was similar to his opponent, both over 3 meters tall, like small giants. Dest. Without giving the absorbing man the chance to make a sound, Luke swung his fist and stuck straight out. Boom! Raging waves of air exploded in a continuous stream of vibrations. The entire street seemed to be filled with a terrifying force, flooded with a destructive wave. The buildings on either side looked like dominoes, falling down neatly. Reinforced concrete collapsed and shattered, turning into a cloud of dust, blowing and floating. The violent tremors, centered on Luke's area, continuously radiated in all directions. The building collapsed like a mountain peak, tens of thousands of tons of construction debris pouring down. All of Manhattan, like the center of an earthquake, continued to sink and crumble downward. Strange. You see, this is a melee master. Luke threw the punch, and he didn't even look at it. He turned his head and walked away. You have a long way to go. Strange was dumbfounded. Subconsciously, he looked down. Could his clenched fists punch through Manhattan? Loki and Iron Man, who were watching the show, were even more shocked. They flew high in the sky, looking down on the dusty, shattered city. As for the target, absorbing man, they completely lost sight of him. He had completely evaporated. Like a wisp of smoke, not even a body was left. The only thing left where he stood was a square war hammer. That's Mjolnir. Luke went out of his way to spare Thor's beloved weapon. Is this the power of the Sorcerer Supreme? Iron Man finally regained his ability to think. A wizard so violent these days. With one punch, the absorbing man was blasted to pieces. Luke reached out to dust off the non-existent dust on his battle suit. The clouds and breeze were light, and the atmosphere was calm. It was as if he just accidentally stepped on an ant when he was going out. Iron Man, as well as the Worthy, which Thor had a difficult time dealing with, were so small in front of Superman. So strong. Although she had witnessed the Sorcerer Supreme and the god King Odin's battle, Loki was still a little shocked. The punch that sank Manhattan and killed the Absorber in seconds had a strong visual impact. Is the Sorcerer Supreme? Not from Earth. Iron Man had doubts. He thought that the Sorcerer Supreme was from an alien planet. After all, in his limited knowledge, the maximum limit of human strength was people as strong as the Hulk and Captain America. The power of mutants was manifested in a variety of natural abilities. Asgardians, on the other hand, exhibited stronger physical qualities and what was known as divine power. Someone like the Sorcerer Supreme, relying only on pure strength, highlighting their own formidability, was absolutely unique. You should ask him. I'm also curious to know whether mortal bodies can match gods. There was a hint of surprise in Loki's eyes, remembering Odin's defeat. She was even more in awe of Luke. That was a god king who had never faced a rival across the 9 realms. The best way for a strong man to make a name for himself was to defeat another strong man. The Sorcerer Supreme used his actions to answer the question, who was the strongest in the 9 realms? Strain, do you understand? This is the path you will take in the future. Luke lightly said so. Whether it's a demon from hell or a dimensional ruler from another dimension, as a melee master, there is no enemy that can't be solved with one punch. If there is, then swing again. Strange rubbed the shiny forehead, and a look of longing appeared in his eyes. He decided that after returning to Taj, he would immediately triple the daily 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and other training programs. As long as his training wasn't wasted, he would train to death. One day, I can be as strong as the Sorcerer Supreme and become a real powerhouse. With this in mind, Strange felt like he was pumped up and was instantly filled with fighting spirit. Are you all right? Luke, who had finished fooling around, went to Iron Man and Loki with a calm expression. He accepted the look of awe in their eyes with open arms. As everyone knew, Superman had always kept a low profile, and he wasn't a big fan of fame and fortune. But if others were to offer their admiration, Luke wouldn't refuse, just as gold shines wherever it's found. Similarly, Superman's own excellence, placed in any parallel universe, was able to attract people's heartfelt admiration. It was reasonable. I'm suffering from the charm that I shouldn't have at this age. Luke shook his head. The corners of his mouth curled up. I'm fine, but the thought of the cost of rebuilding Manhattan is a bit of a headache. Iron Man looked at him and smiled bitterly. Looking at the bustling city that was almost leveled to the ground, the economic loss was simply an astronomical amount. To be honest, as the #1 sugar daddy of SHIELD and the #1 sponsor of the Avengers, Stark Industries had to spend an unimaginable amount of expenses every year. No matter how rich he was, it was very difficult to finance every inch of land in Manhattan, and it was very expensive. Don't worry, this is the mirror dimension. As long as the spell is removed, everything will go back to its original form. Luke wasn't a newcomer. Naturally, he knew that when superheroes fought, they were no different from a demolition crew, especially for Superman. It was common for him to smash several satellites and several buildings. Fortunately, he had the mirror dimension, and he could go all out without restriction. The two worthy disappeared. Loki looked at the other areas. The Hulk and the Red Skull's daughter were about to approach. However, they were suddenly surrounded and enveloped by an ethereal green flame, a force that tore through the mirror dimension and carried the two away. The hammer of Greethoth also disappeared. Kull can sense every worthy. When he sensed that something was wrong, naturally, he would pull his minions back. Smiled. He didn't stop them. The final battle wasn't in New York, but in Antarctica. Kull's kingdom of fear was slowly rising there. The other party only sent the worthy to create chaos and extract the emotional energy of billions of living beings. The army of the 9 realms are gradually gathering, and the stage has been set for Thor, by the way. Where's Thor? Luke didn't want to start another battle with an Allfather. After all, the Vishanti didn't offer to raise his salary either. There. Loki looked slightly disgusted and pointed to a certain place covered by dirt. Before Luke gave orders, Strange took the initiative to take everyone from Taj and started digging. He was already a mature master, who knew how to share the worries of his boss. Is this really the man of destiny that Asgard predicted would kill the serpent? Seeing the dusty-haired Thor being dug up, Luke was somewhat speechless. He couldn't help but feel doubtful. Did Odin deliberately spread some gossip and create momentum for his son's succession to the throne in the future? How could he defeat an Allfather just by acting pretentious? The serpent was an existence that was at the same level as Odin. With the 8 hammers of fear providing power, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Thor couldn't even beat a worthy. How could he beat the god of fear? That prophecy seems to be watered down, no matter how you look at it. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't believe it. Loki shook her head with a bitter smile and helplessly said so. She went through Asgard's ancient collection of books to confirm the truth of this prophecy. The 3 Norns said it themselves, and they would never lie. But no matter how one looked at it, Thor couldn't be the son of prophecy, who was going to kill the serpent and claim victory over the god of fear. In Loki's eyes, the Sorcerer Supreme standing in front of her was more like a man who could stop the serpent and save the world. With his ability to defeat Odin, getting rid of the god of fear wasn't a problem. "Where's the other Thor?" Luke glanced at Thor, who was unconscious, and asked again. The Thor of this universe was unreliable, but he still had the chubby version. Loki shook her head, indicating that she hadn't seen the other one. Floating in outer space. Iron Man's robotic arm projected an image transmitted by the satellite. The chubby god of thunder hit with a home run swing by the Hulk, smashing through the atmosphere, and floated along a suborbital path. Well, does Asgard have someone reliable or not? Luke couldn't say anything. Odin was a cold-blooded butcher who intended to bomb the earth and destroy the world. His brother Kull, the serpent, was even more ferocious. As for the 2 Thors, in addition to both being cis Khans for Loki, one was full of muscles, and the other was full of fat. How will this play out? Luke was full of doubts. When the final battle arrived, the 9 realms allied forces versus the army of the dead, the Avengers would go against the worthy. If in the end, Thor, the son of prophecy, was beaten half to death by the serpent and sent to reunite with his father, wouldn't it be embarrassing for Asgard and the 3 Norns? After a moment of thought, Luke raised his hand to dismiss the mirror dimension. The devastated, sunken, and collapsed Manhattan disappeared. In its place, there was the still bustling metropolis, full of tall buildings. Luke looked up, looked through the clouds, and found the chubby god of thunder floating in outer space. This satellite-like object was smashed by the Hulk's hammer and flew straight out of the atmosphere. Fortunately, Asgardians were physically strong, especially Thor, who had the blood of the Aesir gods. He was in a coma for a while, but his life wasn't in danger. It was a relief to Luke that both Thors were the protagonist characters he had arranged for this script. If he lost any one of them, the possibility of slashing down Kull would be drastically reduced. With such a brother, Loki must have had a difficult life. Luke sighed helplessly. He flew out of the atmosphere and brought the chubby Thor back to Earth. After that, the 2 Thors were placed together, so Loki could give them a few heavy slaps. She used physical means to help them regain their consciousness. "Where's my hammer?" At the moment the Thor of this universe opened his eyes, he asked for Mjolnir. He exhaled a long sigh of relief, knowing that his beloved Mjolnir was safe and sound. Then, covering his flushed face, he asked with a grin, "Why does it feel like I've been beaten up?" What the fat god of thunder did was different. This Thor only had his sister in his heart. After regaining consciousness, his first sentence was, "Loki, are you okay?" This made the latter's heart flutter with emotions. The round face also looked much more pleasant to her eyes. As for the Thor of this universe, he was still thinking about the lost Mjolnir. He didn't realize that his sister was being pried away. This world is too messy. Luke tried to sort out Asgard's family relationships, but found them too complicated and tangled, and had to give up. "Sorcerer Supreme, what should we do next?" Iron Man wasn't aware of the delicate relationship between Loki and the 2 Thors. Looking at the block that the worthy had destroyed before, a touch of worry appeared in Tony Stark's eyes. Kull only sent his minions, and the Avengers and SHIELD already had a difficult time. When Asgard's god of fear officially appeared and extended his claws to the world, what should the superheroes do to resist? With this in mind, Iron Man couldn't help but look to the young Sorcerer Supreme. Luke's strength was obvious to all, and along with Taj's overwhelming status. It wasn't shameful to ask him for help. "Get ready to fight, gentlemen. Kull's kingdom of fear is slowly rising in Antarctica. When the gate of Nibelung opens, and the army of the dead would gather in the frigid ice fields. Thor and Loki have reached a temporary alliance with Jotunheim and Muspelheim. The army is gathering, and we will be launching an attack on the serpent in 2 days. The fate of this planet is in your hands and mine." Luke's tone was flat, without the gravitas of an impassioned speech, but every word seemed to contain intense emotions. The crowd's emotions were stirred, and their blood boiled. But before that, Luke paused for a moment. Before the final battle, he had a surprise package for the Avengers. I need to build the best weapons and armor for the soldiers who will join this war. In Asgard, the royal palace of Valaskjalf. Looking at the huge warehouse that was about to be emptied, the gatekeeper Heimdall looked distressed. He thought that Thor was too generous. It was all the little bit of fortune that Odin had saved up. Swords of the highest quality, enchanted armor, scepters and lances that emitted energy, instruments made of rare materials. These superb equipment made by the dwarf craftsmen themselves were all thrown into a huge furnace. Asgard had become the military factory of Midgard. The weapons and equipment were turned into a red-hot liquid, similar to magma, in the furnace and slowly injected into molds. After that, the dwarves repeatedly forged and smelted it with their unique sense and finally formed it. Blessed by the power of Odin, AK-74, inside the active volcano, Iron Man looked dumbfounded. Is this what the Sorcerer Supreme calls the best weapon? He thought it would be a legendary magic weapon, like Thor's hammer or Gungnir. Thor wasn't going to use his hammer, but instead carry an assault rifle. His momentum and style would be somewhat inconsistent. As an arms dealer, you wouldn't think that cold weapons were better than hot weapons, would you? Luke picked up a well-built magic version of the AK-74 assault rifle and walked out into the wide open area. In front of Iron Man, he pointed at the target, pulled the trigger, and started shooting. The bullets with the attributes of Holy Light, Armor Breaker, and Demon Repeller instantly turned a roaring beast into minced meat. It was so powerful and so effective that Tony Stark thought he was an expert. Later, call the Avengers. Equip them with 2 assault rifles each and an unlimited supply of ammunition. Luke was quite satisfied. The dwarven craftsmen's forging skills were unique in the universe, and there were no problems with the new weapons. Kull has been sealed for thousands of years, and he doesn't know that times have changed. The key to deciding a battle is no longer the tactics of man, but the intensity of firepower. It's a shame we didn't have time. Otherwise, I would have let the dwarves melt down Odin's destroyer armor and get some enchanted tanks and artillery. Iron Man's throat rolled twice. Thinking of his Mark series battle suits facing the worthy and passively beaten, he suddenly had a bold idea. Master Sorcerer Supreme, do you think my iron armor can be enchanted? Tony Stark squirmed and said so. As a talented, world-class scientist, he put aside his research and turned to seek the comfort of magic instead. If this got out, it would be somewhat embarrassing. After seeing the power of the AK-74, Iron Man decided to throw away all the unnecessary worries in his mind. Other people's comments would only last for a short while. But the enhancements he would get after getting his items enchanted would give him long-lasting benefits. This is technically difficult, but it's not completely impossible. Luke smacked his lips twice and slowly said so. Previously, he had arranged for Stephen Strange to get an enchanted hot weapon in response to the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Kull's army of the dead, who were undead, were difficult to kill in the true sense of the word. Only with the blessing of Odin could they be completely resolved. The king of the guards was at the South Pole, imprisoned by Kull. He had no time to bless any weapons, but with the Gungnir he left behind, Luke could barely replace the other and complete the task. To Iron Man's question, the Sorcerer Supreme thought for a moment and replied, "It depends on whether you have the courage to do it." Excuse me, Stark men never lack courage. Iron Man was full of confidence. He wasn't even afraid of the worthy, and he could also resist the hammers of fear. What else would scare him? That's good. I admire your confidence. Luke smiled with satisfaction. He then pointed down to a steel furnace that was spewing huge amounts of heat. See that? Iron Man nodded, wondering why the Sorcerer Supreme brought this up. Jump in with your iron battle suit on, Luke said seriously. Jump in. Iron Man looked at the glowing furnace below and wondered if he had heard wrong. Those hard, shiny metal weapons were thrown in as if they didn't cost money. Then in less than a moment, it would be melted into the hot molten iron and turned into a wisp of hot air. If this was the care with iron and gold, then a flesh and blood body of a mortal that jumped in. They would just evaporate, not even leaving a corpse. Is there a... less dangerous way. Iron Man's mouth twitched as he took 2 steps back. Although Mark's series of battle suits were designed to protect against cold, radiation, and high temperatures. But if he entered the furnace below, even if his suit didn't melt, he would be baked to death. If you want to get stronger, you always have to pay the price, Tony. I believe you should be able to understand this equivalent exchange, Luke said indifferently. He didn't mean to embarrass Iron Man. Well, Tony Stark, who was about to celebrate his 40th birthday, was still his godson. As an old friend of Howard's, how could he make things difficult for Iron Man? This request was made because, according to Odin, the only way to receive the blessing of the gods was to go through the baptism of fire and hold on to one's innermost beliefs. Iron Man wanted to strengthen himself and upgrade his armor to an enchanted version. Luke could only provide the method, and not much more. Then wait for me to write a will and arrange my own affairs. Iron Man was chattering. It seemed to be a nagging problem. By the way, Sorcerer Supreme, remember to tell Pepper that I was burned to ashes to protect Earth instead of falling into a furnace. He said the same things he prepared when he was about to face the absorbing man. All this nonsense and rubbish talk was meant to help him overcome his inner fear. If you don't want to jump, there's absolutely no need to force it. Luke waved his hand, compared with Tony's fear in the Origin event. With his active intervention, Captain Bucky was not sacrificed, and Odin didn't destroy the planet. Moreover, Kull's 8 hammers were incomplete. Juggernaut's hammer of Kuath fell into his own hands, although it was restless and constantly struggling, wanting to return to its master's arms. But it was in Luke's underworld, which was more independent than the mirror dimension. Therefore, it couldn't be recalled no matter how hard Kull tried. That meant that if the God of Fear wanted to break through to the Allfather level, his success rate was slim to none. Secondly, a day later, the 5 armies of Jotunheim, Muspelheim, Midgard, Asgard, and Vanaheim gathered at the South Pole. In terms of overall military strength, the 9 realms weren't inferior to Kull's Nibelung army. In addition, Luke had 2 Thors, which was an absolute advantage. In the coming battle, we don't need Iron Man to take the lead. Thor and Asgard are the main force. Luke comforted him. He was also worried that if Iron Man did die in an accident, meeting Howard would be awkward in the future. I have the courage and determination. Stark family men were all equally stubborn. Iron Man took some time to record a video of his last words and uploaded it to Jarvis' storage space. Then, with firm eyes, he jumped. The melting furnace emitted a burst of heat that turned the interior red. The busy dwarf craftsman watched Tony Stark's death with shocked eyes. That's the kind of heat that could melt Uru metal. Well, it looks like the gods of Asgard are giving Iron Man a bit of respect, or is it me? Luke watched as Tony Stark plunged into the furnace, splashing a few drops of iron. The terrible heat didn't melt Iron Man and his armor. A few minutes later, he came out with a battle suit that looked as if it had been fully polished and waxed. He appeared in front of Luke in a completely new look. Like a replica of Odin's destroyer armor, magical patterns were imprinted on the surface of the suit, ready to gather powerful energy and display an indestructible aura. How does it feel? Luke curiously asked. He wasn't sure what the so-called blessing of the gods was. Presumably, it should be similar to Vishanti's blessing. Great! My Mark series armor has never been as good as this. There was a hint of excitement in Iron Man's tone. He had jumped in with the resolve of someone sure of his death. But he didn't expect that, after jumping into the furnace, he wouldn't get melted down by the furnace. Instead, there was a mysterious force enveloping the red and gold iron battle suit. It was as if someone was whispering in his ear, or as if he had caught a glimpse of a few imposing silhouettes. When Tony Stark's consciousness returned to his body, he found himself in a battle suit that had undergone a dramatic change. As if reborn from the ashes, a powerful feeling came over him. I think we can call the Avengers over and let them jump in. Iron Man made a suggestion. The Avengers would be destroyed on their own, without the need for Kull's help. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched, seemingly speechless. Do you really think that anyone can get Asgard's blessing of the gods, distribute the enchanted weapons, and ask the dwarves to make them even more powerful? Regardless of accuracy or stability, as long as they're powerful enough. Luke was a true believer in the principles of more is beautiful, bigger is better, caliber is justice, and artillery is truth. The assault rifle, of course, was a handheld piece of artillery. In the time that followed, the Avengers were all given their fair share of equipment, and Asgard's army was fully armed. Taj's masters of the mystic arts, led by Strange, had finally reached the Antarctic ice fields. Hundreds of masters wearing sling rings carves out portals. Sparks cut through the void, drawing out several huge portals. Jotunheim, Muspelheim, Asgard, Vanaheim. With the sound of trumpets, 4 armies emerged onto the cold and windy ice field. Dang, dang, dang. The drums of war were beating, and the trumpets were blowing. Finally, the Avengers, who belonged to the Midgard, followed the Sorcerer Supreme out of a portal. As far as the eye can see, it resembled a dark cloud charging towards the magnificent palace standing on the ice. "Oh, did you see that, Odin? Your son is here with help." Kull, holding the 9th hammer of fear, stood at the highest point of the palace. "I'm afraid you never imagined that Asgardians would one day be fighting alongside the frost giants of Jotunheim and Surtur's men, did you?" Odin closed his eyes and said nothing. These days, Kull humiliated and tortured himself in different ways. It was as if he wanted to let out all the anger that had built up over the years. The wounded guard king heard the rumbling sound and felt the thunderous power of Thor bursting forth. How could there be 2 of them? Odin opened his one eye. He was pierced by the power of fear and tied to a cross as if he was crucified. In the middle of his view, there was a huge dark cloud with no end in sight. Asgard's Golden Legion was in the center, flanked by the deep blue frost giant and the red flame giants on both sides. Vanaheim's army was followed by Taj's masters of the mystic arts and the Avengers. Nibelung's army of the undead. Kull roared to the heavens, and the green flames of light burst forth. As if releasing some kind of signal, a gloomy atmosphere emerged. A rotting, old warship crashes through an iceberg, with bodies hanging from its sails. A cold wind blew through, bringing out a pale, deadly air. "My children," Kull, the serpent, shouted again. The worthy who were recalled slowly walked out. They led Nibelung's army of the undead and launched a charge. Boom! Like a torrent of steel clashing together, they set off a fierce wave of blood and flesh. The day of destiny has come. Heimdall stood on the crumbling Bifrost, sword in hand, silently watching the battle of the 5 armies taking place in Midgard. Because Asgard had sent out the entire army, the palace was now defenseless. To ensure the safety of the queen, Freyja, and the rest of her people, the gatekeeper didn't set foot on the battlefield and chose to stay. Heimdall believed that the key to winning the battle was not the number of troops. Everything was arranged by fate. Asgard wasn't like the other divine lineages. It was a storybook with the ending already written. Those who sit above in shadow had planned Ragnarok. Therefore, the trajectory of the gods' destiny was imprinted on the ancient tablets of stone and couldn't be changed. A closed loop that was hard to break. 2 days ago, the Queen of Asgard, Freyja, traveled to Nornheim in search of the 3 Norns, the goddesses of destiny, attempting to save Thor and make a difference. But it was to no avail. They had to wait for their destiny to come. When Kull ascended to the throne, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a future in which Asgard would be destroyed. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to kill many guards, strip them of their power, and forge the hammers of fear. Perhaps the aim was right, but the brutal way in which it was done incurred the resentment of Odin and the Vanir guards alike. After replacing his brother as the new king of Asgard, Odin also foresaw Ragnarok. He used the valiant Hela as the spearhead in Asgard's attack, sweeping across the 9 realms and opening up new territories. As for the father-daughter feud and the sword fight that followed, it was purely accidental. On the one hand, Odin didn't expect his eldest daughter would be recognized by the World Tree and that her connection with Asgard would grow. On the other hand, Hela wasn't satisfied with ruling the 9 realms, and she had more ambitious goals. If it fails, do you want to release Hela? Heimdall thought Odin had made the worst plan. If he destroyed Earth and still couldn't stop Kulls from recovering his strength. He seriously considered releasing Hela, who had been recognized by the World Tree and linked to Asgard. Although she was his own daughter, Hela may not be fond of Odin. In keeping with Asgard's tradition of family feuds, it would be normal for her to come up and beat her father up. Hopefully, Thor will be able to break the destiny. Heimdall sighed with a heavy heart. Under his sight, the 2 guards of thunder charged into the army of the dead. like tigers charging into a flock of sheep. A dazzling burst of electric light illuminated the Antarctic sky. Bang! Thor swung a hammer and smashed an undead body to pieces. Loki, do you see how good I am? He was happy that he had recovered Mjolnir. Boom! A thunderstorm of blazing electricity spread across the sky. The constant stream of undead forces was instantly cleared. The chubby Thor held the Stormbreaker and flew to Loki's side with mighty momentum. He gave Thor a sidelong glance and grunted, "That's it." "How dare you call yourself a god of thunder?" The two guys were bickering as if they were about to fight. Boom, boom, boom. Iron Man flew overhead before a decision could be made between the Thunder Guards. Blessed by the guards, two enchanted Gatling guns popped out of the shoulders. Da-da-da-da. A fierce spurt of incandescent fire swept past like a lance. The undead warriors swept up in the metal storm were instantly reduced to powder and disappeared with a wail. Iron Man was like a harvesting machine. Wherever he went, the army of the dead was defeated. Enchanted Gatling, with a rate of 600 rounds of blessings per second. Luke had some regrets. In his opinion, Iron Man's reinforcement wasn't enough. Seeing Tony Stark's power, he smashed the two undead ships and purified a huge swathe of the undead. The two Thors couldn't be helped, one swinging a hammer and the other carrying an axe, and they went into a killing spree. On the Antarctic ice field, the sound of shouting and killing broke through the heavy clouds that had built up. "Master Sorcerer Supreme, aren't you going to make a move?" Strange followed Luke's side and acted as a guard. If he spotted an undead warrior rushing towards him, he would take it away with a set of blows and slashes. With his shiny, bald head, strong body, armor, and sword, he was like a wall of iron, creating a sense of oppression. Didn't the Asgardians say that this was the day the prophecy would be fulfilled between Thor and Kull, so why should I interfere? Luke shook his head. He was just the last insurance policy, the one responsible for ending it. In the final analysis, all this mess with Kull could be classified as a family feud. As we all know, for such events, law enforcement usually only mediated rather than interfered. But there are two Thors. Who is the son of prophecy? Strange scratched his head, slightly puzzled. Since his hair fell out, he grew less and less inclined to think critically. When he encountered anything, the first thing that came to mind was whether he could solve it with his fist or his big sword. Strange consulted with the Sorcerer Supreme for this purpose. Luke answered like this, "It's normal, nothing wrong." Throughout the world, the stronger the muscles, the more frequently the IQ drops. Whoever could kill the serpent is the son of prophecy. Luke spoke nonsense as he gazed into the distance at Kull, who was standing atop the kingdom of fear. Judging from his aura alone, he was roughly on the level of an Allfather, slightly less so than Odin. But considering the fear hammer forged by the other party, it could absorb the emotional energy of the living beings. His real combat power was definitely more than that, and it could continue to improve. Personally, I wish Thor had been more aggressive, so I don't have to do it myself. Luke rubbed his palm together as if he was warming up. A fight with an Allfather was mentally and physically exhausting. It may take 3 or 4 months to recover, solely from basking in the sun. The small amount of compensation given by the Vishanti wasn't enough to pay for Superman's second appearance. Luke couldn't help but think twice. At the front of the battlefield, the two Thors had cleared a path. High-ranking undead warriors on beasts and dragon corpses were no match for the electrifying weapon-wielding Thors. The thunderous lightning poured out in all directions like a boiling torrent. The thick ice cap melted and evaporated, sending up a huge cloud of white smoke. The undead warriors in it burnt to ashes in mere moments, and they could never return to Nibelung. When did you have 2 sons? And they both have the power of thunder. Kull turned his head and looked at Odin. In his memory, Odin only had 1 son. "Can't I be old and strong?" Odin said indifferently, although he didn't know why there were 2 Thors, but at this point in time it was important to act firm. Kull was sealed in the deep sea. Before he ascended the throne, he didn't care for women and left no children. In terms of sewing, Odin was confident that he could outperform the other party. "Oh, I only wanted you to lose 1 son today," Kull sneered. In his view, mating impulses were animalistic. As a noble god, that kind of boring activity was meaningless. "My children, end the destiny of Asgard's children, trample them underfoot," Kull shouted. "Hammer of Nurkard, hammer of Skirn, hammer of Mark, hammer of Grethoth, hammer of Angria." At these words, the remaining worthy moved in unison towards the two Thors. Luke suddenly frowned and felt something was wrong. In the palace of the rising kingdom of fear, he sensed an extremely violent and fierce aura. Like an exploding celestial body, a black hole that devoured everything. The serpent still had a card up his sleeve. His supervision penetrated through the many barriers, and only an eerie glowing green flame. A tall figure floated in the swaying divine power of fear. Dude, which one are you going to pick? Thor glanced at the chubby Thor and told him to choose his opponent first. 8 worthy, except for Juggernaut, who took the lead in being defeated, and the absorbing man, who was blasted to the ash with one punch. Right now, there were still 6 people left in the group. Most of them were 3rd and 4th tier villains or criminals with little popularity. On a normal day, vigilantes like Iron Fist, Daredevil, and the Punisher could solve them, and there was no need to dispatch the Avengers at all. It was different now. They had been chosen to become worthy from the favor of the Hammers of Fear. With how the powerful strength was easily attained, the price was trivial. For example, self-awareness. This was very important in the eyes of many people, but it was worthless for others. The big green guy, I've got a score to settle with Hulk. The chubby god of thunder was furious. He couldn't forget how he was hit by the hammer and flew into outer space. At least, they fought side by side in Sakaar and formed a deep friendship. Why was it, when he returned to Earth, he didn't even show mercy? What's more, Hulk even slammed him back and forth. This was a treatment only Loki deserved. Hulk swore that he would never do that to me. Fatty Thor looked like a grouch. He fought the Hulk on Sakaar's arena in an alternate universe. The big green guy beat himself up in the same way he did Loki. Later, Thor asked Banner to keep it a secret and told Hulk not to do that again. Being tossed around like noodles was a humiliating thing. I'll take the 2 next to him too. Chubby Thor said so as he gallantly lifted his Stormbreaker. If you ignore his beer belly, he really looked like a guard. Then I'll take the other side. We'll see who's faster. Thor firmly gripped his Mjolnir, looking confident. Not only was Iron Man strengthened, but he also received the blessings of the gods. The mighty battle armor was laced with wisps of electric light. Like a cannonball, Mjolnir ripped through the air and cold atmosphere, bringing up a strong gust of wind. Boom! A terrifying blast rang out across the ice field. The owner of the Hammer of Skirn was caught unaware. Snap! One left arm was broken off at the shoulder and reduced to a crumbling mass of flesh. The worthy let out a bitter cry of pain but didn't retreat. He took a giant step forward and slammed into Thor with his war hammer. It was a fierce, aggressive force. Bang! The ice cap collapsed and shattered downwards, sending large chunks of ice up and over like waves. Undaunted, Thor swung his hammer. Mjolnir collided with the Hammer of Fear, one silvery white, the other ghostly green. These 2 extreme colors clashed and mixed with each other, bursting with endless destructive power. Within a few kilometers, the entire area became a field of lighting, a thunderous plasma that could melt everything, overflowing and scattering, scaring people away. Eat this. Destroy. The master of the Hammer of Nurkard, breaker of oceans, and the new master of the Hammer of Mark, both worthy, also joined the fray. An eerie green glare kept flashing. It was an explosion of energy. With 3 against 1, Thor's situation wasn't optimistic. He was a bit vulnerable, switching from attacking to defending, and his boldness was stifled. The 3 hammers of fear came down in unison, unleashing a massive torrent of energy that drove Thor back. He gripped Mjolnir, and thunder descended from the dark clouds. Like a hard rock in the heart of the river, he stood firm against the onslaught. The 2 sides were in a stalemate. On the other side, the fat god of thunder wasn't doing too well either. Despite all the bravado, facing the Hulk was easier said than done. The Hulk was always angry, and this extreme emotion was magnified by the Hammer of Fear. This also meant that he was stronger than usual. Once this fierce green beast released his anger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Smash! Banner's consciousness was suppressed to the very corners of his mind. With great force, the Hulk swung his hammer high in the air. Boom! The ice field shook. Crack! Crack! The solid ice cracked, and the terrifying power conducted along the ice even caused the fat god of thunder to pale. He flew into the air and dodged the Hulk's fierce and powerful blow. He took advantage of the situation, and his Stormbreaker pulled his body straight down. Since the incident with Thanos, that is, the one time he failed to kill, Thor had become a beheading maniac. Whenever he encountered an enemy, he would always go for their heads. Smash! The Hulk roared, and the sound waves swept through the air. Circles of substantial lines could be seen. Let the rapidly falling chubby guard of thunder, like falling into glue, slightly slow down for a moment. Death to Asgard's Thor. An extremely sinister laugh rang out. An atmospheric blast of air from the hammer of fear struck the chubby Thor. The power was strong enough to send Thor flying backward like a cannonball. He broke through an iceberg, and his whole body was firmly embedded in the ice. The situation doesn't look good. He saw that Iron Man was about to go over to support him when Kull swung his hammer and knocked him down from the sky, leaving a long trail of flames. The other superheroes also tried to help. But the army of the dead surrounded them like a tidal wave, blocking their way. Kull's eyes looked indifferent, but his behavior appeared to be saying that no one should interfere with the battle. Sorcerer Supreme, are you not going to make a move? Strange was anxious. If this continued, the two Thors were likely to get a beating from the worthy and lose again. Maybe they wouldn't even get a chance to see Kull's face before they died under the hammers of fear. It looked like the Avengers wouldn't be able to recover from the disadvantage too. Strange pondered over this, but eventually turned his attention to Luke. A man who could defeat Odin was equivalent to an important weight that could break the balance. I'm waiting. Luke's expression was slightly more serious, no longer appearing relaxed. With his supervision, he couldn't break through the shroud of fear to see the true face of the tall figure. However, the horrible aura from the other party, as well as the divine power of fear covering the surface of the body, he could tell. This was a terrible opponent who wasn't inferior to Odin. It was even younger, even better than Odin. Is there such a person on Earth? Luke's brows slightly furrowed as a ball of pure white light gathered in his hand. Just like making a phone call, he was going to contact Vishanti. If his guess was right, they had to raise his salary. Otherwise, he would lose too much. At the same time, the tall figure in the Kingdom of Fear seemed to have sensed something. He slowly opened his eyes, and the dark green flames of light dominated his mind. The serpent's voice, like a loud bell, echoed over and over. Worthy, destroy, everything. A raspy voice rang out, like rusty iron scraping against each other. My name is... The man looked as if he had lost his memories. He tried to recall them, but got nothing. Under the negative influence of the divine power of fear, it was difficult for any man to concentrate. Robert, my name is Robert. After a long silence, in the deepest part of the Kingdom of Fear, there was a whisper. Robert Reynolds. No, I'm not that coward. The man shook his head. A glint of confidence rose in his eyes. The terrifying aura was like a volcano erupting, breaking away from the green flames wrapped around his body. I'm the Sentry, the invincible Sentry. Stark, have SHIELD send you the location where each of the hammers of fear had fallen to, along with specific information about each of the selected hosts. Luke frowned. His supervision was hindered by the divine power of fear, and he couldn't see the tall figure's true face. But from the aura released, he could sense that this was an extremely tough opponent. The clouds of green light flame could only cover the surface and couldn't penetrate into the body. Even Kull's powers couldn't completely control this person. He couldn't imagine how powerful his opponent was. Suddenly, Luke remembered another thing. If Asgard's prophecy was so powerful that even an Allfather level couldn't break it, then it was only right that it would adjust to his arrival, like a well-written script with other characters mixed up. As a screenwriter, either give the guy some sort of weakness or use other methods to make the problem disappear. Even Asgard's those who sit above in the shadow wouldn't be able to obliterate an Allfather wantonly. But it didn't seem difficult to choose a more powerful host for Kull after all. This was closer to the comic book universe, and there would never be a shortage of powerhouses. In order to prevent this butterfly from causing a storm, technical adjustments would be made. The mysterious worthy was the proof, Luke surmised. Sorcerer Supreme, the hammers fell in cities marked here. Iron Man, who was killing people with his Gatling, was summoned and flew to Luke's side. He gave Jarvis direct access to SHIELD's database and pulled out the relevant information. London, Dubai, Brazil. Luke scanned the holographic map, checked the character profiles, and compared it with the worthy on the battlefield but found nothing amiss. All of the hosts chosen by the hammers of fear, with the exception of the absorbing man who was bludgeoned to death, were correct. Ain't worthy, that guy isn't among them. Then who is he? With a look of confusion in his eyes, Luke waved his hand, indicating that Iron Man could return to the battlefield. Cull forged a total of 9 hammers. He mastered the ultimate hammer of fear himself and selected 8 minions. Superman had a hunch but couldn't be sure. Just then, the pure white light that was in the palm of his hand flickered for a moment. As the call went through, he got a response from Vishanti. Something wrong. The emerging words, as always, were short and concise. It's probably the old man Agamotto. Luke grimaced. His impression of the Vishanti was Agamotto as a stern old man, Ashtar as a soft-spoken woman, and Hogarth as a hands-off individual. Superman sent his inner questions and hinted at something in passing. He had no qualms about getting rid of the serpent, Cull, but they would have to pay extra. As the Sorcerer Supreme, Lieutenant General Superman was no better than those mercenaries who came and went when called upon. The benefit of casting a spell without having to pay for it wasn't enough to pay for Luke's next appearance. Cull, the God of Fear, plus another powerful enemy whose details were unknown. To be honest, his chances of winning may not be very high. After sending the message, Luke seemed to think that the hint wasn't strong enough, so he made up an emoji and threw it in. From the Vishanti's side, there were a few minutes of silence, no direct response. It was only when Luke got a little impatient and was about to cut off the chat that the pure white light slightly flickered again. "We can talk about it." Luke raised an eyebrow. To be honest, there was nothing quick about Vishanti's work. In this respect, the Ancient One was much better than her bosses. She would always make a direct offer, never beating around the bush. It was well known that every generation of Sorcerer Supreme was a famous scoundrel, owing loans to the demon guards of all dimensions. Dormammu came to collect the payment several times and was beaten up instead. As the saying goes, fish rots from the head down. If the Sorcerer Supreme was like this, then the Vishanti's promises had little credibility too. What's more, they didn't give him a clear answer. Only a fool would work and talk about the reward after the task was done. Everyone knows they should pay a deposit first. So perfunctory, really no sincerity. Luke, pretending to be unhappy, extinguished the pure white light in his palm and adopted the attitude of not bothering to talk about it anymore. If it wasn't for Strange's sake, it should be for the sake of Taj, who would want to fight 3 All-Fathers within a week. I'm not some superhero who's going to save the world. Luke softly snorted and turned his attention to the battlefield. Both Thors were on the losing end of the worthy's onslaught. According to his prediction, in half an hour at most, the prophesied destiny of the serpent and the God of Thunder would be smashed into tomato juice. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, the Vishanti finally sent a message. The reward was increased with several added promises. Who is the 9th worthy? He was interested in Vishanti's promise to provide him with several ways to become a dimensional god. God of Death, Set's authority was in his hands. If he could go one step further, he would have more power. It was very likely that Superman would become a god, in the true sense of the word, and open up his own underworld. Although there was Death, one of the 5 gods in the universe, all authority over death under the multiverse was vested in each other. The possibility of hitching a ride with Thanos' crush and elevating oneself to the next level was still quite appealing. Robert Reynolds. The Vishanti gave him an unfamiliar name. The pure white light went out and the call was over. Luke's eyebrows slightly tightened, searching in his memory. After a few breaths, he still couldn't find the specific person. I don't know. Wait. Luke's pupils contracted as if he suddenly remembered something. He called Iron Man back again and asked him to search SHIELD's database for the name. Robert Bob Reynolds has many duplicate names. I'll filter them out and narrow them down. He lives in New York, Queens, right. Mail, okay, found him. Tony Stark was very efficient. He quickly found information about the man. He has 4 criminal records: theft, robbery, and drug trafficking. A true scum of the earth, a drug addict. But this guy named Reynolds should have died 3 months ago. In the northern part of Queens, there was a big explosion in a college laboratory. Many corpses were found at the scene. One of them was identified as Robert Reynolds. The police concluded that Reynolds had infiltrated the laboratory and was about to commit a theft when he was killed in an explosion. Luke's face grew serious. He asked in a deep voice, "What kind of research does the laboratory do?" "Let me see. Some kind of dimensional energy exploration. It looks a bit like a high-energy physics, particle collision sort of thing." Iron Man hesitated for a moment. As a world-class genius, he found a hint in the reports he searched. Human enhancement programs, energy potions. Who approved this? It's dangerous and unrealistic. When Luke heard this, he didn't bother to ask any more questions, because he already knew who Cull's ninth worthy was. Heh, and here I was, thinking I should express my appreciation for Vishanti's generosity. Luke shook his head with a sarcastic smile. Unexpectedly, when I turned my head, they raised the difficulty from easy to hard mode. Boom. At the same time, the kingdom of fear suddenly shook. The solid ice cap trembled as if it was about to crumble. The majestic golden light melted away everything, and Cull's magnificent palace was instantly crushed to dust like a weathered stone statue. "I'm the sentry, the invincible sentry, the mighty sentry." A frenzied voice was heard and spread far away along with the cold wind. A golden figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Who is that guy?" The same question came from Odin and Iron Man's mouth. The former had a hint of uneasiness. From the perspective of the God King, he could naturally see that the golden figure was emitting a stream of stellar energy all over his body. Just like no, it should be countless exploding stars, filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. The mere reaction of the radiated energy caused disturbances in the magnetic field and vibrations in space. The golden flame was actually a turbulent stream of particles. Like a rainbow of light, they rose straight up into the sky, piercing the atmosphere, overflowing and disappearing. The latter was somewhat surprised. He didn't understand what was happening. All eyes were previously on the two Thors, the gods of thunder, as they battled the worthy. But in the blink of an eye, they were intrigued by the strange guy who appeared out of nowhere. He said he's the sentry, Cull, and the Sorcerer Supreme answered at the same time. The god of fear didn't mind that the magnificent palace in which he lived was instantly reduced to dust and melted away. On the contrary, he had a satisfied expression on his face, as if he was admiring a masterpiece, as if everything was as expected. "Odin, you're also surprised, right? When I was awakened by Cynthia, the 8 hammers fell to earth, and they each chose their own hosts." Cull looked smug. He couldn't help showing off to his younger brother. "But the hammer of fear that belongs to me is equally restless. The hammer represents madness and calmness, creation and destruction, a myriad of conflicting emotions. After thousands of years, it has found a more suitable master than me." Odin gazed at the tall, mountainous figure standing still and sneered. "Did you go crazy, Cull? Is it good that the hammer of fear, forged by your own hands, has abandoned you?" "Stupid brother, I'm the god of fear. The hammer is only the embodiment of my strength, not the source." Cull looked down at Thor, the god of thunder, and laughed. "Unlike your son, I'm not blinded by the illusion of power and cannot see it for what it is." Odin was silent. He told Thor a long time ago not to rely too much on Mjolnir, but the other party didn't take it to heart. Sentry is the owner of the 9th hammer of fear. This poor guy, who is arrogant and self-abased, tough and weak, is also my last bargaining chip to destroy the 9 realms and cut off destiny. Cull opened his hands, as if he saw the goddess of victory smiling at himself. Odin's mood was complicated. Although he hated Cull and didn't think what the other party had done was the right thing. But there was no denying that the 9th host of the hammer, the man named Sentry, was incredibly strong. The violent energy that overflowed made him think of the terrifying sight of a collapsing star. Midgard, who could stop him? "He is called Sentry." Luke took a deep breath and lightly said so. Iron Man and Strange were both confused. They had never heard the name before, whether in the list of heroes or villains. Sentry, such a name never existed. "He's Robert Reynolds, the drug addict, who infiltrated Nolesson's lab and had the misfortune to encounter an explosion." Luke continued to explain. Iron Man was surprised. He quickly scanned the information provided by Jarvis. "But Robert Reynolds is dead. His body was taken by the NYPD and turned over to the Langan Medical Center because no one claimed it." Tony Stark was a little confused. What kind of power could bring a person back from the dead and make them so powerful? There may have been an accident. Anyway, Robert Reynolds is alive and well. Luke looked at the golden figure. His powerful aura was still climbing upwards, as if there was no end in sight. At the other's foothold, the solid, thick ice sheet collapsed, seemingly unable to bear their heavy body. The entire Antarctic seemed to wail as large cracks spread and expanded in all directions. He not only alive, but he also became one of the most powerful human beings on this planet. The corners of Luke's mouth curved up, and his long dormant quest list slightly flickered. Side quest. Absolute power. Who is the strongest on Earth? Requirements. Defeat Sentry, Hyperion, Gladiator, and Blue Marvel. Reward. Every time you beat one person, you will get a lucky draw. Even if it wasn't for the Vishanti's task, the mere chance of a lucky draw was enough to get Superman's heart pumping, and he went all out for an amazing battle with the Sentry. One of. Is there another human on Earth as powerful as this guy? Iron Man asked in surprise. From the energy readings shown by Jarvis, it appeared that Sentry was the center of a nuclear explosion, with high-energy particles emitting intense radiation similar to gamma rays. Worst of all, the energy readings, which had already exceeded their peak, didn't stop there, but continued to soar. This proved that the Sentry still had room for improvement. He was constantly and rapidly getting stronger. Iron Man's keen intuition told him that if he continued to let that guy be. Once the incalculable cosmic energy erupted, the Earth would be violently impacted. This was an extinction-level crisis. Of course, Luke nodded and chuckled. And me. If it's just about physical strength and sheer power, the Sentry is right up there with me. Iron Man was speechless. He thought there was another villain as powerful as the Sentry. At the same time as Tony Stark was annoyed, there was a glimmer of hope in his heart. Can Sorcerer Supreme save the world? Superman versus the Sentry seems interesting. Luke was relaxed on the surface, but his fists were silently clenched as the stellar energy surging inside him began to boil. Iron Man and Strange were standing close to him. Inexplicably, they felt the air around him freeze and the pressure increase. Sentry. As the focus of the audience, Robert Reynolds was in a trance and in an unstable state. The green flame occupied a part of his consciousness. But in the infinite depths of his mind, there was a dark shadow firmly rooted. Brutality, destruction, slaughter, countless negative emotions were released from its twisted black tentacles. What should I do? Robert Reynolds muttered. The divine power of fear couldn't erode his spirit completely, but made the man even more insane. At this point, the Sentry was like a drug addict who had just gotten high. He seemed like he was confused, not knowing where he was. He soared to the clouds and looked down on the earth from above. He saw countless tiny black darts like a swarm of ants. Stomp on them, stomp them to death. There was a voice that rang out and struck deep in his heart. Robert Reynolds was on the move, with a crazy grin on his face, ready to take on this nest of ants. Just then, a worthy was sent flying by Thor and landed in front of the Sentry. He was the master of the Hammer of Skirn and a minion of the Serpent, Kull. But Robert Reynolds didn't care about that. All he saw were ants. This one is stronger, ha-ha-ha. Stomp it to death. A sharp voice squeezed out of his throat as the golden figure lifted his foot and stomped down. Boom! It was as if a violent earthquake of magnitude 10 had occurred. The cracks in the Antarctic ice field were instantly widened by the force of the impact. It was as if a pair of hands ripped it apart and turned it into a bottomless glacial canyon. The unlucky worthy, before the soles of his feet landed, was shattered into a puddle of mud. Then the slimy pile of limbs disintegrated again into tiny particles invisible to the naked eye. Robert Reynolds was oblivious to the huge commotion he caused. His eyes were wide open, and a look of ecstasy flashed by. Then the Sentry bent down and grasped the indestructible hammer of fear. The palm of his hand gripped it tightly. Boom! An eerie green light burst forth, like a wail before death. The Hammer of Skirn was shattered into powder. Sentry, what are you doing? Seeing this, Kull angrily asked. He never told Robert Reynolds to destroy the hammers of fear that he had painstakingly forged. That was the embodiment of his own power. They aren't your enemy. Obey the will of the Serpent and kill Thor. The angry roar reached Sentry's ears. He tilted his head, turned around, and looked at the guard of fear with a strange look. You are also an ant. Held out his hand, pointed to Kull, and spoke with no expression. Ant! Asgardians had always been proud, boasting that they were the guardians of the 9 realms. What's more, Kull was a member of the Aesir Guards, the supreme monarchs who were once crowned king. From status and power to an honorable bloodline, it was a first-class birth. Today, a human being called him an ant. It had exceeded provocation and was equivalent to a direct insult. As we all know, Odin's family was a cranky bunch. His brother Kull was no exception. How dare a mere mortal mock the guards? Kull decided to give Sentry a good beating to let the other party know who the real boss was. "You are too blinded by power, even thinking of challenging the guards," he said. The cold glow of the long-handled hammer struck the golden figure as if it was a bolt of green lightning. That would have been the weapon belonging to Robert Reynolds, the ninth worthy. But Kull, worried that the sentry might suddenly get out of control, deliberately kept it in his own hands. Just used the power of fear to confuse the sentry's mind and control it. It had to be said that he got it right. The sentry had never been an easy person or tool to master. Boom! The Allfather's terrifying power was poured into the hammer. Like thunder exploding, it illuminated the desolate ice field. Kull, the serpent, god of fear, Odin's brother. Countless people were shocked by this, saying his name out loud. The allied forces of Asgard, Jotunheim, and Muspelheim had become passers-by with no influence on the course of the battle. Stepping in and rushing into the battlefield were extravagant hopes. That was an Allfather battle. An ordinary person trying to go near was equivalent to looking for death. The crowd felt a flash of light and a strong burning sensation on their retinas from the blazing light. Even the Avengers, enhanced humans like Hawkeye and Black Widow, couldn't stand the stimulation and chose to close their eyes to avoid injury. Wow, this is big news. Only Spider-Man could act as a superhero while not forgetting his own job. He took out a camera from nowhere and started shooting at the risk of being blinded. This is first-hand coverage, exclusive news. The Spider-Man of this universe was more similar to Tobey Maguire's version in the movies, not a chattering youthful youngster. In this world, Peter Parker's girlfriend was Mary Jane. After graduation, he didn't join a big company. Instead, he worked for the Daily Bugle, trying to earn money to support his family. Compared to other universes, this Spider-Man had lost his Uncle Ben, his best friend who became the Green Goblin, and even his Aunt May. When he pursued his crush, he succeeded in getting her heart, but he wasn't happy being scolded by his boss every day. To be honest, when Luke saw him, he wondered if the young spider crossed over from the studio next door. Otherwise, why was his life so dark? Who is that man? He looked so strong. A vast expanse of ice made Spidey's acrobatic mobility useless. He had to work as a war photographer, weaving in and out of army formations, looking for angles to take pictures. He's called the Sentry. This guy is terrifying. Flying in midair, Iron Man, who was sweeping up the undead warriors with his enchanted Gatling, told him what he had found out from the Sorcerer Supreme. A few moments later, the name Sentry was spread around through Spider-Man's mouth. Everyone was wondering whether this blond man, Sentry, was a friend or foe. Bang! Sentry opened his palm and effortlessly caught the long-handled hammer as it struck him like lightning. A terrifying force travels along the arm and around his body. Robert Reynolds's foothold suddenly collapsed. The crater was deep as if pierced by the force of a war hammer. Thick, solid ice instantly turned into dust and fluttered away. The sentry's tall body shook, but he was all right. The blue cloak behind him, like a tugging banner, was tugging straight up. The guards! The sentry lifted his feet off the ground, suspended in mid-air, and looked at Kull with puzzled eyes. Are the guards this weak? Robert Reynolds's honest and frank words almost made the blood pressure of the god of fear soar. When had the Allfather, the king of Asgard, ever been regarded as weak? But before the serpent could make a move, he saw a blur in front of his eyes and a flash of shadow in his vision. At full power, the sentry could fly several light years out of the galaxy in an instant. Therefore, even an Allfather could hardly catch his movements. With just one step, the air exploded in a series of blasts, like an explosive charge burning out. The tall body appeared like a lofty mountain that filled Kull's field of view. I'm the sentry. No one gives me orders, remember that. In Robert Reynolds's consciousness, the ethereal green flames were squeezed into a corner and the pitch-black shadows prevailed. Before he became the sentry, he was an addict who lived a life of debauchery and decadence. Weakness and strength created a split personality within Robert Reynolds. Simply put, this person was mentally unstable. Sometimes he would be in a normal state with an active personality. The sentry was able to communicate and talk well at those times. Occasionally, he would even do good deeds and help other superheroes. Generally speaking, it was a positive figure. But sometimes he was back to being the addict, Robert Reynolds. A madman with no sense of reason, whose consciousness was consumed by bottomless desire. The sentry, at those times, can be said to be very powerful or very weak, because his spirit wasn't enough to match that mighty force. On the contrary, because of some petty profits, he would be manipulated by others. For example, in the Dark Avengers period, the sentry worked as a lapdog to Norman Osborn, obeying his orders completely. It was as unbelievable as Superman bending to Lex Luthor's will and working as a thug for that bald man. If anything, the first two mental states could be attributed to Robert Reynolds's psychological mapping, which was understandable. Then, the negative personality hidden in the sentry was an incomprehensible and terrifying presence. The void. It was the dark side of the sentry. Compared with Dark Phoenix's negative personality, the void was even more terrible. Because the former could at least communicate, but the latter would only destroy everything irrationally. For the moment, the sentry was probably in the second state. There was no reason, but there was no madness either. Boom! Robert Reynolds, who appeared in front of Cull, glaring at the old man with the fierce gaze of a street gangster. Without mercy, he lifted the ninth hammer of fear and slammed it down on the head of the serpent. The compressed air flow emitted a whistling sound. Before he could react, Cull, like a cannonball, crashed through the thick ice and into the cold sea. It looks like Cull is no match for the sentry. Spider-Man captured the scene just now, but when he took a look, his excitement froze. Because the speed of Robert Reynolds's hand greatly exceeded the limit of human vision and also exceeded the shutter speed of a camera, the photos were blurry and nothing could be seen. I recommend asking Iron Man to get you a better camera so you can get a useful shot. A relaxed, amused voice rang out from behind Spider-Man. Peter Parker turned his head and saw that it was Luke. Master Sorcerer Supreme. Mr. Stark doesn't have time for this. He's having a blast. Spider-Man grinned through his mask. The iron battle suit, with its barrels sticking out from all over, acted as a mobile fortress, pouring out the fire with impunity. With just one man holding back Cull's army of the dead, he created an opportunity for the Allies to push forward at a steady pace. Master, who do you think will win? Spidey, who was inexplicably distressed and a little restrained, took the initiative to find a topic of conversation. Sorcerer Supreme's reputation had long been known among the Avengers. Superman's gruesome record of punching Juggernaut, kicking Odin and killing Absorbing Man had been spreading at an alarming rate and had become the talk of the superheroes for some time now. Up to this moment, the allied armies of the 9 realms hadn't retreated, and the Avengers hadn't lost hope. A large part of the reason for this was because of Luke. His presence had led many to believe that the serpent, Cull, wasn't an unbeatable being. It's hard to say. Let's see how much the sentry can do. Luke had finished warming up and could join the battle at any time. He was just waiting for the opportunity to get more information. A battle of equals in itself was a battle of information. As an equal All-Father, Luke was able to defeat Odin. Part of the reason for this was because the God King knew nothing about him. The Devastator card drew on the energy of the sun and grew stronger as it fought, with unimaginable endurance. Had Odin known all this and chosen a different approach, the outcome might have been somewhat different. It was important to be cautious against any opponent, especially in the Marvel Universe. This was what Luke thought. How much he can do, Spider-Man muttered these words. He couldn't help but wonder, is it possible that such a strong sentry hasn't used his full strength yet? Luke glanced at Peter Parker and figured out what the other party was thinking. He just smiled and didn't explain. The sentry's combat power fluctuated greatly. He was the most powerful man on Earth with the power of 1,000,000 exploding stars, only when he had merged with the void and remained at the peak of his sanity. When drugged out of his mind, the sentry's ability to fight would be significantly reduced due to his mental instability and inability to use his powers wisely. Such a contradiction. Luke saw the golden sentry, which smashed Cull into the bottom of the sea with just one strike, and a look of enthusiasm passed through his eyes. On the one hand, he was worried that the Guard of Fear would provoke the void in Robert Reynolds. On the other hand, he was eager to have a fierce and even dangerous battle with a strong opponent. Just like Batman, when facing Superman, asked one thing, "Tell me, do you bleed?" Since becoming Superman, Luke rarely had to face mortal danger. He was always relaxed, always unflustered, because no matter how powerful the enemy was, they couldn't threaten him. But the appearance of the Sentry slightly changed this fact. By rough estimation, the Sentry in his unhinged state was on the level of an Allfather. If the negative personality was triggered and the void went online, it should be able to break the limit and become a monolith level. In other words, there was a chance that Superman would be killed by the Sentry. It's a thrill to think about. Luke grinned. Kull, who fell into the deep sea, crumbled and disintegrated without spilling a single drop of blood. The Sentry, he's out of control. The Guard of Fear was annoyed and regretted that he didn't have enough power to control the guy. He was always obedient before, but why did he suddenly change? He exhaled a breath of air, his pupils narrowed, and his eyes turned cold. The pitch-black depths of the sea abruptly kick up a fierce tide. In the open and boundless underwater world, a turbulent undercurrent surged like a giant dragon making waves. Crack, crack. Ice cap on which the allied army of the Nine Realms stood seemed to crack as if an earthquake had occurred. Boom! An iceberg floating on the sea suddenly disintegrated and turned into powder. It was as if it had been smashed by a tremendous force. The serpent! The great serpent! There were many shouts of surprise. An indescribably large snake's head slowly emerged from the sea of ice. The hard, solid iceberg, which had never melted for ages, looked so small in front of the serpent's raised head. This is the real Kull. Luke carried Spider-Man up into the air. In total, Antarctica, with its 14 million square kilometers, didn't seem large enough to hold the entire body of the serpent. With just one gentle movement, the sea of ice rippled, and the continental shelf seemed like it was breaking apart. Sentry! The serpent stared at the flying golden figure with its cold pupils. The chaos that the worthy provoked, and the fear that spread through Midgard, were enough to restore Kull to his Allfather level of strength. Unfortunately, the plan to destroy the 8 realms and break through the limit had failed. The Sorcerer Supreme defeated Juggernaut and killed Absorbing Man, while the Sentry killed another one. Not only the worthy, but the Hammer of Fear was also missing. What a mess! It's a big ant. Robert Reynolds's transfixed eyes saw the serpent as a giant black dot. Such a response naturally aroused the boundless anger of the Guard of Fear. It raised its head and slammed into him. With this one action, the continent shook and the ice cap broke. Beneath the depth, the immense body wreaked tsunami-like devastation. Boom! The Sentry didn't run away. In fact, in his current state, he didn't know how to fight. He only clenched his 5 fingers, made a fist, and swung it hard. The air seemed to have been squeezed into a cannonball, and it was heading for Kull's head. A terrifying force ripped out a straight vacuum column. The hardened scales, which no adamantium weapon could cut through, burst into pieces, and a gaping wound opened. The dark green blood poured into the sea of ice like heavy rain. In just a few breaths, countless bodies were floating in the sea. There were marine life and people of the allied army of the 9 realms that were unfortunately contaminated. The serpent's blood was highly toxic. In the prophecy, it was said that Thor, the god of thunder, died as a result of bathing in the blood of the serpent. Raw, seemingly in pain, the serpent raised its head and hissed loudly. The clouds dissipated and the earth shook. From its mouth, a large stream of poisonous gas spewed out, like a cloud of smoke slowly dispersing. Hiss! The Sentry didn't avoid it. After he was hit, his skin and flesh looked like they were eroded by sulfur. A large scar spread out. The unbearable pain caused Robert Reynolds to scream in agony. He was just a poor drug addict, not a powerful soldier. Despite having incredible strength, his will had never been sharpened. After being injured, the Sentry seemed to lose his will to fight and tried to run away. But how could Kull, the serpent, spare him? It opened its bloody mouth wide. Its fangs were as sharp as the great pillars of the Roman temple. A deep breath, like a hurricane rolling through, pulled at Robert Reynolds. In a matter of seconds, the golden Sentry was swallowed by the serpent. Hiss! Hiss! The belly of the serpent was like an aqua regia pond filled with corrosive liquid. The Sentry was swallowed up by the bloody jaws and fell down a slippery, sticky, dark passage. The inner wall around it kept squeezing, suffused with thick greenish venom poured down like an open faucet. It didn't take long to cover the lower half of Robert Reynolds's body. Ah! Ah! The piercing scream echoed in the narrow space. The sentry didn't have a strong spirit. His face was distorted by the pain, and thick blue veins burst out. Snot and tears surged together, and bean-sized sweat came out all over his forehead. At the moment, Robert Reynolds, a powerful man, was no different from ordinary people. Every muscle in his face trembled and twitched as he felt the delicate process of flesh and blood being melted away by the venom. In just a few breaths, the sentry's two long, muscular legs were reduced to two white bones. This was far more cruel and torturous than death. Robert Reynolds nearly collapsed at the sight of the vacant lower half of his body. This was a symbol of his masculinity, the inalienable dignity of men. Pain, fear, like an effective catalyst, causing the madness that dominated his mind to grow even more incomprehensible. I don't want to die. Sentry felt like he was going to die, like a drowning man struggling for his life. Panicked, he swung his fists, no longer skimping on the infinite amount of stellar energy. Boom, 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 the terrifying force raged and tore at the serpent. The sentry, who was close to a mental breakdown, shouted. It ran down the esophagus and smashed through a thick mountainous spine. Roar! Cull, who had raised his head and looked down on all beings with cold pupils, thinking he had won, felt a sharp twinge of pain. He never expected that the sentry hadn't been melted away by the venom in his body. Instead, he was upside down in his body on the rampage. It hurts! The unimaginably huge body of the serpent involuntarily tumbled. As a proud Asgardian, presumably, he hadn't read China's 4 great classical novels, especially Journey to the West. Otherwise, the god of fear would surely know that it was irrational to swallow the enemy whole. I don't want to die. The sentry flew at full speed. The melted flesh grew and healed rapidly thanks to his superb self-healing ability. A torrent of energy, like a cannon, pierced the tail of the serpent. With a raised hand, he tore open the rectum of the great serpent and burst straight out of the cloaca. The serpent cried out in pain as his true body was wounded. As if stimulated, the huge, gigantic body rolled over. The entire continent of Antarctica shattered and ripped apart in a tsunami of apocalyptic proportions. The sentry's face still looked fierce. The pain had taken such a toll on his mind that he had unconsciously switched on his survival mechanism. For humans, when they can't cope with intense emotions or extreme pain, they pass out. But Robert Reynolds was different. If his life were in danger, he would fall into despair. The negative personality hidden in his consciousness would appear. For example, right now. The sentry's pupils were devoid of focus, their radiance abruptly dulled, as if a computer had been rebooted. Seconds later, the open pupils turned black, and a destructive wave spread out. It was as if the air was being gripped by a large hand, constantly making explosive sounds. I'll crush you to death, a hoarse voice reverberates across the open landscape. The sentry's body moved instantaneously at sublight speed with the slightest thought. It was like a flash of lightning that arrived in a split second. A heavy fist, like a huge hammer that crushed space, smashed onto the head of the serpent. Boom! It was as if a planet had collided with him, and in a thousandth of a second, the terrible force spread throughout the god of fear's entire body. The hard scales, the huge body, ruptured with a bang, turning into endless pieces of flesh and blood. This ant, I'll crush you to death, the sentry said with a cold face. In his dark eyes, there was no compassion for life, and no mercy for his enemies. Nothing but the void, the ultimate nothingness where nothing exists beyond the destruction of all things. Finally, willing to let me out, you fucking coward. The sentry spoke with contempt towards Robert Reynolds, the original owner of his body. In his opinion, that guy was an example of how to make a mess of everything. The hardest fists and the toughest flesh in the world, but he didn't know how to use them. At least satisfy one's personal desires as a human being. For example, be ambitious. He could kill all the superheroes in the world who resist him and rule the world. It was fine to be less ambitious, to indulge in lust, to indulge in desire, to vent the possessive instincts of a male creature. But Robert Reynolds did nothing. All he had in his head was becoming some kind of shitty superhero. This was simply ridiculous. While that loser is unconscious, why don't I destroy half the world first and then enjoy his poor and pathetic expression? The sentry revealed a crazy, psychotic smile. It wasn't difficult for him to blow up a planet. Then it's decided. Sentry, who had made up his mind, didn't bother with Cull. It was just a dead snake. Destroying the world was much more fun. Mr. Sentry, shouldn't you ask for my opinion before destroying the Earth? Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind. The sentry narrowed his eyes. He was surprised that, with his vigilance, he didn't notice anyone approaching him. This wasn't normal. He turned and found that the other party was wearing a similar battle suit, his dark red cloak fluttering behind him. "Who are you?" The sentry, in the void state, seemed much more polite than Robert Reynolds, who sees people as ants without even thinking. The sorcerer supreme of this universe. Luke returned the smile and said, "Mr. Sentry, I'm afraid you don't know that just a few days ago there was an old man who wanted to destroy this planet too." "Oh, and how did it go?" The sentry seemed curious and asked. "I gave him a good beating and convinced him to give up his idea with love and justice," Luke answered seriously. "So, Sorcerer Supreme, do you think he's stronger than me?" The sentry asked in a maniacal manner, with a glint in his dark eyes. "That's certainly not true." "Only from the surface of it, you're definitely the better fighter," Luke was honest. "Do you think you are better than me?" the sentry asked again. "It's not easy to say. It depends on the outcome." Luke was humble. "So, Sorcerer Supreme, what are you going to stop me with? Love and justice?" The sentry's lips curled up in a sarcastic smile. He didn't give a damn about this stranger who came out of nowhere. The sentry's puffed-up attitude didn't irritate Superman, but rather brought a slight curve to his lips. If it were the complete void, surely there wouldn't be any human feelings. It would be a cold machine that only knew destruction and devastation. Not to mention so much meaningless nonsense, he might not even show any emotions. It can be seen that the sentry, at this time, wasn't a formidable enemy that couldn't be confronted. A lawless maniac like you, a butcher who has no regard for life, should indeed be educated with love and justice. After a general assessment of his opponent's strengths, Luke ended the exchange of malicious words. The space beneath his feet shook, and the air current exploded. The dark red cloak billowed, bringing up a splash of brilliance. A fist, hard enough to sink half of the ice sheet, was constantly enlarged in the eyes of the sentry. His super senses couldn't be sharper, and he was frantically alerted. It seemed that there was a big word, death, engraved on that fist. The sentry, who lacked combat experience, didn't expect Superman to make such a big move as soon as he made a move. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere was viciously compressed, and the friction caused a red glow. The clouds were scattered, and the whole sky was illuminated. In a tenth of a second, Superman's fist slammed against the sentry. Crack. Luke raised an eyebrow, a twinkle of surprise in his eyes. He had faced many enemies since his debut. There weren't many opponents who could take his fists head-on and survive. The sentry did it. Luke saw him react in a fraction of a second, opening his palms, crossing them to his chest, and then firmly caught his fists. Not bad. Superman's mind flashed, giving the guy a compliment. The power that could sink a continent, like a sharp blade, cut straight through the sentry's tall body. A non-human body that could completely resist nuclear explosions, like a tattered sandbag. Instantly, his chest caved in, and his bones shattered with a loud wail. The entire body arched in a shocking curve as if someone had broken his spine, and he vomited out a large amount of blood. Despite some embarrassment, the sentry managed to stop it. Doesn't the Sorcerer Supreme have any virtue at all? Not even a word before a fight. How despicable. In a faint voice, the sentry denounced Superman's deviousness and shamelessness. His twisted face was covered with blood, but he revealed a crazy smile. "Now it's my turn." The two palms across his chest gripped Superman's fist as if he was about to crush it. At the same time, the sentry tilted his head back and slammed his head forward. A headbutt. It's just that Luke, who had the Kryptonian Warrior LV2 card, didn't give the other party a chance. He predicted the sentry's move and hit him back with his hard head. Bang! The atmosphere shook, and thunder rumbled. An iceberg below was instantly reduced to snow and disintegrated. The mere sound waves from the battle between the two were too powerful. "Sorry, there is no such thing as your turn." Luke's eyes slightly narrowed as the high-temperature rays spilled out and turned into energy. Boom! Like tens of thousands of tons of explosives bursting in unison, the air currents were intense. An invisible force field wrapped around the two, sending them flying. They were like two meteors, causing severe friction in the atmosphere, emitting strong flames. During their full-speed flight, Superman and the Sentry didn't stop, but engaged in thousands of violent collisions. In one of the most dangerous cases, the bodies of both sides collided. Like broken porcelain, fine cracks appeared. The blood curdled into threads, which were then vaporized by the aftermath of the battle. Whether it was Superman or the Sentry, after suffering such terrible injuries, they could still recover in an instant. It was like two machines competing at high speed with each other. Vitality, defense, recovery speed. They kept clashing and healing. An infinite supply of stellar energy, like gods of war bathed in sunlight, never getting tired. Both seemed to be immortal and could recover from any serious injury within a few breaths, provided it wasn't fatal. This incredible self-healing ability had far surpassed Wolverine. Boom, bang, 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 bang. The rapid flight of the two men brought about a series of bursts, leaving a long vacuum in their wake. In a matter of moments, it struck from the Antarctic to Australia. Bang! The clash of fist and palm sent a powerful aftershock. The towering buildings close to the battlefield collapsed like an overbaked crisp biscuit. Before the humans below knew what was happening, the two magnificent figures standing in the sky had disappeared. When they appeared again, they were already in Paris, France. Loud roar sounded in Champ de Mars, which attracted everyone to look up. However, before they could see Superman and the Sentry clearly, a figure like a cannonball crashed straight through the Eiffel Tower. The 7,000-ton landmark building looked like butter sliced through with a red-hot knife, revealing a smooth cut. After destroying the icon of French culture, the culprit crashed into the ground. Champ de Mars seemed to have been bombed by a large shell. The hard ground rippled in all directions from the fallen figure. Do you feel the love and justice from the Sorcerer Supreme now? Superman, standing in mid-air, looked down at the Sentry, whose chest bore a gaping hole. You fucker! The Sentry spat out a curse, his dark eyes filled with madness. The golden figure drew a straight line and slammed into Luke. Boom! Another explosion. The clouds overhead looked like torn wool, leaving two clear flight paths. Where did they go? Iron Man, still in Antarctica, was trying to capture the battle between Superman and the Sentry through Stark Industries and SHIELD's satellites. At this point in time, everyone has been relegated to a supporting role, unable to intervene in the battle and slaughter between the two most powerful men on Earth. Thor, the god of thunder, who should have been in the limelight and fulfilled the prophecy, gazed up at the sky in awe. Then, as he looked down at the broken and scattered ice field, a feeling of insignificance came over him. It turned out that there would be a time when the gods of Asgard would appear weak. Superman and the Sentry were engaged in a battle that surpassed the Allfather level. He was curious, who would be the winner and the strongest human on Earth? You can't kill me. You'll just make me. Even crazier. A blurred, violent voice emerged from the roaring air currents. Strong muscles twisted together like a titan from ancient times to deflect Luke's punch to the head. With the pain of his broken arms, the Sentry lifted his knee and slammed it into Superman's chest. Then, the two rapidly healing arms threw a dazzling combination of punches. Luke was passive and beaten. He uncontrollably flew straight out of the atmosphere, destroying one of Stark Industries' satellites in the process. But presumably, with Iron Man's character, he wouldn't look for him to claim compensation. Under the dark, starry sky, the blue planet gradually shrunk. Luke opened up his bioforce field to stabilize his flying body. Let's see what you've got. He looked directly at the increasingly crazy and powerful Sentry and took the initiative to provoke him. He used his psychic powers and provoked the guy's mind. Sensing the contempt, the Sentry grinned and accelerated with all his might. The crimson heat vision across the darkness of the starry sky was like the light of a great sword sweeping across the universe. In the past, on Earth, Luke always felt that his hands were tied, afraid of damaging a continent or a planet. But now, he didn't have to worry about it anymore. The feeling of ease rose from his chest and went straight to his brain. Superman also waved his invincible fist at the Sentry. This was a tough battle, for either side. Whether it was Superman or the Sentry, it was the same. They were like two celestial objects on a collision course. Their clashes caused a frenzy of violent rays and energy particles that illuminated the deep, dark space. The darkness of space served as a backdrop, and the stars were like flickering beacons. As the main characters, Superman and the Sentry. On one side he was white and dazzling, dissolving all things. On the other side there was a majestic golden light and an awe-inspiring presence. The two figures confronted each other in space, emitting the same terrifying aura. Although the battlefield was changed to space, the aftermath caused by their encounter was still astonishing, as if a violent tidal wave of energy had been whipped up in the void, impacting the barriers of space. All kinds of tiny invisible particles collided and burst into a glorious display of cosmic splendor, making for a rare cosmic spectacle. Huff! Huff! Luke was panting heavily, his chest heaving like a bellows. Sweat that had just come out of his forehead instantly evaporated. The tattered battle suit slowly recovered, and his left arm weakly dangled. He felt like he was playing a real-life fighting game. The difference between the two sides was very small in terms of blood recovery speed, blocking technique, and explosive damage. The key to winning or losing wasn't who was stronger or faster. Rather, it was a question of who could hold out longer in such intense combat. Because as long as it's not a certain death situation, Superman and the Sentry could recover quickly and continue to fight. What kind of monster are you? Burning with a golden flame, like a huge celestial body, the Sentry, with an extremely strange look, gazed at Luke in the distance. He was in a worse condition than Superman, who was somewhat in disarray. Although his chest was covered with ferocious holes from heat vision, the flesh was squirming and gradually growing. Compared with the previous instant recovery, the Sentry's self-healing speed had slowed down. Monster, I'm the good guy. Aware of the other's mental fluctuations, Luke responded with a smile. At this point in the battle, time had become irrelevant. If this situation continued to develop, even if he could do this all day like Captain America, a week's worth of energy was consumed. Doesn't he ever get tired? Sentry's crazy expression showed a look of doubt. He couldn't understand that even he, who had the power of 1,000,000 stars, had suffered a drastic decline in physical strength after the high-intensity battle. But this young Sorcerer Supreme was still calm. At best, his breathing was a little heavy, as if this kind of intense battle for him was just a matter of climbing 5 flights of stairs. To borrow a quote from a friend of mine, I could play all day, all week, or all month. Luke's mouth curled up in a provocative smile. Only if you can hold up. At this time, the Sentry was a mentally unstable madman. To provoke him was easier than taunting people in chats in online games. Sure enough, after being provoked, Sentry, who was about to stop when his anger subsided, had a cold glint in his dark eyes. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the golden light flames twisted and flashed. The Sentry crossed the void and appeared to Superman's right. His arm was raised, and his elbow was bent, aiming directly at Luke's head. The latter reacted quickly, also using a strong flash-like movement to avoid the Sentry's attack. Such a fierce and swift attack and defense. In just a millisecond, they switched between each one, hundreds of times. It was a close fight, but no one could touch anyone. With each fist swing and leg kick, the vibrations and explosions caused were annihilated in the dark and silent vacuum environment silently. Only the torrent of surging and turbulent energy destroyed the surrounding cosmic dust and crushed it into smaller particles. The two men fought fiercely while moving at high speed. Boom! Superman punched out a terrifying force of energy. Sentry was unable to dodge, and his left arm was shattered into flesh and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Luke's arm was caught by the other party and violently torn off. The scene was extremely bloody, like two fierce beasts fighting to the death. But Superman was much fiercer than the Sentry, who quickly backed up and prepared to recover from his injuries first. The bio-force field was fully opened, and the heavy pressure delayed the opponent's actions for a moment. Less than a millisecond became an opportunity to seize. Superman accelerated at full speed and closed in on the Sentry. The palm of his hand opened up and pressed heavily on his head. 5 fingers closed together and tightened. Ah! Ah! Sentry let out a frantic scream, and the fear of death instantly overwhelmed his mind. He clearly felt that his hard skull was sinking, as if squeezed by a terrible force. The madness before death urged the Sentry to release all of his strength. He roared silently. The sound waves were swallowed up by the dark void of space. The golden flames emanating from his body immediately surged, and terrifying energy was released from his eyes. A raging particle stream in heat, like a flood, swept through everything. Zai zai, zai zai zai. Even as the huge energy of the laser stream of light bombarding on his body, Luke still held the sentry's head and didn't let go. "You haven't learned a thing, sentry." Luke, with a relaxed smile, sent a message into his mind. "In battle, sometimes it's about the courage to face death." Boom. At the moment when the mental fluctuation dissipated, Superman showed no mercy. He closed his palm and gripped even harder. The sentry's head, like a watermelon pierced by a bullet, directly burst and shattered. The red and white mixed turbid liquid, as well as the residue of the meat, were all evaporated by the high temperature and disappeared. Only the headless body stood quietly in the void. The golden flame, like a candle in the wind, faded down. Luke couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he realized that the sentry's life was annihilated. The body of Superman, whose magnitude was comparable to that of a planet, had a slight tear when it was confronted with the laser beam. Like broken porcelain, it was about to collapse. He was facing the young, warm star, hungry and thirsty for the radiant rays. The arm torn off by the sentry quickly grew back. "The Devastator card is really useful," Luke whispered. Superman from the studio next door didn't have this extraordinary recovery ability. Now, as long as his brain was intact, he could recover from any serious injury, and after taking single damage, the immunity would also be greatly improved. Killing him was an impossible task. Superman plus Doomsday. Luke smiled and lifted the newly grown arm. The sun's rays shone on his face through his fingers. "By the way, I almost forgot the last strike." Luke looked at the headless body in the void and held out a finger. The extreme energy was compressed and condensed into a dazzling point of light. Swoosh! It shot out. The terrible energy penetrated the sentry's flesh and exploded from the inside out. On Earth, this would be enough to sink the North American continent and trigger an apocalyptic disaster. Superman never took it lightly when dealing with a strong opponent who deserved vigilance and respect. Ha! Luke, who was engaged in the one-stop funeral service business, suddenly raised his eyebrows and realized something was wrong. The sentry, whose skull was crushed and lifeless, didn't seem to be dead. The sentry was subjected to a shot of a high-temperature laser beam, but something strange was happening. The energy attack released by Superman didn't cause him fatal damage, but seemed to be absorbed. Whew! A red, blood-like sharp limb crawled out of the ruptured skull. A dark shadow overshadowed the golden flame that erupted from and released by the sentry. Its twisted tentacles stretched out, transforming one of the Earth's most powerful beings into a monster. Luke's pupils contracted, and his body tightened as if he had sensed danger. The Void. A name was squeezed out of his throat. The Void. It was a negative personality in the sentry. As the saying goes, because of the plot, justice always looked 3 times weaker, and falling into evil would always look 3 times stronger. This law was applicable to any film, television, and literary works. The sentry claimed to have the power of millions of stars, but in fact, under normal conditions, he only had the strength of 1 exploding star. Only by completely abandoning himself, letting the void take the lead, and breaking through restrictions could he fully release the terrifying force that could dominate the world. He didn't die, but still could release a big upgrade now. Luke had a slight headache and rubbed his furrowed brow. With a blow to the brain, followed by a crushing shot to the bones, the sentry still couldn't completely be killed. He could only say that this guy's vitality was really tenacious. The blood-red glow, mixed with the dark shadows, merged little by little from the sentry's headless body. Sharp joints constantly popped out from behind, like wings opening up. Luke tried to attack, and once again emitted a high-temperature ray that could evaporate flesh and blood from his fingertip. But it was like a lump of clay falling into the sea, evaporating without causing any damage. If Superman had been wearing some kind of high-tech glasses that measured battle power, he would have found that the sentry's energy readings were soaring wildly and had already broken through the original limits. In other words, becoming the Void, he completely broke through the shackles of being at the Allfather state. As long as he wanted to, he could destroy planets and become a humanoid catastrophe on a cosmic scale. Luke's brain was racing, thinking about how to save the situation. The same time, the sentry, which was possessed by the dark shadow, grew a new head. It was still the same face, Robert Reynolds's look. But compared to before, there was no expression on his face, like a cold machine without feelings. The dark eyes were filled with a craving for destruction. Sorcerer, supreme, the void raised its head. A heart-pounding, cold, killing intent suddenly spread across the space between them. Luke was irritated and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Now, the void seized the opportunity. The tall figure appeared in front of Superman as if he was teleporting. In a matter of microseconds, Luke was attacked by a fierce storm. Sharp limbs easily penetrated his body, causing bright red streaks of blood. The fist, filled with terrifying power, slammed down at the same time. Luke felt as if one planet after another had crashed into him. The fully healed Superman was on the verge of collapse again. The first time experiencing a beating. Luke didn't lose his fighting spirit, but he was in the mood to laugh at himself. He raised his hands in a defensive stance, like a boxer waiting for a chance to counterattack. The explosive onslaught almost crushed the atmosphere. After a while, Superman's eyes suddenly became sharp as blood surged out of his body. He grabbed the arm waved by the void with unparalleled precision and twisted it into a spiral-like shape. Then, with a powerful kick, the opponent was sent flying. Longer bursts would inevitably slow down the speed of the punches. Luke traded a 3-minute-long passive beatdown for the chance to attack. Boom! The full force of the blow didn't turn the void into mincemeat or bombard him to bits. Like a propelled meteor, he flew backward at an alarming rate, eventually crashing into an uninhabited planet. Is this strength? It's too light. The void stood up calmly from the huge crater where the aftershocks radiated for tens of thousands of miles. He faintly scanned through, his psychic fluctuations covering the planet, and got the general information. The surface temperature is between -238 and -218 degrees Celsius, composed mainly of rocks and ice. Its mass is 1/6 that of the moon. The surface is covered with a layer of solid nitrogen and a small amount of solid methane and carbon monoxide. This is Pluto. The void wasn't like the sentry, whose brain was full of madness and no rationality. On the contrary, he was like a cold machine, knowing how to calculate and think. There you are. I thought you'd run away. Moments later, Luke caught up with the void and landed at the other end of Pluto. The former seemed to see it and spoke with a tone devoid of any emotions. In his view, this was just a calm statement, with no mockery. This young Sorcerer Supreme was indeed the most powerful of all the creatures that the void had ever seen. But compared with himself, it was still too far behind. How can you leave your back to your opponent on the battlefield? Luke said with a smile. He looked around. The planet was an ultra-low temperature hell, just like Jotunheim, where the frost giants lived. Even breathing could freeze people, turning them into ice sculptures. Then wait for me to kill you, the void said coldly. The muscles of both arms swelled up like mountains. The blood-red flames were like volcanoes, erupting violently. He was like an unstoppable sword, cutting the ice on the surface without hindrance. Boom! The distance of tens of thousands of miles only took a few moments to cross. In less than a breath, Luke saw the void's fist. He caught the lightning-like trajectory, accelerated his feet, and dodged away. The void's fist smashed into an empty spot. The terrifying force struck through the surface and condensed layers of solid nitrogen. The huge kinetic energy was like a diamond cannonball. The friction with ice and rocks caused an explosion, and a spectacular mushroom cloud grew out. With a single punch, several hundred kilometers in circumference sunk into the ground, sending up rolling waves of air. The violent turmoil set off a high-intensity 12-magnitude earthquake, as if the whole planet was shaking. Rumble. Then you better kill me once and for all, or... Luke released a psychic wave, dashed behind the void, and also threw a punch. There will be no second chances. The enormous power seemed to distort the space, bringing up a stream of light and striking straight at him. The void's reaction was faster. He quickly turned around, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he actively waved his fists to meet the attack. Bang! Luke took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He felt like his fist had hit a white dwarf with high density, and he couldn't defeat it. The footsteps that stepped onto the planet instantly sank deeper and rapidly recoiled backward. The void wasn't much better. He was hit by the recoil force and flew straight out several kilometers away. The shark wave formed by the collision, centered on the two, released horrifying kinetic energy and heat. The surface of Pluto was lit up like a huge fireball. The blinding light radiated out, crushing and annihilating all the substances in it. A layer of the surface was abruptly scraped off, and a large crack broke out, causing an amazing explosion. Then, Superman and the void continued to collide. After thousands of collisions, the energy from the battle tore the planet apart. In an unimaginably huge explosion, Pluto was completely reduced to space dust. However, it wasn't over. Superman and the Void were moving at high speed while constantly blasting out energy, creating one vacuum zone after another. Compared with the previous stalemate, after a fierce battle, Superman, who was facing the Void, finally showed a bit of fatigue. Again. But Luke still kept up his fighting spirit. He did his best to fly at the speed of light. The Void was in close pursuit, chasing after. In this way, the two people started a cosmic chase. Meanwhile, no one knew how many asteroids had been smashed and pierced by them. This jaw-dropping pursuit at the speed of light seemed endless, until Luke saw an exuberant light illuminating space. They reached the sun. "This is the battlefield you have chosen." The Void seemed to understand something. His mental fluctuations strafed out, and he looked at Superman near the sun. They arrived at this huge star body one after another. The powerful magnetic field released by it slowed down Superman and the Void's actions. It was as if they had chains on their body. Each swing no longer had any sense of ease. "But you should know, this magnetic field and gravitational field are nothing to me." The Void thought that Superman wanted to use the sun to limit his movements so as to find a chance to turn over. "Besides, under the same conditions, you will only be more affected than me." Luke smiled. He didn't say what he really thought, just like a villain. No matter how much the Void thought so, maybe the readers could guess it. He just wanted to recharge. In the face of a powerful enemy with the power of millions of stars, the energy in his body was almost squeezed clean. Fortunately, there was a young and energetic yellow sun, which released heat, radiation, and light. It slowly healed Superman's body. "Then give it a try. Let's see who has the last laugh." Luke threw a provocative look, trying to anger the Void. The trick that worked well for the Sentry would be useless if it were used on a personality like the Void. "Oh, how could an elephant be angry with an ant?" the Void said, indicating that Luke's trick was useless. The latter's eyes flashed. He didn't say anything more. For the battle so far, his physical strength, health, and blood, these all were pushed to the limit. This was the first time Luke had felt like this since his debut. He experienced the first thrilling battle that squeezed him, pushed him so close to defeat and death. "It's exciting." When he thought of that, he grinned and revealed a slight smile. "Surprisingly, up to now, the sense of despair hasn't broken my psychological defenses." The Void was silent, feeling the toughness of the opponent, then accelerating his feet, he rushed at Superman. The sharp limbs on his back flung wildly, like the claws and teeth of a ferocious beast, wanting to tear Luke's body in half. Luke's right hand reached out, bringing up a bright silver light. The 10th metal slashed across, and the unparalleled blade sliced off all the limbs and tentacles that were mixed with negative sentiments. "Shit!" The Void, who had been thinking rationally, cold and indifferent, roared in anger as if he had been greatly injured, and his spirit fluctuated. "Are you defeated?" Luke didn't forget to ridicule. The 10th metal continued to extend, looking like a lance sweeping across the scene, hitting the injured Void at the waist. The latter, like a meteorite, fell into the dark depths of space. "Death! I must kill you!" The result of angering the Void was an even more furious attack. Those sharp limbs were the embodiment of the emotions from the negative personality. Luke's attack was equivalent to stabbing the human nerve with a sharp knife, causing severe pain. Facing the Void's incoming blast, Superman swung the 10th metal. Extremely sharp silver tracks spread all over the figure in a flash, leaving no space. The face of the fierce Void was a little pale with frustration. After entering the complete form, he resembled a dense white dwarf star that couldn't be harmed by normal means. But in Luke's right hand, the bright and shiny silver liquid, in his own perception, belonged to the extremely dangerous type of object. What the hell is that? He had doubts in his heart. Luke didn't want to take out the 10th metal that he had kept tucked away in his pocket, but the momentum of this battle was too explosive. Who knew if the multiverse bosses would notice? Exposing things from other universes wasn't a good thing. According to the Void's defense and density, he was theoretically impossible to be killed or hurt by any conventional weapons. Even the legendary artifact, the Gungnir, Stormbreaker, or Mjolnir. Facing the Void would still have a difficult time. The only thing that could come in handy was probably the 10th metal from the studio next door. Do you think this can stop me from killing you? A hint of rage flashed across the Void's face as he let the violent silver ray of light pierce his chest. Along with the severe pain and damage, the tall body burst out with the violent energy of a collapsing star, swallowing the silver ray. Rumble, the space collapsed. You're a tough guy. Luke looked distressed and quickly withdrew the 10th metal. Taking a few deep breaths, the stellar energy flowing through his body started to bubble up, providing even more power. After the Void's body exploded, it took less than half a minute to reform. This had gone beyond the scope of self-healing ability. It was controlling molecular movement. How would he defeat a formidable enemy that couldn't be killed? Luke felt the answer in his heart. He rushed at the Void with his feet. The new body, which had been reorganized, seemed to anticipate Superman's actions. The blood-red flames almost condensed into solid form and erupted in all directions. With a horrible high temperature, the energy torrent formed by radiation instantly overwhelmed Luke. But instead of retreating, he kept going. With the cost of half his body disappearing and melting, the Void was firmly clamped in a chokehold. Have you ever embraced the sun? Luke's hoarse voice, accompanied by the turbulent airflow, reached the Void's ears. The two men plunged downward, aiming at the star that had been burning for over 4 billion years. You're crazy, crazier than me. When the two of them crashed into the sun's atmosphere, the Void finally let out a panicked shout. The 6,000 degrees Celsius heat continuously evaporated flesh and blood of the two men. It was like being in a boiling furnace, letting the solar storm and solar flares bombard their bodies. This was a terrifying zone that even the bioforce field couldn't resist. Any energy, any existence, would be dried up and vaporized by the heat released from the star's natural power. We will all die. The Void desperately struggled to get rid of Superman's hold on him, but the other party's strong arms tightly strangled his neck and pushed him to the core of the sun. In just a few moments, the two of them passed through over 100,000 kilometers of atmosphere and rushed into the core. The 15 million degrees Celsius temperature was too terrifying to accommodate any life. The twisted black shadow within the Void, like melting snow, was rapidly incinerated, and Superman wasn't much better. Although he could absorb the energy of stars, when the external environment was enough to kill him, and the absorption was far less than the input, he would also be vaporized by the star, completely vaporized. To become a golden Superman, the prerequisite was to evolve to the level of a Superman Prime. Otherwise, he wouldn't even qualify to enter a sun's core and be empowered. Afraid, Luke's drained face showed a hint of a smile. In the eyes of the Void, his smile seemed like the laughter of a madman, incomprehensible and frightening. Let's die together. The black eyes flashed with determination, and the Void understood very well that by the time they were completely inside the core of the sun, they wouldn't last even a minute. In front of him was an incandescent space, where the terrifying heat of 10 million degrees burned everything into gas. Millions of stars. In the face of Superman's teasing eyes, the Void invoked an unimaginable and terrifying power within his body. Explode! Like a sensational gamma ray burst, which occurred in the core of the sun. The burning, brightly lit stellar object shook violently, ejecting high-temperature energy that melted everything. A violent storm ensued, which didn't die down until much later. It seemed that everything was over. From that blue planet, two of the most powerful beings ended together. It was dark, cold, and chaotic. This was Luke's immediate feeling about death. The extreme heat of 10 million degrees Celsius at the core of the sun could even melt and burn through the bioforce field, not to mention the steel body. In addition, the sentry finally detonated the power of the star, forming a gamma ray burst of terrifying explosions. Under the double damage, Superman faced the first battle to the death in his life. It can be said that half of his foot had stepped into the gate of the abyss. Suddenly, Luke saw Death, one of the 5 guards in the universe, waving to himself. He didn't know if it was a near-death hallucination or a mental shock that created an imaginary image. Ahem! What a mess! Luke greedily breathed in the air. The pure white light overflowed around the tattered body and slowly seeped in. This was the light of the soul. It was used to heal the severe mental trauma suffered. His half-burned, completely carbonized, shattered body sat on a stone throne, struggling to heal his wounds. "Dear master, who has caused you such terrible harm?" A beautiful woman draped in tulle, chest, waist, and hips, exposed a large area of caramel-colored skin, walked up to Luke. She knelt down in the most humble and faithful manner. This was the underworld. The woman who appeared was the one who signed a contract with Set, the god of death, in an attempt to build a mummy dynasty and recreate the glory of ancient Egypt Princess Amenet. That guy Set was rather unlucky. In order to come back to life in the present world, he had been planning for thousands of years, but in the end, he was destroyed by Prodigum, led by Dr. Jekyll. Later, he fell into Superman's hand. Unfortunately, he was deprived of his godhood and authority over death and fell into eternal sleep. Luke didn't send this Egyptian princess's soul to hell, but left it behind after killing Set. He didn't have time to play the role of death, establish a religion, gather believers, and gain souls. Being the director of SHIELD, a superhero, a lieutenant general, a guard on Earth, the world's beacon, a sorcerer supreme. These titles were enough. If they continued to increase, he wouldn't be able to print it on a business card. Therefore, Luke asked Amenet to take care of this long-lost underworld for him. The name of the god of death, Set, had long been buried by the dust of history with the changes of dynasties and times. Faithful believers, souls that could be harvested. These were very few and far between. Accordingly, the underworld he built wasn't as ghastly and grand as it once was. It was like a deserted, dusty old palace. "Guy with a mental illness," Luke said truthfully. He fell into the sun with the void, not thinking of double suicide. He had his own underworld, and he could open it at any time and escape into it. But he didn't expect that in the face of death, the void's psychological defenses would collapse first, and he would directly use the self-destruct method. It was like a gamma-ray burst of energy bombardment that almost sent Luke to hell. But then again, he and Mephisto were still old acquaintances. If he went to hell, he believed that he would get the VIP treatment. "I hope the solar energy will burn the void." Luke bared his teeth. After the high intensity and long, hard battle, the speed of his recovery was now much slower. The sensation of writhing flesh and blood, like an unbearable itch, made him want to scratch all over. "Change the style. I don't like palaces." Blocking out the sensory torture, Luke propped one hand on the throne, and with his words, the dilapidated palace became a spacious study. "When Mephisto's Inferno Hotel is fully promoted, and I get my share, I also need to find time to take care of the underworld. An underworld, as well as the authority over death, should be used. Do you have any experience in the construction of the underworld?" Luke turned his attention to Amenet. The Egyptian princess cleaned up. In fact, she actually looked good. Her curves were round and full, her figure was vigorous and powerful, revealing a hint of exoticism. If she didn't take a shower for tens of millions when she came out, and her face was covered with various things, he might have agreed to roll in the sheets as she requested. "Ah," Amenet, kneeling below, looked confused. She was formerly an ancient Egyptian princess who had received a royal education in warfare, military leadership, and governing. But this was indeed the first time she had ever heard of the construction of an underworld. "Dear master, I can learn." Amenet understood Luke's meaning and quickly replied. She was an ambitious woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't take a huge risk to sign a contract with Set just for the position of a female pharaoh. Power and status were alluring to Amenet. A world of the underworld could be more seductive than a pharaoh's position. "Someday, I'll send you to hell for further education so that Mephisto could teach you." Who else had more experience in heaven and hell when it came to harvesting souls and building a dimensional world? Luke didn't think there was anyone. Like Dormammu's dark dimension, Sitorak's crimson cosmos, they were only taking up residence after being banished to those dimensions. Heaven and hell monopolized more than 90% of the Earth's soul market. Of course, this also has to do with the fact that dimensional demons didn't have as strong a need for soul chips as these new guards. According to your will, great guard of death, Amunet lowered her head and tried to show her meek side by revealing the deep cleavage she had squeezed out. Go down. Luke waved her away without looking. His body was incomplete and badly injured, so he didn't have the mind to dive into the ancient Egyptian princess. Besides, even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it. Luke looked at the bare bones of his body and felt a sense of grief. This time, doing a job for the Vishanti really gave him a big loss. Originally, he was only dealing with All-Father-level Cull. He didn't expect the Sentry and the Void to show up. That bad old man, Agamotto. When I go back to see him, he better increase my payment. Luke huffed and grumbled. Seeing the iron like bones, he suddenly had an inspiration. He spread his palm, and a bright silver aura flowed into his body. The 10th metal was originally from the studio next door, and by melting it into Superman's body, it may be able to make himself even more indestructible. If he got a chance to visit in the future, things like the emotional electromagnetic spectrum, anti-life equation, omega beams, all the powerful forces that could hurt Superman, he had to make a plan. It's a little exciting. Luke closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair in the study. The whole body was penetrated by the silvery liquid of the 10th metal, and the slow-growing muscles and cells suddenly sped up, making him feel like he was soaking in a hot spring. A strong feeling of sleep came over Luke, and he relaxed. His breathing became steady. Superman, Sorcerer Supreme, Luke Cavill. In a trance, he heard someone calling him. He slowly opened his eyes. The fog of the dark space dispersed, revealing a tall figure shrouded in black robes. It's a woman. Luke made his judgment just from the beautiful curves that were outlined. You are, he wanted to approach, but the black-robed woman was always hidden, like an illusory air bubble. I am the embodiment of death, the master of souls. The cold, mixed with a trace of an ethereal voice, reached Luke's ears as if a thunderstorm exploded. Mistress, death, he hesitantly said. As everyone knew, the Marvel Universe had 5 cosmic entities. They were death, eternity, infinity, oblivion, and Galactus. These 5 creational deities came into being with the birth of the multiverse. They were the embodiment of the rules and the super-user accounts that had part of the governing authority in the multiverse. They were administrators with high authority, up there with the living tribunal. And the boss, the only master of the all-powerful universe, the master of creation, one above all. I'm still in the newbie village on Earth. How come I've come into contact with the 5 creator gods? Luke had some doubts. Generally speaking, this was a being he would only be exposed to if he stepped out of the universe and into the starry sea. The new map hadn't even been unlocked, and a new boss had stepped out. What was happening? The Vishanti once mentioned your name to eternity. The black-robed woman who called herself Death spoke in a soft voice. However, Luke still couldn't see her face clearly. This was a multiverse-level existence that was still somewhat distant from him. We have a request. Of course, you can also regard it as a task. Madam Death faced Luke. Beneath her black robe was cold darkness that was hard to peek into. Behind her, there seemed to be 4 magnificent figures standing above the universe. Task. Luke's eyes flashed as if thinking of something. This is a good opportunity for you. This time, it was eternity. He was the boss of the Vishanti. Earth was said to be his heart. Luke still couldn't see the specific image of this big man, but only felt an endless convergence of celestial bodies, as if the vast universe, the twinkling stars, were presented in front of him. I hope you'll agree, Luke Cavill. This involves a higher level of gambling. Eternity was vague, but Luke could understand the meaning. He looked down at the 10th metal and became even more sure of his inner thoughts. What good? Opportunity? He looked up and asked. Southwest Australia, the Nullarbor Plain. A bolt of red lightning ran along the road. This was the longest and straightest highway in Australia, with a total length of 90 miles, extending over the southernmost tip of the country. It had been abandoned for many years, and few people remember the existence of this road, except for those crazy tourists. Those truck fleets that occasionally crossed had already changed their driving routes. After all, no one wanted to drive along a straight, long road. The dullness and tedium along the way would make people drowsy. However, this road was simply perfect for another group of people in the world. Just avoid the kangaroos and Australian ostriches that suddenly appear, and you could run as fast as you want. A straight and long track, in the eyes of a speedster, was simply heavenly. The surrounding scenery became blurred into flickering fragments of light and shadow, and even the sound of the wind gradually faded until it was silent. The red speedster, called the Flash, seemed to be speeding in a vacuum tube, with golden lightning all around him, as if walking in another world, a multi-dimension where time was absolutely still. Barry couldn't feel any physical existence, and there was nothing to obstruct him. The wind, the air, the resistance, everything disappeared. Only speed, ever-accelerating speed. This is the beauty of the Speed Force. Barry thought so. He used to come to this place to think. In the process of running at extreme speed, his mind was sharper and faster than usual. Many difficult problems that couldn't be studied thoroughly would be solved in an instant. But today, Barry just wanted to run as fast as he could. He didn't want to think about anything. A forever lingering shadow haunted him, like a ghost that followed him everywhere. Even if he was fast enough to break through the speed of light, beyond time, even if he was the fastest man in the world, the dark shadow hidden deep in his heart was always hanging over his head, laughing at his childhood self. No matter how fast you run, you can't save everyone, you can't save the people you care about. The Reverse Flash's words echoed in Barry's mind. Time and space resembled an unconventional circle, where the starting and ending points were often interconnected. Eobard Thawne was a person of the 25th century. He worshipped the Flash and studied the source of the Flash's ability. He finally understood the mystery of the Speed Force. Thawne successfully reproduced the accident that led to the birth of the Flash and became the new speedster. With his super speed, he became Reverse Flash, turning into the Flash's nemesis. In the end, in order to destroy his opponent, he had to break the boundary of time and travel to the past to kill the Flash, who hadn't grown up yet. This was the beginning of everything. Time and space were intertwined into a circle. Thawne killed Barry's mother, but also contributed to the birth of the Flash. In turn, the Flash made him the Speedster, nicknamed Reverse Flash, a super criminal. Barry, we should learn to accept the things that can't be changed. When my parents died in that dark alley, I already accepted my fate. The Dark Knight of Gotham once said this. But Barry, you can't forget that this is a void in your heart that can never be filled. That ethereal voice echoes quietly in his heart, like a faint light in the deep darkness, drawing people toward it. The red lightning was still galloping, like the giant that chased the sun in that Asian mythology. The unprecedented feeling of emptiness filled his body. Barry inexplicably felt very cold. Even though he was accompanied by his family and friends, the unspeakable weakness wrapped around him, constantly reminding him, "You have the ability to save her, but you didn't." "No, I tried. Mom." The shadow of his childhood reappeared in his mind. Barry stopped running, wearing a painful expression. He held his head in his hands, whispering to himself. Just like his companion, the Dark Knight of Gotham, who could never forget what happened in that alley, it was impossible for him to forget that the woman who used to sit by the bed and read a bedtime story for him quietly died in front of his eyes. You watched her die for the sake of so-called heroic justice and faith. You watched your own mother die in front of you, the fastest man in the world, even if time couldn't catch up with you, and yet you didn't save her. That disembodied voice, like the roaring thunder of an impending rainstorm, exploded in his head again and again. The voice of the Reverse Flash laughed wildly. Half kneeling on the ground, the Flash closed his eyes in pain. The irreparable regret in his heart was like a hole in the canvas of life, and no emotion could fill the grief of losing a loved one. Barry, the opportunity is near. Catch up with time, leave it far behind, and you can undo that regret. In the psychic world, there seemed to be another voice, a strong emotion formed by Barry's regret and remorse. Catch up with time, undo regret, the Flash murmured. On the endless highway, barren weeds and kangaroos crossing the highway in groups in the distance were about to sink into the warm sunset on the horizon. Barry looked around blankly. The world was so vivid, real, and beautiful. He was the Flash, Midtown's hero, a member of the Justice League, the fastest man in the world, and a superhero admired by everyone. Mom! But now he was like a child who had lost his parents. Let go of the responsibility and throw away the restraints, and run with all your might. As the breeze blew across the plain, Barry stood up, turned around, and looked back into the distance. At the far end of the world, there was a city that belonged to him, his friends who loved and cared about him, and his partner who insisted on being by his side. In the other direction, beyond time, there might be nothing there. But there was a gentle woman who was willing to tell him a bedtime story, would help him pull up the blankets and sing a lullaby. Mom. Barry turned his head back and waved his hand back as if to say goodbye. In the next moment, the red lightning stirred up the air and turned into an incomparable stream of light. Bang! There was a roar in the air. Barry had broken through the sound barrier. Golden lightning lingered around his body. He approached the Speed Force world, which existed in another dimension. Faster, faster, faster. With increasing speed, Barry seemed to be racing against time. As long as he caught up with the light ahead and surpassed the speed of light, he would be able to open the door of space and time and make up for the hole that existed deep in his heart. In the normal world, the red lightning had disappeared, and the surrounding space was like flowing water, rippling in a circle. The light gradually distorted and flickered into a blurred picture, like a scene formed by the shattering of the void, in which there are deep memories in everyone's heart. Barry was indifferent, his eyes filled with determination. The golden lightning was getting stronger and stronger, almost completely wrapping his entire body. It was an illusory picture that existed in different timelines, just to slow down the pace of the speedster. As long as he hesitated a little and paused, the time turbulence would sweep him into it, thus getting lost in the speed force and gradually assimilated into it. Boom! Countless lights were intertwined, tiny points gradually expanded. Barry ran with all his might, feeling like a blazing fire, violently releasing the heat and light in his body. The constant speed flowing forward in time suddenly stalled. The red lightning looked like it was running in sticky glue. He was about to reach the limit of speed. A little faster, like a mountain smashing into the surface of a calm lake, a booming explosion came out of the void of space, like a rolling thunder cloud. Time was completely still, like a torrent rushing forward, instantly solidified by an extremely powerful force. The whole world seemed to freeze, and his mind turned slowly. Boom, there was another loud bang, and the light reversed, just like a backdraft. Everything was speeding backward. It was as if the clock of time was being turned back by an unknown being. The world was going backward, and space and time were also going backward. In the space-time tunnel composed of endless light and shadows, Barry ran at high speed, and the golden lightning produced by speed force kept lingering around him. The torrent of history passed by, and many things that had happened, those beautiful, painful, happy, and sad memories, all turned into streamers one by one. He didn't look at them, and he just wanted to run to his destination, the place where it all started. Mom! Barry cried out as an incandescent light wrapped around him and plunged deeper into the space-time tunnel. At this moment, the Flash didn't know that his momentary impulse had allowed a group of people from the world outside the source wall to seize the opportunity. In the Marvel Universe, it's a deal. After listening to Eternity's explanation, Luke nodded his head and said, I wouldn't mind taking a more exciting trip and making a modest contribution to face the crisis the multiverse is in. Faced with the invitation of the 5 creation gods of the universe, he smiled and agreed to do so. As they said, this is a good opportunity. The 5 creator gods of the universe. Luke's eyes opened as his consciousness returned to his body, and his fingers tapped on the seat, sorting out the contents of the conversation. He was thinking about the benefits of going over the wall of the studio next door and becoming a stowaway. According to Eternity, the universe there was facing a brand new change, and it was an opportunity to lurk through. As for why and what the purpose was, it seemed that it was related to a deeper secret, and the 5 creation gods didn't say. New changes? Is it a reboot of the universe? Did the Flash or Superman do this? Luke thought silently. Anyway, most of the big events in the next studio were related to these 2 guys. One would sacrifice themselves, and the other would disconnect a timeline. Anyway, there was no possibility of being safe and sound, and a possibility of forming a team. If it were started by Batman, that would be bad. Luke had a bit of a headache when he thought of the big series of events with the Dark Knights of the Batman Who Laughs, as well as Barbatos, created by the World Forger. In addition to the I expected everything Batman who laughs, others were multiverse bosses. He began to regret why he hadn't asked for clarification before. If he got involved in this kind of multiverse-level crisis, even he had to be careful. I can't decide. Luke sat in his study and thought about it, long and hard. He still had a little time. He had to handle a lot of things personally, the mess left by Cull, asking Vishanti for compensation, and the most important lottery draw. Let's draw a lottery first. Luke glanced at the quest list. He won a lucky draw by defeating the sentry. A long-lost feeling of excitement couldn't help but surge out from within. After all, it's been a while since the last lottery. As his mind flashed, a dazzling light erupted, forming a variety of Superman cards. Faced with the flash of light, Luke remained calm and didn't make as much of a fuss as he did the first time. Anyway, he would be able to empty the jackpot sooner or later, so there was no rush. Card extraction completed. Super Kryptonian HL. This feels pretty good. Seeing the results, the corners of Luke's mouth hooked up in a satisfying arc. He knew something about this Kryptonian. HL, a Kryptonian, was friends with Superman's father, Jor-El. According to seniority, he was an elder to Kal-El. According to the content of the comics, he was actually the first explorer to pilot a spaceship to Earth. Compared to Zod's general identity or Jor-El's scientist identity, HL was an explorer who was mainly responsible for searching for planets suitable for modification and habitation. For this reason, HL, who went out to explore, avoided the catastrophe of Krypton's destruction and became one of the survivors. He was called a Super Kryptonian because of his great strength. He was once the most powerful fighter in Krypton, and all his qualities were at the top. Not only did he have Superman's body, super senses, and other features, but he also had superpowers similar to mind manipulation. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was completely immune to kryptonite. Such a powerful character with no obvious shortcomings naturally existed as a villain in comics. HL, with the same idea as General Zod, wanted to rebuild Krypton and thus stood in opposition to Superman and the Justice League. All in all, this card was very good. At least it would spare Luke from having to think about the kryptonite problem when he went to the studio next door. Opening the character panel and the data above was refreshed. Host, Luke Cavill, loaded card. Super Demon Devastator, Super Kryptonian. Level, LV2 ability. New power poured into his body, and the muscles swelled rapidly as if they were inflated. Crack, crack. The hard skeleton cast from the 10th metal emitted a metallic sound. A terrifying aura was released, almost shaking the underworld. Luke breathed deeply, and the study swayed as if a storm had swept through it. And then he exhaled again, as if a cold current had swept through and everything froze. This was a newly unlocked ability, Super Breath. Luke, who had loaded the new card, felt energized. The fatigue after the big fight was gone. All values have been improved to some extent. In general, the Super Kryptonian brought a significant increase in combat power, almost allowing Luke to approach the Allfather level cap. Opening the underworld, Luke returned to Earth. After a few flashes, he appeared at the Antarctic ice field. His battle with the Sentry, in fact, didn't last long. But within the perception of both sides, the flow of time was slowed down. The distance between the flight from Earth, the battle to the sun, and Superman's return was probably less than an hour. The Nine Realms Alliance still hadn't left. Iron Man, Thor, and others were still fighting with the worthy. After Cull was seriously injured, the serpent seemed to shrink back into the deep sea and no longer exposed its head. Boom! Above the ice field, the thunder seemed to glide all over it. The dull noise resounded through the South Pole. A terrible pressure poured down from above, suffocating everyone. The dark clouds rolled like a tide, covering the sky. The white lightning ripped through the sky, revealing a tall figure. Sorcerer Supreme, Superman. Feeling the invisible pressure, everyone lifted their heads with astonishment and shock in their eyes. The Sorcerer Supreme is back. Doesn't that mean that the Sentry? Strange said with excitement. Raw, seemingly stimulated, the Hulk stood on the ice field, raised the hammer of Null, and roared in anger. Then Luke's eyes swept past. A powerful light instantly erupted and pushed Hulk into the ice. Superman's body brought forth a great aura, like a meteor crashing down. Hulk lifted the hammer, but before it was launched, Luke's fist crushed it. The bioforce field opened up as if 1 billion tons of rock formed a huge mountain pressed down on top of the Hulk's head. No matter how much this angry beast roared and exerted itself, a thick blood vessel burst out, and he still couldn't break free. Whoosh! At the same time, the ice fields were freezing with extreme cold. Like a snowstorm, the airflow spewed out from Luke's mouth, directly freezing the remaining worthy into ice sculptures. From his appearance to his attack, it only took half a minute. The chaotic scene instantly calmed down. The strong enemy who fought with Thor, the god of thunder, was also defeated in an instant. The serpent, Kull. Luke knocked over the Hulk with 2 punches, crushed the hammer of fear, and then swept down with supervision. After discovering the specific location of the serpent, his entire body rushed down like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Beneath the calm sea of ice there was a turbulent undercurrent. Like a raging roar, it caused great waves. This silence lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Splash! A human figure broke through the sea of ice. Luke carried Kull, who had been beaten up, and threw him in front of Thor, the god of thunder. Come on, fulfill Asgard's prophecy. The chubby god of thunder and Thor looked at each other. They both raised their weapons at the same time. The Stormbreaker and Mjolnir swung down at the same time. The head of the serpent flew up high, and the greenish venom spurted out. The faces of the 2 gods of thunder were drenched. Bathe in the blood of a god, take 7 steps, and then they will die. Asgard's Heimdall nervously thought so. If Thor died, the prophecy would be fulfilled. In the gatekeeper's sight, the 2 Thors, after being contaminated with the blood of the serpent, staggered forward for 7 steps and heavily fell. The depressing atmosphere of grief and sadness instantly enveloped the ice field. Give me a hand! Heimdall's eyes burst with joy as he saw the fallen Thors help each other and stand back up. Despite their pale faces, they were still alive. The prophecy has been broken, the gatekeeper said with excitement. Loki, who was close to the battlefield, was the first to rush over, supporting Thor with one hand and the other Thor with the other. You're so heavy, Loki complained to the chubby god of thunder. You too. Before this world's Thor could gloat, she added these words. The 3 siblings of Asgard had a rare moment of harmony. The fate of one god of thunder is shared by another. Such a result should be expected. Luke brushed off the dust of his clothes and flew up high into the sky. There was a celebratory cheer from below as Asgard's story was successfully concluded. After that, he should embark on another journey. After the fire extinguishing mission, Luke took time to return to Earth 1024. He stayed for a full month and took care of everything that should be arranged. During this period, Marvel's 5 great creation guards didn't urge Luke to leave quickly, but it's normal to think that for a multiverse class such as themselves, time simply didn't matter. Reshaping a single universe was only a matter of minutes. The reason why they took a fancy to him was more likely because of the 10th metal. It was a strange thing that could pry and penetrate the source wall of the studio next door, and it had been integrated into Luke's Superman body. What do you think? If you had to choose a person to go over that wall, he was indeed the most suitable person to choose. A cosmic mercenary. Luke gave himself a resounding title, from the Ancient One to Vishanti, and then to the 5 great creation guards. He felt that it wouldn't be long before the likes of Living Tribunal and the supreme being of the Omniverse would be coming to him for jobs. It was worth mentioning that before Luke returned, the Vishanti took the initiative to pay the bill. Since his face-to-face communication with Eternity, the rigid old man Agamotto had become much gentler. He can only say that even to the Marvel Universe, the subtle rules in a workplace still existed. The Ancient One worked for the Vishanti, and the Vishanti worked for Eternity. When Luke's contacts changed from subordinates to the top bosses, the Vishanti naturally couldn't appear too cold or use the original condescending attitude to face him. Now, really, the one they would call when there's a fire. Luke showed up at the Kamar-Taj with such self-mockery. He was just in time to see a bold mage who had just finished his morning workout. The powerful muscles, full of explosive power, were like hard rocks, which had an extraordinary sense of pressure. In just a few years, Strange had gone from a helpless former doctor to a berserker where a mammoth could be dealt with one punch. The more he changes, the more crooked it looks. Luke glanced at Dr. Strange, who was gradually developing like a demonic muscular man, and wondered if he wanted to create something like a blasting punch or something like that, so that the other party could embark on the road of Berserker from now on and completely abandon the magic that required a price. Whether it was the Marvel Universe or the next studio, a sorcerer had never been a good career. To embark on this road rashly often meant to bear a huge price. Sorcerer Supreme. Seeing Luke's appearance, Strange showed a surprised expression on his face. As a savior of the world, the Sorcerer Supreme's reputation soared. Not only was he respected by Mordo, the Three Sanctums, and so on, but he also gained the gratitude and worship of the Avengers. Although it was Thor who beheaded the serpent, everyone with discerning eyes knew that if Luke hadn't come to the rescue and solved the worthy and the guard of fear, Earth would be in danger. Keep up the good work. I think highly of you. Luke patted Strange's broad shoulder to show his encouragement. After saying a few encouraging words, he walked into the central hall of Kama Taj. The pure white light of Vishanti shot out like a beacon and crashed into the cauldron of the cosmos. Buzz, buzz. The bronze cauldron shook a few times, and 3 figures emerged. Let's get going, Luke said to the Vishanti with a relaxed look. He had already experienced cosmic travel, but it was still very new for him to cross 2 multiverses. This is a game like no other, Superman, Agamotto said in a deep voice. Your actions have a significant impact on the survival of our world and many other worlds. This bald man remained serious and solemn. Luke curled his lips as if he didn't care. He had his own ideas and wouldn't listen to the 5 creation guards. Since I'm so important, you better send me whatever goodies you have to keep me safe. Luke solicited resources from others. Agamotto's light suddenly faded, and he didn't reply. Start transmitting. Ashtra and Haggath didn't wait for Luke to say anything. The majestic pillar of light enveloped the tall figure. His body, along with his soul, was dragged out of this world. In almost a blink of an eye, Luke seemed to rise infinitely, arriving at the barrier of the multiverse. He saw countless magnificent and huge lights and shadows. They stood in the upper reaches of the multiverse and looked down at the world. Among them, there were the 5 great creation guards. Behind them, the golden giant sat higher up, with 3 faces rotating and changing. These were all categorized as multiverse administrators. Luke suddenly turned his head back to the many bubbles of air floating and shining with a brilliant light. He found his own Earth 1024 among them. With the gaze cast over, on that world, a series of numbers vaguely appeared. This was one of the rewards given by eternity. Luke had his own universe. The big man kept his word. With a satisfied smile, he continued to follow the pulling force as it broke through the barriers of the multiverse. Behind the endless box after box was darkness and nothingness. Waving goodbye to the big boys watching him, Luke flew with unimaginable speed until he hit a solid barrier. This is the source wall. Luke rubbed his aching head. He saw a huge wall with no boundary above or below, no end to its left and right. Compared with the Marvel Universe, the studio next door was different. It had boundaries. The source wall, located in the Prometheus galaxy, was the source of all existence, connecting the souls of all the new guards. This giant wall also had special properties. Everything in the universe would stick to the wall as long as it touched it. Those who failed to reach the source through it would be trapped by it. Even Yuga Khan, the father of Darkseid, who was as strong as Superman Prime and had a brilliant record, had become part of the source wall. I'm just digging a hole. It shouldn't affect anything. Right, Luke waved his fist. He was already integrated with the 10th metal, and there was no risk of being stuck to the wall. Boom! With a loud rumbling sound, Superman broke down the source wall and rushed in. That's... In the process of crossing the giant wall, he seemed to have seen many vast and secret ancient existences. Just like the 5 creation guards of Marvel Universe and the Living Tribunal, they were also guardians or observers of this multiverse. But Luke didn't have time to look closely before the inertia pulled him onward. Gorgeous lights and shadows burst open in front of his eyes, like clouds of color, impacting his spiritual consciousness. He could only see a golden figure running at speed beyond imagination. Is that a flash? Then, surging energy wrapped around Superman. Like being caught in a torrent, he uncontrollably rushed into an unknown direction. He didn't know how much time had passed. When Luke opened his eyes again, he saw the blue and clear waves lapping on the beach, and there were a few white spots on the calm sea. They were seagulls soaring for prey. Taking a deep breath, the humid ocean airlifted Superman's spirits. Lying on the delicate sand, the afternoon sun was warm and comfortable, the soft light gently sprinkled down, and the fresh sea breeze felt like a gentle touch. If you ignore the identity of the illegal immigrant and the mission from the 5 guards, this may look more like a vacation. You're a man. There was a clean face with a heroic look that broke into Luke's line of sight. The clear eyes, unadulterated by any impurities, carried a little curiosity and a little surprise as if seeing some kind of new creature. Of course, Luke nodded, smiled, and said, "What part of me doesn't look like that?" On the beach, the young man and woman looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. The young girl had never seen a creature like a man before, and the man had never thought that he would fall to this place, the Mesira, the home of the Amazonian warrior women. It was also the birthplace of Wonder Woman. "What are you doing here?" The girl's face looked surprised when she learned that Luke was a man. She stared at the other party carefully, subconsciously trying to reach out her hand, but immediately shrank back. "Sunbathing." Luke shrugged his shoulders and spoke with a smile. "I don't mind being touched by a beautiful girl." Hearing this answer, the girl stepped back, and a sense of vigilance rose in her eyes. "It's a trap, isn't it?" She suddenly became serious and made a defensive gesture. "You deliberately offered yourself as bait to relax my guard, and then I would fall into your trap and become your prey." Luke's mouth twitched. "What thinking is that? Is the Amazon mindset so clear-cut?" "Why do you think so?" Luke sat up and asked with interest. "I have hunting experience. Don't try to fool me. My mother and the others all said I was smart." The young girl seemed even more certain of her inner suspicions and clenched her 2 small fists, ready to fight. "So, she thinks I'm some kind of dangerous carnivore." Luke covered his forehead, indicating that it was a little difficult to communicate with the other party. It took him a long time to explain clearly the difference between man and beast, although in some specific cases their essence was similar. "Did you come from the outside?" The young girl was sitting on the beach, tilting her head to look at Luke. The little brain was thinking, what is the difference between men and Amazons? "Can I touch you?" After thinking hard and not getting an answer, she made a peculiar and imaginative request. "Well, only the upper body." Luke scratched his head as he developed a sense of guilt for lying to children. For Wonder Woman, who had never been out of the Mesira and had never met a man, there was really no difference between her mind and that of a child in this regard. That's right. The girl in front of him, wearing a long, neatly tied braid. Strong limbs, full of youthful vigor, with a delicate face like a perfect creation in heaven. Coupled with the pair of silver bracelets that exude extraordinary vigor, Luke could easily identify her. Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, Amazon Princess, she had many origins. First, the clay figure made by Amazon Queen Hippolyta was endowed with life and soul by the Greek gods. Second, the illegitimate daughter of Zeus, with demigod blood. No matter which one, Wonder Woman had the talent gifted by the 12 gods of Olympus, such as the power of nature given by the agricultural goddess Demeter, so that she could compete with such powerful people as Superman and Shazam. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, bestowed insight and immunity to most psychic attacks and mental manipulation. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, gave her awe-inspiring beauty, and so on. Therefore, Wonder Woman in the Justice League was entirely another Superman. In addition, her standard equipment was the lasso of truth, bracelets of submission, sword of Athena, shield of Alcip, star tiara, and so on. All divine artifacts on her whole body. So Luke only glanced at the silver bracelet on the girl's hand and could confirm that she was Wonder Woman. "Why is it limited to the upper body?" Diana, a young girl, kept asking questions. "Because there are established rules in the human world. If someone touches you all over your body, that person will have to take responsibility." Luke thought for a long while and tried to explain. "Then I will be responsible for you." Diana, a young girl, seriously said so, thinking of contracts, vows, and the like. "Well, thank you." Luke's mouth twitched again. "It doesn't feel much different from us." Diana, the young girl, poked a little, and after satisfying her curiosity, she said so. "The difference is huge." Luke resisted the urge to educate Wonder Woman about gender issues and looked at the snow-white skin presented in front of his eyes, the deep, bottomless valley curves. He felt that the difference between men and women was actually quite obvious. At least he didn't have such exaggerated pectoral muscles. "I'm going to take you to meet the Amazon Queen, my mother." Diana thought for a while and decided to take the first man ever to visit the Messira back. "Anyway, as you said, you have nowhere to go, right?" Luke pondered for a moment. He didn't mind meeting the Amazon Queen. He was a bit worried that the other party would pull out the lasso of truth and bundle himself up. Although it was said that Superdemon had spiritual resistance and coupled with his own All-Father-level powers, he didn't think the powers from Olympus would bewitch him, but basic precautionary awareness must be maintained. "This is going to visit their in-laws." Luke made a joke that Diana could hardly understand, and then replied, "For now, I really have nowhere to go, but I have to figure out some problems. For example, which world is this?" He stood up, patted the sand off his body, shook his head, and refused the other party's proposal. The Marvel Universe's 5 creator guards, who gave very limited information, only said that the next studio was undergoing a whole new transformation and huge changes would occur. Besides that, they didn't explain anything. Luke still had no idea what era he was in. Many conclusions could be drawn from the fact that Wonder Woman had never left the Messira. For example, during the First World War. According to the original story, a pilot named Steve Trevor would crash to the Messira and then take Diana to the outside world. Or it may be another era. He appeared in the origin story of Wonder Woman, but there were all kinds of possibilities anyway. "Do you want to leave the Messira?" Diana was a bit depressed, like a child who had lost a novel toy she had just got. "What's the outside world like?" Her clear eyes twinkled with longing. "Well, it's hard to describe." Luke picked out some interesting things and illustrated them to Diana. In fact, the Messira had a collection of books on the human world, and the Amazon people understood the outside world by reading books, outside knowledge. But the introduction on paper couldn't compare to the words of human beings themselves. "Then, can you take me with you?" The young Diana listened quietly and suddenly felt the urge to go to the human world. The Messira was beautiful, but staying here all year round was a bit boring for her. "It's back to the beginning. I couldn't possibly take a daughter away from her mother, the Amazon Queen, without her knowing." Luke smiled. If he abducted the young Diana to the human world, he would be chased by the Greek gods and be wanted by their Messira. People should know that this island, which was actually called Paradise Island, actually had another name, Shrew Island. Amazons and the Marvel Universe as guardians were similar. They also had extremely strong physiques and long lifespans. They were all powerful female soldiers and would never lose to Asgardians. As an illegal immigrant, Luke didn't want to cause a big storm when he first came to this world. "Why are you afraid of my mother? Unwilling to see her?" The young Diana was puzzled. She blinked and looked at Luke. Although it was clear that there was an element of provocation, Superman couldn't resist it. When had he ever been afraid? Diana, take me to the Queen of the Amazons, but I don't think your mother will allow you to leave." Luke actively stepped into the Amazon princess's verbal trap. Maybe from Hippolyta's mouth, he could learn what the world was like. After reaching a consensus, Diana took Luke through the magnificent ancient Greek city buildings. Along the way, women soldiers armed to the teeth, wearing armor and holding spears, were sparring with each other. When they saw the Amazon princess walking side by side with a man, there was an incredulous look in their eyes. The unconcealed amazement, as if they had seen some rare creature, made Luke, who was calm and composed, a little uncomfortable. Amazons live in the Messira. This giant island, isolated from the rest of the world, was created by the 5 goddesses of Olympus and later became the residence of the Amazon tribes who believed in the earth goddess Gaia. Because it had been isolated from the world for thousands of years, no one had ever broken into this idyllic island. Amazons living on the island had never seen a real man. For them, a man was just a word in books. "I'm suddenly a little scared. Will they eat me?" Luke joked. Couldn't help but wonder. The Amazons were all female, so how would they reproduce? Or were they all into the same sex? "The Amazons are all good, brave warriors. They don't eat people, and I'll protect you." The innocent girl Diana said so with her head held high, apparently not understanding that it was just a joke. Having grown up in the Messira, a feminist-like society, Diana's interactions with this young man, who called himself a traveler, would always lead to this kind of bemusement. This was the result of a huge difference between the two civilizations, and the Amazon princess wasn't like the girls Luke had known. She was more like a brave and unyielding warrior, advocating just and fair fights and respecting the brave and the strong. Underneath this identity, she was just a young girl, ignorant of the world. After being tested by those intense gazes, Luke stepped into an imposing palace. It was built in the ancient Greek style with tall columns carved with intricate patterns. Like surging waves and swaying flames, it was delicate and elegant, full of harmony and perfection as a whole. Footsteps echoed in the empty hall, and Diana stepped forward first. A charming, mature woman sat on the throne, looking down and talking to a tall woman in full armor beside her. The Amazon princess rushed over to embrace her mother, nuzzling her cheek intimately and whispering in her ear, "Man, you claim to be a traveler." After listening to everything, the Amazon queen looked at the first man who ever broke into the Messira. Hippolyta looked at the other party with critical eyes. As the queen of the Amazons, she was once a demigod, strong enough to stand side by side with the gods of Olympus. The calm eyes carried an unparalleled majesty, like a whistling thunderbolt, with a power that shook the hearts of people and a beautiful face that one would never dare to disrespect. Under her gaze, mortals would only speak the truth with fear and trepidation. "Yes, your majesty." Luke learned of the noble status of the person on the throne and gracefully bowed with a slight arch of his head. "I started from the North American continent and drifted around the world on a cruise ship, enjoying the customs of different countries. My life was too mediocre, and the adventure life on the ocean was so rich and colorful that I couldn't let it go. Not long ago, I went to visit the glorious historical sites of ancient Greece, but unfortunately I was caught in a storm near the Aegean Sea and drifted here with the currents." Luke's tone was sincere, and his eyes were calm, as if all this had really happened. He was indeed a traveler who had an unfortunate storm. "Outsiders, the Messira is not the place for you. It is the home of the Amazons." Hippolyta spoke indifferently. She didn't dispel her doubts. Even the gods of Olympus had heard about the complexity and changeability of human beings. "I'm sorry to disturb your quiet life, and I swear to the gods that I will never say a word about this place." Luke seriously made a promise. He was eager to return to human society to see which node of time he had descended into. "By Hera above, I'm glad you can keep the secret for us." Hippolyta smiled as if she was satisfied with the answer. "In return, we will send you back to the human world." Luke nodded. The Amazon queen shouldn't believe in him so easily. It's just that, for some purpose, the other party didn't adopt a more violent method. Hippolyta stood up. Her luxurious and smooth dark gold robe draped over her body, outlining her slender figure. Her healthy and lively daughter was beside her. Because the Messira was blessed by the 5 goddesses, the Amazons had a long lifespan. Her Royal Highness, the Queen, hadn't suffered the ravages of the years and still maintained her charming appearance, like a plump, sweet fruit. At this point, Zeus, who was sowing seeds all over the world, had a good eye. "We still need to discuss when to send you back to the human world. Diana will arrange accommodation for you. It's best not to wander around, traveler. The Messira is not the world where men live. It has many dangerous places." The graceful queen of the Amazons watched the outsider and her daughter leave. The afterglow of the sunset shone from the horizon, and she and another tall warrior woman were the only ones left in the huge, empty, lofty palace. "Antiope, what do you think of this man who broke into the Messira?" the queen asked the person beside her. This tall, cold-blooded female warrior was the only general in the Messira and the bravest warrior of the Amazons. When Hippolyta was in doubt or hesitant, she usually sought and considered her advice. "Not honest enough, but doesn't look like a liar, and doesn't seem to be one of those weak men." The female general spoke frankly about her inner thoughts. Her resolute face looked cold. Hippolyta nodded. She recalled the scene of meeting Luke. The other party was upright, full of composure and calmness, without the slightest alarm and surprise. It was as if the mythical scene in front of him couldn't shake the calmness inside. The deep eyes carried a mysterious aura. "He doesn't look like an ordinary man," she thought so. "This outsider isn't the real threat we're facing. The outside world is." Hippolyta's expression was grave, and her voice grew deeper. "After a long period of history, the Amazons can no longer stand alone in the world. Sooner or later, mankind will discover the existence of the Messira. We should make things develop in a good direction. We need to communicate with the outside world, to have a messenger of peace, to step out of the Messira and go to the world of men, to spread the message of peace for the Amazons. The queen watched the sunset sinking into the sea. The calmness of her mind was like a seagull skimming the surface of the water, creating small ripples. The night was like water, and the bright moonlight fell on the shimmering sea, reflecting a silvery glow. The light wind drifted quietly through the vast mountains and forests, shaking the leaves on the branches and making a rustling sound. Luke stood on the spacious balcony, sipping a cup of Amazon's special fruit wine. For the outsider, this group of demigoddess warriors living on the island didn't carry obvious hostility. It was more like novelty, surprise, and undisguised enthusiasm. After all, in the Messira, a land of pure women, men were a species that had never existed before. It's not really just Wonder Woman's origin story, is it? Luke took a sip of the fragrant fruit wine, and many doubts arose in his heart. According to the five gods, a brand new change was more like a description of a big event. Moreover, before he came to this world, he clearly saw the flash, Barry Allen. Finding the correct answer is difficult. Looking at the rising tide of the sea in the distance, Luke shook his head and smiled, leaving the problem behind. He could always figure out the point in time later on. Before that, he could quietly observe this strange world. The Amazons with the Greek gods behind them, and they were divided into old gods, the original titans, like Chaos, the god of chaos, and Gaia, the mother of earth. The Amazons believed in the old gods, but Wonder Woman was the child of the new gods, namely Zeus, Hera, and Poseidon. The two parties were sworn enemies, and their internal interests were intertwined. Just like the Asgard of the Marvel Universe, the history of the Greek gods was essentially filled with family conflicts. Fathers and sons being cruel to each other, brothers killing each other, cheating and infidelity, sowing seeds everywhere. The gang of gods had no ethics to speak of, such as Hades, the god of the underworld, had bad intentions for his niece, Diana, Wonder Woman. Just thinking of the Messira, with such a complicated background, Luke couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "The water is too deep," he muttered. "What did you say? Too deep?" A delicate, clean face appeared on the edge of the balcony without warning, interrupting Luke's scattered thoughts. "I thought only Amazons had the habit of talking to themselves." Diana placed her hands on the railing and peeked out to stare at Luke. With a triumphant smile on her face, she seemed to have done something great. With a strong hand, like an energetic and powerful female leopard, she jumped onto the balcony with ease. "Diana, the Amazon Queen should have told you that ladies don't run around at night, and that a noble princess shouldn't break into a strange man's room in the dead of night." Luke looked down and helplessly said so. His room stood on the edge of a cliff, near the coast, surrounded by steep rock walls, without a place to land. If not for the extraordinarily strong physical qualities of the Amazons, plus Diana's blessing from the 12 gods, climbing unassisted would have been an impossible task. "As long as you don't tell, no one will know." Diana didn't care. In her opinion, the small cliff couldn't defeat the brave and intrepid Amazon princess. Mother said that the Amazon competition will be held tomorrow. The final victor will send you back to the world of man and establish a bridge to communicate with the outside world. Luke nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the smiling young girl. She was different from the young girl with long, tied-up hair, clad in armor, and heroic posture he saw during the day. The evening Diana changed into a white robe, with long black hair cascading down, adding a bit of feminine beauty. "Will you attend?" Luke asked curiously. He felt like he had replaced Steve Trevor's role as the one who took Diana out of the Messira. "My mother won't allow me to attend." Diana looked down, obviously a little depressed. Influenced by Amazon's culture since childhood, the princess was eager to prove her heroic qualities and meet the powerful requirements of a real warrior. The gentle and kind Amazon queen refused to let her participate in the competition without even thinking about it. "But I really want to see the outside world." Diana was a little depressed and softly said, "The Messira doesn't have the steamship you mentioned, nor the funny fairy tales and circus shows. By the way, what happened to the story you told me during the day, Jack and Rose, the ones that met on a ship called the Titanic?" Luke twitched his mouth and reconnected the story that hadn't been finished before. To be honest, telling a story to a pretty girl in the refreshing night breeze, the atmosphere seemed a little ambiguous. Thus, the story comes to a successful conclusion. When Luke finished, Diana's face didn't reveal an emotional look. Instead, she was slightly puzzled and asked, Rose had an improper relationship with Jack without telling her fiancé. Isn't that betrayal? And she took the expensive Heart of the Ocean. That's stealing other people's property, right? Besides, when Jack knew Rose was engaged, it's clearly cheating. Even in the world of man, this is immoral, right? Luke's head was spinning as he heard Diana's incessant questions. According to common sense, shouldn't a girl be moved to tears after hearing Titanic and then jump into his arms? This is actually an affair story between a prodigal son and a rich girl. Luke shrugged his shoulders, indicating that Diana had a point. Jack and Rose were a third party and a harlot. Do you think there's any way to get my mother to agree with me participating in the competition? After chatting for a while, the topic returned to its original point. Diana complained to the stranger she should have been wary of. Due to her noble status and the Amazon's hierarchy, the girl could not find anyone to talk to. Diana had friends and partners, but they also respected the Amazon queen and wouldn't question any of Hippolyta's decisions. Parents don't always want their children to grow up. Maybe you want to prove your courage and your excellent qualities as an Amazon princess, but obviously your mother doesn't think so. She thinks that you are still a child and needs to live under her protection. The outside world isn't safe. It's full of danger. She's just afraid that you would get hurt. Luke acted as a qualified listener, and it was clear that the Amazon queen had other objectives. Sending an outsider who broke into the Masira back to the outside world didn't need such fanfare. But I'm not a child. I want to be a qualified Amazon warrior. Diana sat on the balcony railing, her slender legs dangling in the air. It's not up to you, Diana. At a very young age, my father wanted me to be the best kind of person at a very young age, but I rarely satisfied him, even when I got an A+ on every report card. He always said that I lacked courage. Then I asked my teacher what courage meant, and he told me that the courage is to challenge those impossible things, knowing that I would lose but still going forward. This kind of seemingly foolish behavior is real courage. What did you do to prove your courage to your father? Diana asked curiously. She leaned over and stared at the young man's eyes. I had a fight with the strongest guy in class. He bullied every transfer student and junior. I wrote a whole semester's worth of homework for him. On that day I came home black and blue, like a dirty dog, but I saw my father's satisfied eyes. He told me that the world is realistic and cruel. Only a brave child can protect and get what they want. Luke said lightly, the corners of his lips curled up in a smile. The dark clouds piled up in the sky scattered, and the stars like pearls decorated the night sky. Diana looked like she understood something. There was a look of determination in her eyes. As an Amazon princess, she had never lacked the ability to put her ideas into action. Thank you, Luke. I really want to see the outside world, to travel around the world like you, Diana said so slyly. A young girl's heart was always full of beautiful fantasies and illusory visions of the unknown world. The world isn't a pretty place, but it's worth seeing. Luke chuckled as the night breeze blew gently past them both, seemingly tugging at someone's heartstrings. The morning light rose from the horizon. The pale golden glow and the turquoise water reflected on one another, giving rise to sparkling waves. Above the majestic palace, there were some noises that were rare in everyday life. In the center of the empty athletic square, there were many heavily armed Amazon female soldiers. They were wearing armor and were armed, lining up neatly like an army, waiting for the arrival of the honorable queen. Hippolyta, dressed in a luxurious robe, stood in the wide stands above the square. Bathed in the golden light, the Amazon queen was full of holiness and grace. Like the gods on Mount Olympus, people unconsciously wanted to worship her. Brave Amazon warrior, the glory of Gaia, the mother of earth, has blessed us. For thousands of years, the Masira has been independent of the world, and no one could set foot on this fertile land blessed by the gods. Now mankind has discovered us, and the two civilizations have met for the first time. I'm determined to send a messenger of peace to contact the outside world and spread Amazon's concept of peace to all sides. She will become a friendly bridge between the two civilizations. My people, fight for honor and peace. Luke sat on the high platform, next to the cold-blooded General Antiope and the mature Amazon Queen. He was very interested, looking around, enjoying this unique contest. Amazon's athletic event was somewhat similar to the Olympic Games in the world of man. Various traditional events had appeared one after another, such as archery, javelin throwing, and chariot driving, all symbolizing the competition between courage and strength. The innate talent, coupled with the blessings of the gods, gave the Amazon people stronger physical qualities than normal humans. Since childhood, they had been influenced by martial arts, and everyone was a natural warrior. Luke watched carefully and compared it with the popular boxing matches in the world of man. These athletic and physically gifted female warriors were more likely to attract his attention. After all, it was much more exciting when women fought. Traveler, how do humans face powerful enemies? Are they as brave and fearless as Amazons? Hippolyta laughed softly, with a hint of pride in her tone. As an Amazon who had been favored by Gaia, she had enough confidence to reveal such an attitude. In the view of the Amazon Queen, people living in the outside world hated each other, were full of greed, were constantly in conquest, and didn't have the courage and kindness of the Amazon people. We rely on wisdom, Luke smiled and replied. Human beings aren't as strong as beasts, and they don't have the long life Amazons have. So we learn knowledge and create tools, and we have a strong passion for exploring the unknown. If we can't roam the ocean and lurk in the deep sea like marine creatures, we would build ships and submarines. If we want to fly to the blue sky, we would build gliders and airplanes. Knowledge and wisdom are our weapons, just as Amazon people rely on spears and swords. There are also brave warriors among us who would face formidable enemies with a passionate heart. Luke said lightly. Whether it was the original world or the Themyscira, he was in. These races, who thought they were superior to human beings, always held a condescending attitude. But they didn't know that the innate and powerful talent that gave them a temporary lead over mankind had deprived them of the motivation to move forward. For example, Asgard, for thousands of years, was still in the medieval period of their civilization and hadn't climbed to a higher level of civilization. However, it took only a few hundred years for mankind to advance at an explosive rate of growth. Wisdom is a rarer gift than valor. Feeling Luke's unassuming and relaxed attitude, Hippolyta nodded. Next to her, the female general, Antiope, had a contemptuous look in her eyes. A man who can only talk. Tusk, how can you defend your home and protect your fellow citizens without a strong army? The competition in the arena was in full swing. With the passing of competitions, fewer and fewer female soldiers were left in the center of the arena. Finally, there were only 2 Amazons left, wearing helmets and masks, holding swords and shields, and using their ancient and subtle fighting skills on each other. The dull sound of metal clashing, the 2 solid shields ruthlessly colliding, and the long sword strikes emitting a powerful sound. The wonderful battle had attracted countless Amazons outside the field, cheering like a tide. At this time, the sun rose high in the sky, and in the dazzling sunshine, the 2 female soldiers showed off the bravery and courage of the Amazon. The sword blade slashed through with a graceful arc, dodging the swift and fierce attack and thrusting forward. Bang! It smashed the shield. Blood splashed out. A female soldier fell to her knees and covered her injured right arm. The other side's strength was better than hers, and she lost the ability to continue fighting. She had no choice but to throw down her weapons and declare defeat. A tsunami of cheers erupted like a fierce wave. The victorious female warrior raised her sword, slender and vigorous, creating a beautiful silhouette. The clean face hidden behind the mask showed a happy smile. She was eager to be recognized. Every Amazon wanted to be a powerful warrior, which was a great honor and achievement. There is no doubt of the bravery of the Amazon people. I look forward to meeting the female warrior who will be traveling with me. Luke's eyes twinkled as he spoke with profound meaning. The Amazon Queen, who was sitting next to him, slightly changed her expression. Then she regained composure. Then came the highly anticipated coronation ceremony. Hippolyta slowly stood up from her seat and looked at the female warrior who stepped onto the platform. Holding back her inner feelings, she quietly said, Show yourself, brave warrior, and accept the cheers and respect of Amazon people. You will be honored." Half kneeling on the ground, the female soldier raised her hand and took off her helmet. Her long black hair fell like a waterfall. That delicate and clean little face revealed a hearty and cheerful smile. "Mother, Diana." Hippolyta's eyes moved slightly, and she sighed. She didn't expect her beloved daughter to disobey her orders and secretly attend this competition. The outside world was full of malice and chaos. In addition, there was a conflict between Olympus's old gods and the new gods, and also Diana's origins. For a variety of complicated reasons, she refused her daughter's request, but now everything was irreversible. "I never doubted that you would be the pride of the Amazons, Diana." Hippolyta sighed silently, but reluctantly put the golden star tiara on her daughter's head. "You will be the bravest warrior in the Amazon, and the only messenger to mankind." Diana rose to her feet, sword and shield in hand, a crown of shimmering gold, and her black hair flowing behind her. She turned to look at the young man who gave her confidence, smiling like a victorious Valkyrie. Pieces of grey clouds piled up in the sky, and the sea breeze blew the tide and lapped on the solid wooden ship. Crystal splashes of water drenched the hair and robes of those on board. There was a rumbling roar from the horizon, as if the guards were driving a golden chariot across the sky, making loud noises like rolling thunder. "Diana, don't rush to breathe the free air yet. You and I have to put up the top, or we'll soon be two idiots sitting in a boat in the rain." Looking at the enchanted girl, Luke spoke helplessly. Maybe it was because after listening to what he said about the Titanic, Diana stood at the bow, opened her hands, and posed in a classic way, as if she wanted to embrace the ocean. The Amazon princess secretly attended the competition meeting without telling her mother and successfully won. Under the public's eyes, Hippolyta couldn't go back on her word, so she had to make Diana the messenger to mankind. In order to ensure her daughter's safety, the lasso of truth, the sword of Athena, the star tiara, and other equipment were all arranged. In this way, wearing the bracelets of submission made by Hephaestus, Diana and Luke set off together, leaving their Messira and heading for the outside world. The two of them sailed along the ocean currents in a wooden sailboat made by the Amazon people. To be honest, Luke had lamented in his heart more than once. Sitting on this sturdy and crude ship made them look like exiled criminals instead of messengers bringing peace. Thunder roared in the sky and dark clouds hung low. White, ferocious silver snakes tore through the haze, and before long heavy rain poured down. Even if it rains, there will only be one rain-soaked fool, and Amazon warriors will never fear the storm," Diana said seriously, so Luke couldn't show any disagreement later. "I'm such a fool to reason with women. This damned feminist society." Quietly complaining, Luke started to build a tent. There was no other shelter on the wooden sailboat, except for the white sail. "I don't know why the Amazonian craftsmanship is so crude and outdated. Maybe they didn't even think about giving me a good boat." Luke couldn't help sighing at the thought of the fierce eyes of the Amazon queen before seeing them off. "I'm lucky that I didn't get hammered to death when running away with someone else's daughter." Luckily, the sailboat was spacious enough for Luke to set up the rain-proof tent quickly. Waves lapped against the edge of the boat's side, splashing water droplets on the thick tarpaulin. In a short time, raindrops as big as beans crashed from the sky, scratching and hitting the boat. Wave after wave, the strong wooden boat was thrown up and down. The two sitting on the boat felt like they were riding a roller coaster, constantly going up and down. "Fortunately, you don't get seasick," Luke said to the girl. He wondered if this kind of sailing, floating with the currents, could successfully send him to land. Judging from the geographical climate, they were near the Aegean Sea right now. If nothing else happened, they would eventually land at a port in Athens. "Amazon people don't get seasick," Diana murmured in a low voice. She was full of longing for the future life and only felt that a wonderful adventure was about to begin. Luke, on the other hand, had a headache. He was a stranger to the world, and many things were waiting to be explored. He wondered if it was a wise choice to bring the future Wonder Woman along. How can I get in touch with those superheroes? Luke looked down and thought. Although, in Wonder Woman's origin story, the era will generally be relatively outdated. But in case of change, fast forward to the formation of Justice League, what identity would he use to face Superman and Batman? I'm your long-lost Kryptonian cousin. I'm full of goodwill to the earth. I'm close to human beings. Please don't take notice of me too much. This was too out of line with his style. Are you missing your family? Seeing the sudden silence of the man traveling with her, Diana asked softly, soon you will be able to reunite with them. They're in another world. Luke shook his head gently, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the clouds. I'm sorry. I didn't know you. Diana seemed to be mistaken, thinking that Luke had an unfortunate past, so she quickly apologized. The ship rose and fell in the rough waves out there, the turbulent currents, the swirling undercurrents, the huge forces colliding with each other. The ocean was like a giant beast in fury, hissing violently. Lightning flashed high in the sky, and violent energy erupted. Lightning tore the clouds, and thunder resounded through the heavens. This kind of weather isn't normal. Luke vaguely something was odd. He opened his senses. Under the deep sea, the undercurrent was surging. A dark green sea monster with countless tentacles fiercely broke through the current and rushed out of the sea. From the outside, it looked like a giant squid, but its head looked like a sea dragon, and its huge pupil was shining with cold light. The sailboat was slapped by the rising waves and turned over. Diana shrieked and fell into the sea. As an Amazon warrior, she reacted quickly, pulling out a long sword, cutting off the tangled tentacles, and shouting Luke's name. At this time, what the girl was most worried about was not her own safety, but the safety of that man. The sea monster whose tentacles had been cut off felt pain and seemed to be irritated. Dozens of tentacles, as thick as Themyscira's column, viciously twisted. Diana swung the sword of Athena to cut off a part of it, but being in the ocean made it a little hard for her to do so. A slippery tentacle suddenly wrapped around the girl's ankle and lifted her upside down. The huge jaws directly opened, spewing out a cloud of fishy odor. Damn monster! Diana's eyes shone with anger. Thinking that something might happen to Luke, she was even more merciless. Sword of Athena slashed across, breaking off the slippery tentacles that were too hard to hurt with bullets, and then leaped into the air, stabbing the sea monster in one eye. Sticky liquid splashed out and stuck on Diana. The sea surface was polluted by dark green blood, emitting a cloud of poisonous smoke. Diana took a few breaths and felt sick. Her face turned pale, and a strong sense of dizziness enveloped her brain. Stop it, Tapo! A loud shout stopped the sea monster's attack. A figure rushed out of the rolling sea. He had blonde hair, features as tough as a marble statue, holding a trident in his right hand. Who are you? Resisting the dizziness, Diana raised her sword to point at the other party. This stranger could not only control the sea monster, but also stand on the sea as if he was walking on the ground. The fish scale, like golden armor, was even more imposing. All this indicated that this person's identity was extraordinary. My name is Arthur Curry. The blond man raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating that he meant no harm. I am the master of this ocean and the owner of Tapo. He was hunting and accidentally hurt you. I'm sorry. The blond man who called himself Arthur Curry had a gentle tone. He tried to get close to Diana, but was forced back by the sword of Athena. You allowed a monster to hurt people. The young girl looked cold, without a trace of understanding. He destroyed my boat and hurt my friend. Thinking about Luke's disappearance, Diana's anger increased, but the more she stayed in the sea, the more intense the dizziness became as the dark green venom seeped into her body. Tapo's blood is highly toxic. You're in critical condition and need treatment. Arthur Curry tried to show goodwill. He looked at Diana with astonishment. Living in Atlantis, he had never seen such a woman, strong, brave, and beautiful. Stay away from her. A deep voice of discontent echoed on the sea. Diana, who was light-headed and about to pass out at any moment, only felt a strong arm around her waist. Then she was taken into a broad and warm embrace. Her whole body leaned on the other person's solid chest. You didn't. Diana's eyes blurred, but her face was smiling. Of course, nothing will happen to me. Luke nodded and said so. Looking at Diana, whose breath was faint, his gaze turned cold. His eyes slightly narrowed. The terrifyingly high temperature burst out and instantly vaporized the sea monster. Before Arthur Curry could say anything, the sea shook and the waves lifted. The tall figure that suddenly appeared and disappeared quickly turned into a black spot in the sky and disappeared into the clouds. I finally know what world this is. Luke, who was flying at high speed and intended to return to Themyscira, slightly smiled. Flashpoint, a distorted space-time born of a mistake. The dazzling sunshine woke up the sleeping Amazon princess, who slowly sat up from the bed. The gentle sea breeze blew from the window sill, lifting the white gauze curtain. Diana just leaned against the bedside, looking at the tiny dust floating in the air, her eyes slightly lost in thought, as if remembering something. The thin quilt slipped from her shoulders, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. She was unaware of it. So dizzy. She felt dizzy like she had a hangover. A moment later, Diana, slightly refreshed, walked barefoot on the soft carpet. Clearly, there seemed to be something wrong, but she couldn't remember. She could only look around at the furnishings in the room. Everything was familiar. It was her bedroom in Themyscira. On the wall was the exquisite painting of Gaia shining brilliantly. In Greek mythology, the mother of the gods created the world at the golden age of the gods. After the silver age of the titans of myth, Zeus, together with other brothers and sisters, overthrew his father Cronus and finally ascended to the throne. He established a new ruling order on Mount Olympus and wrote the Bronze Age of the new gods. Long swords and shields were hung on the wall, and flames were burning in the fireplace, emitting bursts of heat. Diana's consciousness seemed to fall into a hazy daze. Everything looked unreal, but it was real. The antique battle armor of the Amazon female warrior was displayed on a shelf, beautifully carved with patterns. She gently stroked the complicated lines, and the inexplicable feeling in her heart felt stronger and stronger. The white silk-like robe was removed, and the tall, athletic, and powerful body was bare in the room. The lustrous skin glowed faintly. The intertwining of slimness and roundness outlined perfect curves, just like a statue of a beautiful goddess. Why did I come back to Themyscira? Diana dressed up in a close-fitting outfit and then donned the metal battle armor made by Hephaestus. The extraordinary skills and special materials made this suit flexible and defensive at the same time. It wouldn't hinder walking, sitting, and fighting. Holding a sword and a shield, Diana walked out of the room with her head held high like Valkyrie. The wide corridor was quiet and silent. Only the clicking of her footsteps echoed. The Amazon princess found it strange that Themyscira had such a rare, quiet moment. Usually, there was a lot of noise and yelling. Those powerful Amazon soldiers, fighting and thrashing each other, would always reverberate over the island. Walking slowly, Diana stepped out of the corridor, and a bright golden light fell on her. As if crossing a certain line, a noisy and rowdy sound poured in. It was like an overwhelming tidal wave that poured into her ears all at once. The midday sun was a bit blinding. Diana's eyes were dazed, and she squinted slightly before she could see the burning scene. As usual, Amazon soldiers were training hard and honing their skills. The spear and the sword clashed, bursting out with the sound of a powerful collision of metal. The ancient and primitive cold weapons, placed in the hands of this group of physically strong women, could exert an unimaginable amount of damage. The fierce wind rippled out from their sides as they trained in pairs for a fierce and dangerous battle. For Amazon warrior women, bloodshed and wounds weren't frightening. They enjoyed the sensation of fighting and the relief of squeezing out their potential. "Diana, my daughter." Hippolyta turned her head, and her gentle eyes fell on the Amazon princess. In the distance was the blue sea, a few white seagulls skimming the water. The tide rose and fell, lapping on the beach. The sky was clear, and the sun was shining. Everything was so beautiful. Themyscira. Why am I in Themyscira? This question came to mind again. Suddenly, Diana remembered. She was clearly going to travel with a man to the world of men. But who was that man? Diana's head was aching, and her consciousness seemed to be swallowed up by the tide of memories. The thin fog wrapped around everything, and the vivid scene in front of her slipped away. Like an illusory dream, the world was gradually blurred. When the fog cleared, Diana opened her eyes wide and saw the sky covered with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. A huge sea monster filled her sights. The slippery tentacles were like thick whips that lashed over, sending a wave several feet high. Diana tried to hold a sword to face the enemy, but found that she was unarmed. An unprecedented sense of weakness wrapped itself around the Amazon princess. She saw the huge and terrifying sea monster, like an iceberg, opening its bloody mouth as if to swallow her up. Infinite darkness was approaching. Diana was helpless, and she subconsciously cried out for her mother. Don't be afraid. A low voice quietly sounded, like a light that dispersed the darkness, making people settle down. Diana's panic gradually calmed down and disappeared. Those fragmented memories came in like a tidal wave, and the mental world instantly fell apart. Luke, why are you here? This is the Messira. Awakened again, the Amazon princess saw a pair of soft eyes. A young face that looked particularly kind appeared in front of her. The blood of the sea monster was so poisonous that even with the strong body of the Amazon, you were still affected. Luke pushed Diana back, who wanted to sit up, and spoke with a smile. But I'm not a doctor. I can't provide treatment, so I had to take you back to the Messira and give you to Queen Hippolyta. They gave you the blessing of the gods and some kind of magic. It should be all right now. The Amazon princess was dazed and sleepy, completely out of her usual heroic form. Is that so? Am I awake now, or am I still dreaming? Diana clutched the quilt with both hands. She shrank inside, only revealing her head. You can pinch yourself. If you feel pain, then you're awake. Luke shrugged his shoulders and joked. Maybe it's because her thinking was too slow to realize it, but Diana actually did it. She pulled her cheek hard, then hissed and gasped. It seems I need to ask Queen Hippolyta if the sea monster's poison will leave an IQ-lowering aftereffect. Luke laughed in silence as Diana woke up, looking like a simple child of 4 or 5 years old. By the way, did you have a nightmare just now? Diana stared angrily at the bad guy who made fun of her and shook her head vigorously. How can an Amazon warrior have nightmares? We are fearless. Oh, is that so? I must have misheard you. It seems that someone panicked and called for Queen Hippolyta just now, Luke said jokingly with a smile on his mouth. If I had any energy left, I would have jumped up from the bed and given you a good beating. Diana felt speechless and pouted. As an Amazon princess, when had she ever been ridiculed like this? Well, since your highness doesn't want to see me, I'll take my leave. Luke picked his eyebrows. They traveled and came back to the Messira in a roundabout way that he hadn't expected. Of course, there were many things that surprised him, not just this one. I didn't say that. Seemingly thinking that she had hurt Luke, Diana was a little defeated and explained weakly. By the way, what happened to the sea monster? And who was that guy with the trident? Well, it seemed that the Amazon princess had also learned how to change the subject. That's a sea creature tamed by Atlantis called Tapo, a poisonous and dangerous monster. Luke's eyes twinkled. He didn't think that the new changes mentioned by the 5 creator gods of Marvel was actually the Flashpoint paradox. The guy with the trident is Arthur Curry, the Prince of Atlantis. When he saw Aquaman appear, he guessed that this was the Flashpoint world. If it were the story of Wonder Woman's origins, Arthur Curry wouldn't be here. Moreover, this persisting feeling was very serious and made Luke feel it was déjà vu. If he guessed correctly, according to the original plot, it should be Diana going to sea alone, leaving the Messira, wanting to go to the outside world. She would happen to bump into Tapo, the sea monster, and Arthur Curry. Diana would be poisoned and passed out. Then she would be taken back to Atlantis by the young Sea King to recuperate for a period of time. Thus, the Messira and Atlantis, 2 entities that were both hiding their existence and whose overall power was greater than that of the human world, came into contact with each other. The undersea people and the Amazons had their first communication. The 2 sides acted as a bridge of friendship between them, the Amazon Princess Diana and the Sea King Arthur Curry. The young man and woman collided and sparked a love in the Flashpoint world, where everything was distorted and twisted. The Messira and Atlantis, 2 forces, entered into a marriage. However, this matter didn't go smoothly, causing dissatisfaction and opinions from Atlantis's opposition and the Messira's conservatives. So at the wedding, Mira, who was supposed to become the Queen of the Sea, Arthur Curry's brother, Orm the Ocean Master, and the Messira's female generals united to plan an attack. Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons was tragically killed, followed by the death of the King of Atlantis, who became a sacrificial lamb. The marriage between the Messira and Atlantis naturally fell through. In its place, there was a roaring fire. Diana turned into a goddess of vengeance and cut off Mira's head with her own hands. Arthur, the Sea King, was blinded by hatred and blew the horn of opposition against the Messira. The violent conflict between the 2 forces involved the human world. First of all, London was flooded by a tsunami caused by Atlantis. Themyscira was the first to take over Athens, Greece, and invaded the land with great force. In this way, because of a failed marriage, the world once again stepped on the brink of destruction. This was the main line of the Flashpoint world, and the reason why Luke would say that this was a distorted time and space that was born by mistake. It was mainly because everything in the world of Flashpoint had changed. First of all, instead of landing on a farm in Kansas, the Kryptonian spacecraft carrying Superman crashed into Metropolis, causing a lot of casualties. Superman, who didn't get the name, Clark Kent, was taken in and imprisoned by the military. He never basked in the sun even once and became the material of various experiments. Then, Gotham, the evil alley that was brought out every time the birth of Batman was mentioned. Wasn't Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne who died in the shooting, but Bruce Wayne. His dad became Batman, and his mom became the Joker. Was this some kind of official decree that Batman and the Joker were meant to be a couple? There were countless similar changes. For each member of the Justice League, their destiny had shifted. Hal Jordan didn't get Abin Sur's Green Lantern ring, and he was just an ordinary pilot. The treatment of Sea King Arthur Curry and his brother, Ocean Master Orm, was swapped. The former was deeply trusted and loved by the King of Atlantis, while the latter was unpopular. Of course, the most important thing was that the Flash, Barry Allen, had achieved his wish. He saved his mother from the Reverse Flash. The price paid was the disappearance of his Speed Force and the identity of the Flash. This was the Flashpoint world. The influence had spread to the multiverse, leading to a new chapter of events in DC Comics. Atlantis. Diana thought for a moment. She had heard the name in the Messira's book collections. Damn underwater people, if I see them again next time, I'll teach them a lesson. Diana wasn't even aware that her destiny had once again shifted. The Amazon princess, whose heart was full of a sense of justice, clenched her fist and spoke seriously. There will be a chance, Luke smiled meaningfully. Since it's Flashpoint world, it'll be fun. Should we go to Barry Allen or Reverse Flash first? Except for the two of them, only he knew the truth in the whole world. This was a distorted space-time created by mistake, which would be corrected sooner or later, and then closed down and died out. Therefore, no matter how many disasters happened in the Flashpoint world, it would have no direct impact on the main universe. But it was also Luke's only path to the main universe. If he let things go on, he would only be trapped in this world twisted by the conventions of time and space forever. After clearing his mind, Luke came to his senses and found Diana totally lost in thought, looking at himself. "Is there something on my face?" he asked calmly, with eyebrows slightly raised. "I have many questions like, why did you disappear after the boat capsized? How did you escape from the giant sea monster? Also, why aren't you poisoned? And how did you bring me back to the Messira?" Diana slightly frowned, as if her heart was full of doubts. "You can tie me up with the lasso of truth and make me tell the truth." Luke's smile remained unchanged as he lightly said so. "My mother said I shouldn't pry too much into people's secrets. It only makes things worse." Diana pondered for a moment, waved her hand cheerfully, and softly said, "And I remember that in books about the human world, many married couples have their own secrets from each other, which can't be shared with anyone. So just keep the secrets and tell me when you want to." Luke chuckled as if he thought it was funny. This Amazon princess had obviously never been to the human world, but she always pretended to know everything. He had to say, this kind of Wonder Woman was really cute. All in all, thank you for saving me. Diana looked at the young man sitting in front of her and solemnly said so. "Why are you looking at me with such a strange look? Are you moved by it?" Luke shook his head, pointed to the Amazon princess's chest, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "No, I was trying to warn you that the quilt slipped off." The proud landscape appeared in his sights without any obstruction. He could only say, "Such great evil. If you bury your head in it, you will definitely suffocate, right?" Luke thought so. After being reminded of this, Diana fumbled a bit and lifted the blanket to cover the white skin and tempting curves. Although there was no difference between men and women in Amazon's common sense, she didn't have the habit of exposing her body. When this interlude passed, Diana raised her head again. The man sitting at the head of the bed had disappeared, and only the white gauze curtain was faintly fluttering. Acting all mysterious, the Amazon princess gathered her delicate mood, huddled under the covers, and secretly thought so. Midtown Police Department. Barry Allen woke up from the darkness and opened his eyes. He seemed to have had a long sleep. Instead of recovering his spirits, he felt very tired. I didn't want to wake you up from your dream. The police station is very busy these days. You really need some rest. But Barry, you still have a lot of work to do. The voice of his adoptive father, Joe, reached Barry's ears. The other party was holding a cup of coffee and handed it over. Barry Allen, a crime scene investigator for the Central City Police Department, was a bright young man. But it was hard for outsiders to imagine that he had experienced an extremely brutal childhood nightmare when he was 11 years old. His father, who was a doctor, was accused of killing his wife and was thus arrested and imprisoned. This was a reality far more painful than losing his parents, making a child accept that his father had become a murderer. The gentle mother died by her husband's hands. It was really too dark. If the background were Gotham City, it wouldn't be a surprise if Barry Allen became a super criminal or gang leader. He then joined Batman's huge fan club and spent years in and out of Blackgate Penitentiary or Arkham Asylum. Fortunately, this was Central City. It was one of the few cities in the DC universe that could be called normal. Even the villainous rogues had principles, never bullying the weak. Compared with Gotham's psychopaths, lunatics, and anti-human elements, they were simply angels. Barry Allen, who lost his parents and was left unattended, wasn't sent to an orphanage. Officer Joe West of the Central City Police Department adopted him and made sure he made it through college. He was a friend of Barry's father, an honest policeman, and a warm-hearted man. After graduating from college, Barry chose to enter the Central City Police Department in an effort to clear his father's name, who was sentenced to life in prison. Yes, he never regarded his father as a criminal, because young Barry witnessed the murderer. At that time, there were two red and yellow lightning in the room, entangled with each other. It's just that no one believed it. They all thought that Barry suffered severe mental trauma, which led to hallucinations. The words of an 11-year-old child simply had no weight. Therefore, Barry successfully entered the Central City Police Department with the firm idea of reuniting with his father. While working, he was looking for new clues, until the lightning bolt fell from the sky, breaking his quiet life. The big explosion of the particle accelerator, together with the mixed liquid in the laboratory and the lightning, changed Barry's fate. He got the Speed Force and became the Speedster. Since then, Central City welcomed the first superhero, the Flash. Barry used the Speed Force to punish evil and fight crime while investigating the tragedy that happened in his childhood and finally learning the truth. A future person named Earbard Thorn, nicknamed Reverse Flash. He was the one who traveled to the Flash's time and murdered Barry's mother. The real goal of the Reverse Flash was actually young Barry. However, the future Flash prevented him from killing Barry's mother in order to vent his anger, which caused the birth of a tragedy. However, the Reverse Flash ignored the space-time continuum. He was able to obtain the Speed Force by replicating the Flash's accident. If Barry Allen didn't become the Flash, he would be affected and lose everything. In other words, Reverse Flash locked himself in this time and space and could never return to the future. Because he didn't have the Speed Force anymore, he couldn't continue to travel through the infinite corridor of time and space. In order to save himself and go home, the Reverse Flash could only wait silently for Barry Allen to grow up and recreate the accident with his own hands so that the Flash would reappear, thus forming a closed loop. This was the feud between the Reverse Flash and the Flash, becoming arch enemies. I feel like I had a long sleep and a long dream. Barry Allen, awake, took the coffee from his adoptive father, Joe. He felt like he had a hangover, and his mind was tangled up. He felt that there were a lot of pictures flashing by, just like a fractured memory. You're probably under too much pressure, Barry. Joe held the young man's shoulder and comforted him. But there's nothing we can do about it. We've been working on this case for 18 hours, and we still don't have a clear idea of what's going on, and people want to know the truth. The media is fanning the flames, and there's a lot of pressure on everyone. So you have to work harder, Barry, and try to extract more critical clues from the evidence found at the crime scene. Joe was an experienced cop, and he and his colleagues were recently investigating a murder case. According to the preliminary judgment, the murderer was likely a super criminal. Well, thanks for the coffee and pep talk, Joe. Barry smiled and nodded. He finished his cup of steaming coffee and started working with speed force as a habit. Ah, this. Where's my speed? Then, sobering up, Barry felt something was wrong. The speed force, it's gone. The wonderful power that wasn't bound by the laws of physics not only could accelerate Barry when he was running, but also helped in daily life. As long as he used his speed, time would slow down for him. Barry could do his work several times over with amazing efficiency. For example, read all the files in 10 seconds, then run around Central City twice, track the criminals through clues, and then send them to the police station. Exam memorization, takeout, doing experiments. When he wanted to sleep in the morning, Barry would use Speed Force to wash up quickly and then rush to Central City Police Station. It could be said that the Speed Force was simply the best tool for the Flash. But now, it was gone. Barry's mind was still running slowly at its usual speed. What could have been done in 1 millisecond was now done in minutes and hours. Barry felt very uncomfortable, and he felt like a sloth named Lightning in Zootopia. Everything was so slow. "What's the matter, Barry?" Joe asked, frowning. He noticed Barry's abnormality. The other party seemed very uncomfortable. "I'm a little nauseous." Barry tried to adjust his state and return to the rhythm of normal life. "The way, Joe, if this is a super criminal murder case, what should we do? Get help from the Flash?" While pretending to be working, he changed the subject and diverted his adoptive father's attention. But then Joe's answer left Barry completely stunned. "Who's the Flash? What are you talking about? Were you drunk last night?" Joe's eyes were strange. He didn't understand Barry at all. "To confirm the identity of the criminal, of course, we need the help of Citizen Cold, the greatest hero of this city." "Citizen Cold?" Barry stared in disbelief. "Joe isn't talking about Captain Cold of the Rogues, right? When did that guy become a superhero?" Barry felt that it was all wrong. He was filled with confusion, but no one could provide answers. "Come on, Barry, you better go back and get some rest. You look too tired." Joe shook his head and told him so. This usually smart and witty young man was full of nonsense today. Was he drunk? "Yeah, okay, Joe." Barry nodded and agreed. He needed to find out what had happened. Putting on his jacket, he ran as usual and then remembered that his speed force had disappeared. My ring. The ring that contained the Flash's suit wasn't on Barry's hand either. When his thoughts were scattered, he stepped off the stairs and fell down with a roll, hitting the back of his head on the ground. After the impact, his brain seemed stimulated, and a lot of strange memories instantly gushed out. Without the tragic experience when he was 11 years old, his mother wasn't murdered and his father wasn't sent to prison. He didn't become the Flash. The greatest hero in the city was called Citizen Cold. The Rogues, a group of villains, had become positive people who were admired by everyone. Iris, Barry thought bitterly. Iris West, who should have been his wife, didn't join him in marriage but became someone else's wife. At this moment, Barry was filled with bitterness. He didn't know if he was doing the right thing or the wrong thing, winning in family affection and saving his mother, but lost love, letting his wife marry someone else. No way. I have to think of a way. Barry struggled to get up and patted the dust on his clothes. A bold guess vaguely emerged in his heart, but he was afraid to confirm it. If the world had really been completely changed, only one person could help him. Batman, the brains of the Justice League. No matter how strange things were, Batman could always accept them quickly and find a solution. Barry, who was walking down the road, immediately reached out to stop a cab. "To Gotham," he said to the driver. When the world was near destruction, ordinary people could seek help from superheroes and pin their hopes on them. What about superheroes? Barry Allen looked solemn and stared at the street sign. It was 13 miles away from Gotham. He wondered if he was getting closer and closer to the city that was always shrouded in clouds. It was raining and gloomy outside, just like his bad mood at this time. Whenever members of the Justice League met with unsolvable problems or sensed an omen of crisis, the first person they would think of was Batman, the Dark Knight who always hid under that mask and regarded Gotham as a hunting ground. After so many years of fighting side by side, all the members of the Justice League were willing to put their trust in him. Who can save the world at the end of the day? People would unanimously elect two people. Batman and Superman were definitely the first choices. Although the latter had great power, it was well known that Superman would always listen to Batman's advice. Their friendship might be one of the strongest things in the world. "Superman?" I asked the driver. He has never heard of him. There is no Superman in the metropolis. But why is Lex Luthor there? Barry Allen's frown was even tighter. He was in the middle of a mystery, but he couldn't find any clues. Arthur, Diana, Hal, what happened to them? An hour and a half later, Barry arrived at the door of Wayne Manor. It was desolate, overgrown with weeds, withered, and dilapidated as if no one had lived here for a long time. This gave Barry a bad feeling. He crossed the collapsed iron gate and pushed open the front door of the cobwebbed mansion. Creak! A toothache-inducing sound was heard. The door was unlocked, but the rusty metal rubbed against the wood, making a harsh sound. "Hey, is anyone there? Alfred?" Barry felt like he had broken into a haunted house, surrounded by silence, with only his voice echoing. The floor was damp, the doors and windows were broken, and it looked like thieves had visited it. The Wayne family was Gotham's richest family. How could they have fallen this far? With doubt, Barry went to the second floor, moved a crooked clock, and found the secret door behind it. Fortunately, this hasn't changed. He was a crime scene investigator and had a keen observation of the environment. Maybe it wasn't as good as Batman, the greatest detective in the world, but it was easy for him to find the secret passage designed by the other party. Entering the secret door, Barry saw a long stairway, and he didn't know where it would end. Bat Cave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Batman's secret base still existed, so there should be hope. The Flash of the main universe once visited the Bat Cave under Wayne Mansion. He was impressed by the Batmobile and all kinds of high-tech equipment. Screech, screech. At the end of the stairs, a swarm of bats flew past, passing through the underground caverns like a black storm. It's a little different. Barry didn't see the tank like Batmobile, nor did he see the large surveillance platform with hundreds of screens connected together, much less the Robin uniforms displayed in the glass case. Just a semi-automatic pistol and a family photo. The table was cluttered with items such as a crossbow, hooks and claws, and bat darts. Compared with the main universe, this place was simply too shabby. "What are you looking for?" A raspy voice like that of a patient with terminal throat cancer suddenly rang out from behind Barry's back. Before he could turn his head, a broad palm was pressed on his shoulder, so strong that he almost crushed his shoulder blade. "Aye." Before he could answer, Barry was put to the ground with a beautiful takedown and a spinning heel drop. "Who the hell are you? Why are you here?" Immediately afterward, an intimidating roar rushed into Barry's ears, causing subconscious fear. "Why are you yelling so loudly?" He only felt his ears buzzing. Boom. "Answer my question. You're a thief who breaks into people's homes." The guy with the bat hood and the red glow in his eyes picked Barry up with one hand and pushed him hard against the wall. "Aye. Ah." Barry only hesitated for a moment, and the other party broke one of his fingers. "Wait, Bruce, it's me, Barry Allen." Barry, who had been severely beaten, reported his name in fear of even more brutal abuse. He had heard that Batman often beat criminals half to death and then sent them to prison. "Bruce," Batman's punch stopped. "I know who you are, hidden under a mask, just as you know my name is Barry Allen." Barry quickly said so. Yes, Batman was Bruce Wayne, which was no secret in the Justice League of the main universe. Since the Tower of Babel incident, the defense plan secretly made by Batman against other members of the Justice League was stolen, which almost led to the total annihilation of the entire team. In order to restore the trust of the team, Batman chose to take off his hood and disclose his identity. "Who's Barry Allen?" Batman didn't torture Barry further, but the arm around his neck still exerted strength, suffocating him. "I don't care which bastard sent you. Remember one thing, don't ever mention the name Bruce again. Because he's dead, I watched him fall in a pool of blood with my own eyes. I couldn't save him, my own son." Barry's eyes focused on the family photo and then turned back to the Batman in front of him, bearded, burly, angry, with a red bat on his chest. The fragments of memory flooding his brain became clear all of a sudden. He spoke in disbelief. "So, oh my God, you're Thomas Wayne in the Themyscira. Diana, you can actually use the front door." Luke helplessly looked at the young girl who had once again tumbled in from outside the balcony. After half a week's short rest, the Amazon princess finally recovered her strength. "The last time you visited me, you snuck in," Diana snorted softly, saying, "I learned this from you. As an outsider, it's not a good idea for me to directly enter the Amazon princess's chamber," Luke explained. He found that Hippolyta, the Amazon queen, was looking at him a little funny these days. If the other party knew, he not only saw Diana, but also ran into the latter's bedroom, staying for more than an hour, in addition to his previous attempt to run away from the Amazon princess. Combined with punishment for several crimes, he was afraid that Hippolyta would gather the Amazon warriors and storm his room and tie him up. As the princess of the Amazons, it's not a good idea for me to go into an outsider's room. Diana spoke eloquently and held her head high, highlighting her pride. Seeing the girl's skills, Luke decided to shut up and focus on the scenery in front of him. I just asked my mother. She refused to let me go back out of the island. Diana was lively for a while, but she became unhappy again. I heard Antiope say that Atlantis had sent someone over, and I don't know what they are here for. Luke's eyes flickered, and his gaze fell on Diana, pondering. He had already beaten one of Atlantis' sea kings. He hoped there was no need to beat a second one. If Arthur Curry knew what he was doing. In the main hall of the Masira, Hippolyta was receiving the messengers from Atlantis. She had a good attitude towards this civilization that hid like the Amazons. Dear Queen, I think Atlantis is very similar to the Masira. We are both ancient civilizations with a long history. We live far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. We are also a country of soldiers, always ready to fight. The representative of Atlantis was Arthur Curry, who spoke in front of everyone. Of course, apart from being born strong, we are also kind, and we love peace. This flattering speech won the approval of the Amazon people. Even the female general, Antiope, who had always been serious and rigid, had a smile on her lips. No one hated praise. Your Royal Highness, the Masira welcomes you. Hippolyta was smiling, although she was unhappy that the sea monsters domesticated in Atlantis had wounded Diana before. Now, however, the other party took the initiative to come to their door and apologized. With such a sincere act, the Amazon Queen took back her bad impression from before. The misunderstanding between the Masira and Atlantis had been resolved. For a long time, we have been thinking about the same problem. Arthur Curry's eyes swept through the audience, but he didn't find the beautiful image he expected. He put away his loss and continued. That is, the problem of how we should integrate with the outside world. Hippolyta nodded. Because of this problem, she let Diana take the opportunity to send the traveler back to the human world to experience and learn the culture of the outside world. It was better to build a peaceful bridge of friendly exchanges between the Masira and the world of man. Your Majesty, we're all worried about the possible consequences of being exposed to the world. This time, Arthur Curry came with a diplomatic mission. Apologizing was just a pretext. Of course, it wasn't known whether the young Sea King had other thoughts in his mind. Do you have any advice, Prince Curry? General Antiope asked. With the increasing exploration efforts of humans and their footprints all over the world, they will discover our existence sooner or later. Arthur Curry recited the manuscript written long ago and expressed his opinion. Instead of waiting for them to knock on the door, we should be proactive and expose ourselves. The world is childish and fickle. The progress of human civilization is still in the struggle for land and resources. They are narrow-minded and can only see the tiny benefits. Atlanteans and Amazons, we have the responsibility to save this planet and share the wisdom and experience of the higher civilization with mankind. We can bring a better future to the world and make the Earth the original Garden of Eden. Arthur Curry said a lot of things, probably summarized as Atlantis and the Masira should lead the descendants of mankind, and then together they would be bigger and stronger and create greater glory. Basically, it belonged to the third-rate bosses of small companies that say inspiring words. The Masira has no intention of creating conflicts and intervening in war. Hippolyta shook her head. She understood Arthur Curry. The Masira and Atlantis should lead the human race, but have they asked for other people's opinions? To achieve the above, it was necessary to start a war or even multiple wars between civilizations. The Masira didn't want to go to war with humans. It was pointless and wouldn't yield anything. Everyone in Amazon was a demigod with a long lifespan and the support of the gods of Olympus. They would only start a war if they truly had nothing better to do. Even if they ruled the world, how would the Masira rule with such a small number of people? Not enough for every country, not enough for every city. War is only the last option, and it is an outcome that none of us wants to see. Arthur Curry seemed to have guessed Hippolyta's thoughts, and instead said, The first problem facing Atlantis and Themyscira is how to make the human world accept us and diffuse the vigilance and hostility of both sides. Your Majesty, I think Atlantis and Themyscira are in such a similar position that they could form an alliance and form a joint kingdom. When the land and the ocean are connected with each other and join hands with each other to become a whole, even if people are hostile, they will seriously consider the consequences instead of easily lighting the fuse of war. Hippolyta seemed to have been persuaded. Amazon people had no prejudice against the Atlantis people living under the deep sea. The living areas of both sides were different, and there was no direct conflict of interest. The alliance could be considered. Your Royal Highness, let Antiope show you around later. Themyscira is a land blessed by the gods, and there are many rare foreign objects that are hard to find outside. Hippolyta didn't directly agree, but left some room for maneuvering. She hadn't figured out the true purpose of Atlantis yet, so it was unwise for her to make a hasty decision. On behalf of Atlantis, I offer the sincerest blessing to Her Majesty the Queen. Arthur Curry said goodbye and left the hall with the delegation. That night, Bruce was killed in the alley right. He took your place. Barry spoke in a shaky voice, stating this brutal truth twisted by fate. He looked at the family photo, then at the angry and violent Batman in front of him as if he understood everything. I said Batman was unmoved as he released the hand around Barry's neck and twisted his body around. Don't you mention Bruce's name again. Crack. He directly gripped Barry's 5 fingers and broke them with force. Ah! Barry screamed in pain. His tall body curled up. 5 of his fingers were violently broken by Batman. This kind of pain was by no means tolerable by an ordinary person. Huff, huff. Barry was panting, with sweat dripping from his forehead. He knelt on the ground and couldn't say a complete word for a while. Now, do you remember, Barry Allen? Batman looked down at the other party with no emotion in his eyes. If you mention that name again, I'll break every bone in your body. Don't doubt my ability. If you really investigated me carefully, you should know that I was an excellent doctor. In the face of the naked threat, Barry followed his heart's choice and nodded vigorously. He didn't want to be beaten and tortured by Bruce Wayne's father anymore. It was a nightmare. Those criminals in Gotham are pitiful. Thinking that the villains of this city were facing a superhero who didn't mind using violence, Barry felt that the rogue gallery were lucky. Central City was much better than Gotham. So now, the raspy voice of a terminal throat cancer patient once again came from above Barry's head. It's time for a quiz, Barry Allen. Tell me, why are you here? Did the clown send you? Remember, I need to answer honestly. If you hesitate or try to cheat, then I will start with your hands, slowly crush your fingers, and then break your legs and leave you sitting on a wheelchair for the rest of your life. I've seen many vicious bastards, but they all cried for forgiveness in the end. The middle-aged Batman paused, as if remembering what had happened in that alley. Young Bruce fell into his mother's arms. He beat the guy who shot him until he couldn't speak. From that day on, Thomas Wayne's heart was full of anger that couldn't be vented. He dealt with each criminal with even more brutality than Gotham's gang of villains, even if James Gordon, an old friend from Gotham Police Department, persuaded him several times. Thomas Wayne didn't waver. These scum deserved hell. They don't deserve forgiveness. I'm not the Dark Knight of Gotham. I'm the Knight of Vengeance. Batman said so. The Batman of the Flashpoint world didn't have a no-killing rule and didn't mind using firearms. 2 days ago, when he was chasing the Joker, he shot Killer Croc in the head with a shotgun in the sewers of Gotham. Earlier, in order to vent the anger of losing his son, to eliminate his inner nightmare. He even got ahead of the police and found the murderer who shot him in the alley and killed him. In this collapsing world, all the superheroes were utterly different. They would act entirely differently than they normally do. Batman was no exception. Dr. Wayne, please believe me. Barry, holding his broken finger, tried to be sincere and explained, I have another identity that can't be made public just like you. I'm also a superhero. My name is the Flash, and I used to be famous in Central City. One day, a bolt of lightning hit me and turned me into the fastest person in the world. Boom. Batman swung a left hook and struck Barry hard on the cheek. The corner of the opponent's mouth was split open, and a stream of blood dripped out. The fastest man in the world can't even dodge my fist. Thomas Wayne obviously didn't believe Barry's heartfelt words. He thought the guy might be a seriously delusional person. Crazy people with mental disorders, abnormal people full of abnormal ideas, high IQ people with antisocial personalities. These were Gotham's specialities. Arkham Asylum and Blackgate Penitentiary were their gold-plated sanctuaries. If one hadn't been to these two places, one didn't deserve to be called a villain in Gotham. At best, they could only be called a small thug. Central City. There were indeed masked heroes in that city who punish evil, promote good, and crack down on criminals. But he was called Citizen Cold. The Flash. Thomas Wayne had never heard of that name. That's because I lost the Speed Force, an energy field that grants all speedsters their power and allows me to ignore the laws of physics. Barry gasped violently. He didn't expect that he would be beaten by his good friend's father one day. Compared to the Batman of the main universe, Thomas Wayne was more violent and merciless. If it were Bruce, he would have at least listened to the explanation before moving on. But with this middle-aged Batman, Barry didn't even get a chance to speak. I must have run too fast and arrived in another world, another parallel universe before all this happened. Lying on the ground, Barry's vision blurred. No, you just need therapy, Batman coldly said. He was even more convinced that the guy who broke into the Batcave was actually a lunatic with a mental disorder. You should be in Arkham Asylum. Thomas Wayne grabbed the fallen Barry with both hands and lifted him up easily, pressing his thumbs hard against his opponent's temples. A stab of pain awakened the memory fragments deep in Barry's brain. His body began to twitch, and various pictures flashed before his eyes. Some had already happened, and some were about to happen. The direction of this world was presented in a clear way in front of Barry's eyes. Atlantis, the Themyscira, the war. He saw Arthur Curry, Aquaman, setting off a tsunami that flooded half of Europe. He also saw Wonder Woman leading the Amazons to attack London and occupy Buckingham Palace. This isn't a parallel universe. This is the real world. Barry seemed to understand that while he was seeing the future, his original memories were being overwritten in the depths of his mind, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before he would completely forget everything about the main universe. I made it all happen. You want to leave the Themyscira alone. On the beach, Diana, barefoot and treading on the waves and mud, looked at the man in front of her with sorrowful eyes. And leave me here. What happened to taking me to the circus and treating me to the ice cream that you promised? Diana, who maintained her Amazon warrior mentality, felt that this was a betrayal. Leaving your partner alone, such a shameful act. I'll be back, it's just a short trip. Luke shrugged helplessly. Whenever men faced angry women, they were always at a disadvantage. Even Superman was no exception, because at this time the reasoning wouldn't play much of a role. Diana crossed her arms and spoke with dissatisfaction. My mother was right. Men from the outside world don't have an honest bone in their body. The angry Amazon princess started to attack him with angry remarks. The Themyscira did discriminate against outside men. I have my own tasks to complete, and I told you before, Diana. Luke's voice was soft and gentle like he was coaxing a child. The Themyscira is in the midst of an important alliance with Atlantis, and Queen Hippolyta won't let you go, at least not yet. Diana lowered her head and stayed silent. She wasn't an unreasonable person, so she naturally understood that Luke was right. She was the Amazon princess. When the Themyscira made an alliance with Atlantis, and then came out in public and into the eyes of the human world. On such a critical occasion, she must be present. But I'll be back soon, and I can bring you a gift. Luke cheerfully said so, although Wonder Woman's favorable impressions weren't fully grasped, considering the Flash should have found the world's anomalies, in order to prevent accidents and to ensure that the only way back to the main universe was without problems. Luke decided to find Barry Allen first and take the lead in sending out a team invitation, in case of a butterfly effect or other problems, because if the Flash were killed, then he would be trapped in this time and space forever. Gift. Diana looked puzzled. It is a tradition in the human world to express friendship, Luke explained. The Themyscira didn't seem to have a birthday custom. Okay, I want that sweet, cold, melt-in-your-mouth ice cream you were talking about, Diana said excitedly. No matter the main universe or Flashpoint world, Wonder Woman had an uncompromising sweet tooth. This point, however, hadn't changed. I remember, Luke nodded, glancing at Diana's perfect curves in passing. I wonder if Amazons get fat if they eat too many sweets. After all, there was Asgard's chubby Thor. That was the first image that came to mind. It was hard to say if Wonder Woman would never be affected. Then I'll wait for your ice cream. Diana, who had never been outside of the Messira, was really easy to coax. However, I might be going to the human world on Amazon's mission before you come back. Luke smiled when he heard this. Intuition told him that even with his own influence, there would still be a war between Themyscira and Atlantis. In this collapsing world, everyone would be somewhat affected. It's just like Batman in the Dark Multiverse, who would take the villain's path because of all the tragedies or unexpected events. The will of the world, the nature of existence, decreed all that. The Flashpoint world, too. I don't know if I'll get a chance to meet my third cousin. Luke looked up and looked at the distant skyline. He had automatically taken the role of the Kryptonian's cousin. Gotham was a city shrouded by dark clouds all year round, with towering chimneys emitting fumes and drizzling rain falling. Beneath the surface of the bustling city were narrow, cramped alleys and filthy gutters. There were street girls scratching their heads and vagabonds with numb expressions. If the colorful billboards were added and polluted it with neon lights, it could be a cyberpunk game map. Luke clasped his arms over his chest and stood above the clouds. Such a simple and unique city could be a special attraction in the DC universe. There were too many places to visit. For example, Blackgate Penitentiary and Arkham Asylum, which had housed a variety of super criminals. Batman's Solo series was a classic show, where those dark allies were always perfect for torturing people for information. There was also the chemical factory where the Joker fell, Poison Ivy's botanical garden, Robin's circus, and so on. If there were an opportunity, Luke would like to arrange a 5-day tour of Gotham City to enjoy the city's wonderful scenery. Of course, he wouldn't recommend ordinary people to do that because it was risky. In case of bad luck, people may encounter someone with an obsessive-compulsive disorder that would stalk them and force them to guess riddles. Someone with a disfigured face that would ask them to play a game of chance by flipping a coin. Of the worst of all, meeting a madman in a purple suit, asking the question, "Why so serious?" Such an interesting place. Luke collected his scattered thoughts and spread his supervision all over the city. He soon found the Flash's location. In the Flashpoint world, Batman didn't build himself a safe house covered in the lead. Otherwise, his supervision wouldn't be useful. Who beat this guy up? Luke raised an eyebrow and seemed a little surprised. Barry Allen seemed beaten up. His nose was swollen and the corners of his mouth were cracked. If his girlfriend came over, she wouldn't be able to recognize him for a while. Tusk. Dr. Wayne was too hard on him. Luke reacted quickly, somewhat gloating. After a bit of analysis, he could guess that the person who did it was definitely Batman's father, Thomas Wayne. After all, Batman, no matter which time and space, was somewhat paranoid. It was hard for them to trust a stranger, especially a stranger who was full of nonsense. Boom, boom, boom. Superman accelerated, simply flashing across half of Gotham to the door of Wayne's manor. He chose not to descend from the sky, but to walk in from the front door. An overly high-profile appearance would inevitably cause others to be wary and resentful. The dark passages and secret rooms in the mansion were completely revealed by supervision. This once again fully demonstrates that the Batman of the Flashpoint world didn't know the existence of Superman. Even the minimum insurance measures weren't arranged. Barry Allen, you are more delusional than the Joker. As I said, you should be in Arkham Asylum. Thomas Wayne digested the information that Barry, whose brain was agitated and expression was complicated, had said earlier. This guy just told him that he was actually a superhero, and he also had a mortal enemy with similar abilities. The origin of the other party was even more amazing. A future scientist in the 25th century could change history by traveling through time and space at super speed. Dr. Wayne, I'm not crazy or lying. It's all true. Barry Allen was holding a ring with a lightning logo, which fell out of his pocket. There should have been the Flash's uniform inside, but now it was Reverse Flash's yellow uniform. This was like silent ridicule, marking Barry's situation at this time. He felt that his nemesis was once again stalking him. When I was 11 years old, my mother was murdered, and my father was convicted. In order to prove his innocence and catch my mother's killer, I tried my best to study, joined the Central City Police Department, and became a forensic examiner. Barry Allen clutched the Reverse Flash's yellow suit and gritted his teeth, but I never found any clues until I became the Flash. I realized that my life had been chained to an enemy that I didn't even have a grudge against. Dr. Wayne. That was revenge. Reverse Flash came from the other end of time and space. He is the murderer who killed my mother. But in this world, my mother is alive and well. There's no doubt that he and I have rewritten history once again. After initially deciding that Barry was a non-threatening intruder, Batman didn't beat up the other party anymore. You said that history had been rewritten. What about Bruce? Thomas Wayne was more concerned about the name Barry blurted out when he broke into the Batcave than those strange plans that required imagination to understand. I remember you called me Bruce before, right? You know him. Barry hesitated for a moment. His broken finger was still in pain. Considering that he wasn't good at lying and couldn't fool Batman, he truthfully said, "In the world where I live, you and Mrs. Wayne were shot instead of him." Bruce became Batman, confronting the criminal forces in Gotham. He's a superhero and the brain of the Justice League. So you mean Bruce survived? The Batman, who had been angry and violent from the beginning, suddenly trembled for a moment. Son, the only thing that could affect him, except for his crazy wife, was probably his dead, yes, Dr. Wayne. Your son used to be one of my closest friends. We fought side by side against the darkness. Barry seemed to realize that if he wanted Batman's help, he had to use Bruce to impress him. Playing the emotional card was the most effective way. In turn, he was ashamed of such an idea. It didn't seem like a glorious act to take advantage of a good friend's father. When he got the answer, Thomas Wayne's tough expression, hidden under his mask, softened. He saw through Barry's thoughts, but he didn't care. If this crazy guy was telling the truth, and everything he said was true, then maybe there was a chance. He could still salvage this terrible part of his life. Barry Allen, tell me, can you change the world back to its original trajectory, back to the way it was when I was dead and Bruce is still alive? Thomas Wayne seriously asked. He stared into Barry's eyes, trying to gauge if there was any sign of a lie. He can do it. He is the only one who can do it. The laughing, magnetic voice suddenly sounded in the Batcave. From the dark shadows, a tall and sturdy figure emerged. It was Luke. It looks like I need to upgrade the security equipment around here. Thomas Wayne pretended to be depressed, sighed, and then threw out 2 bat darts without even blinking. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the wind split by the bat darts came rushing out. Their targets were the thigh and shoulder. It looked like Batman didn't want him dead. Playing tactics is such a dirty thought. Luke thought silently. His gaze swept over, and his heat vision melted the 2 bat darts into a wisp of smoke. Superman. Clark, is that you? Barry, who was standing at the side, shouted in surprise. That tall figure, that iconic heat vision, made him see Luke as Superman. Superman! Luke grinned and walked out of the shadows. I didn't expect to see you here, Clark. Barry's voice of surprise came to an abrupt end because the man who appeared in front of him was not one of the 3 giants of the Justice League. Although the other party was wearing similar clothes, dark red cloak and metallic armor. Moreover, they were equally tall. That broad shoulder, strong body, was full of pressure. But without the signature little curl in his hair, it's like a different soul. The 2 men were quite different in temperament, and the man standing in front of him was more aggressive or giving off a sense of fear that made people palpitate. Do I remind you of a friend? After Luke demonstrated his super abilities, Batman took 2 steps back without a word and pressed his right hand on his belt. Through supervision, he saw that the belt contained smoke bombs, gas bombs, and bat darts with various functions. Sure enough, no matter what the circumstances, Batman would always be ready in advance. But faced with the disadvantage of the lack of time and effective information, Luke believed that even if Bruce Wayne himself came, he wouldn't be able to change anything. If Bruce Wayne is the real big daddy of the team, wasn't Thomas Wayne their grandfather? Luke quipped silently. Because many people in previous lives said that Superman was the big guy that could beat any supervillain, but Batman was the big daddy that could beat Superman. The 2 most popular superheroes perfectly formed a food chain. You are the Superman of this world? Barry asked hesitantly. Luke wasn't the genuine Superman, Clark Kent, so he made other guesses. Although there were too many different changes in the Flashpoint world, every important person still existed. Barry didn't find traces of Clark in keyword searches like Superman and Metropolis, But from another point of view, maybe he, like Batman, was mortified by the fate that should have happened. For example, it may be Clark's father, Jor-El, who came to Earth by spaceship. Or General Zod. Without waiting for Luke's answer, Barry himself made up a reasonable explanation in his mind. I'm Superman, but not Clark Kent or Kal-El. Do you understand what I mean? Luke said indifferently. He finally became a riddler, giving a response similar to I know everything. There was a chance that a lie would leave a flaw, but if he threw the problem to someone else and let the other side brainstorm it, he could avoid a fallout to the greatest extent. As for identity, Luke also prepared a story. Superman's older cousin. Anyway, there was a Supergirl, Kara, in the main universe, so it was reasonable that there would be a Kryptonian cousin in the Flashpoint world. I see. Barry showed a look of understanding. In the Batcave, only Thomas Wayne looked confused and couldn't understand the encrypted words of the two at all. I mean no harm. I'm here to help, Barry Allen. Luke extended an invitation to join the team, and it seemed that the Flash wasn't in a good position. Batman would find it hard to believe him, let alone offer any help until he came up with strong evidence. At this time, Barry needed a strong teammate to stand up and break the deadlock. Help. Barry looked at Thomas Wayne next to him, looking confused. When Superman and Batman appear in front of him at the same time, which one should he choose? I know what's going on in this world. Luke made no secret that he needed the Flash to fix the Flashpoint paradox and return to the main universe with himself. Barry Allen, you need Speed Force now. You need to get back your super speed that disappeared. Barry nodded, and a look of excitement passed over his face, which had been beaten to the point that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Finally, someone understood their situation and offered solutions. Thinking of Thomas Wayne's beating, Barry decided to press the button on Luke and accept the team invitation. Dr. Wayne, I hope you can join. If Barry Allen succeeds in correcting this mistake that has already happened, then your son, Bruce Wayne, can live. Perhaps he was accustomed to being the director of SHIELD, so Luke automatically took up the role of giving orders. But at this time, no one had stepped forward to compete with him for the right to speak. The Flash had never been in the habit of being a leader, and Thomas Wayne was determined to bring his son back to life. If you can save Bruce and undo all this, then I will join you. Batman nodded and agreed, although he didn't fully believe the Flash's words. But the opportunity lied ahead, and it was worth a try. Good, it looks like we've all reached a happy consensus. Luke clapped his hands to express his satisfaction. By the way, Dr. Wayne, I forgot to remind you that if Barry Allen corrects the world, then you will no longer exist. I mean, you and Mrs. Wayne will die in that alley. Thomas Wayne's tone was still low, but his raspy voice didn't waver. Looking at the family foe, he whispered, "This is exactly what I want to see. Let this terrible world collapse in the torrent of time and space." Luke smiled. He thought Bruce Wayne would be moved to tears if he saw this scene. What would it take to replicate the accident? After confirming the mutual desire to work together and their respective goals, Thomas Wayne moved on to the implementation phase. He wasn't someone who liked to procrastinate and keeping it in Batman's style. He did have to do it quickly. Lightning rod, electric chair, ninhydrin. Barry made a long list. Fortunately, he remembered the chemical he used in the lab. As Luke said, it was imperative for the Flash to get the Speed Force again. The simplest and most effective way was naturally allowing Barry Allen to get struck by lightning. Splashing chemicals on yourself and attaching a lightning rod will make you the fastest man in the world. Thomas Wayne couldn't resist his inner urge to spit out the question. In his view, this was no different from suicide. That's how I first became the Flash. Barry placed the prepared things on the roof of Wayne Mansion. There was no shortage of rainy weather in Gotham. Thunder and lightning were common. This saved him a lot of time. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he would have to waste, just waiting for that lightning bolt to descend. Barry, have you ever heard the phrase, lightning never strikes twice? Luke looked up at the leaden clouds of muffled thunder, and to be honest, he wasn't quite sure if the Flash could pull it off. In his memory, Barry seemed to have experienced a failure before he was lucky enough to regain his strength. Many people have told me that the lightning bolt picked me. Barry sat on an iron chair, wearing a helmet with a lightning rod. His hands and feet were tied with restraining straps, just like a prisoner being sent to the electric chair for execution. Now is the time to prove who fate really favors. Rumble, silver lightning tore through the clouds. I'm here. Come on. Come here. Bari, like a madman, shouted at the rolling thunder. The cold raindrops were hitting his face, adding a chill. I'm here. Come and strike me. 10 minutes later, his throat was hoarse, and there was no lightning bolt. This made the Flash's courageous move look a little silly. I suddenly feel very foolish to actually accompany you on the rooftop in the rain, and then wait for this guy to get struck by lightning, Batman said quietly. The lightning rod stood upright, but no lightning was attracted. He didn't even know whether Bari was lucky or unlucky. Maybe we should come back another time. Bari, who was shivering in the cold rain, seemed to think that waiting for lightning to strike him was an unreliable plan. Maybe he should go somewhere else, like under a tree, or tie himself to a kite. Wait, don't give up yet. I may have an idea. Luke frowned, thought for a while, then pulled out a golden trident from the underworld. When he fought Namor earlier, he took his opponent's weapon, the sacred trident of Neptune. Later, it was handed in to Shield, and it was kept in the warehouse of the secret base and hadn't been put to use. After depriving Set of the right to use the underworld, he threw all those miscellaneous things into it. After all, the security level of Shield wasn't as high as that of Superman himself. Are you imitating Arthur? Bari looked at Luke, who had raised his trident in confusion. With Superman's image doing the movements of Aquaman, it looked a little off. I wish you success, Bari. Luke glanced at the Flash, who was waiting for lightning to strike and held the golden trident in both hands, triggering a change in the sky. Crack, boom, an electric flash like a spear from the guards was thrown straight down and hit Bari Allen, who was sitting in a chair dead center. Zai, zai, zai. An electric current ran all over his body, and within a few breaths the rooftop was filled with the smell of burnt meat. The Flash teppanyaki is too appetizing. Oh no, too cruel. Luke narrowed his eyes and stared at Bari, who was about to turn into charcoal. As Bari Allen wished, the lightning fell and struck his body. Zai, 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 zai. Batman lifted his cape, blocked in front of him, and then jumped out some distance to avoid being affected by the electric current. Luke stood still. He even walked through the core of the sun once, and this little damage wouldn't break through his defense. Relying on the golden trident, the electric current was activated and concentrated on Bari. Zai, zai, zai. That iron chair firmly imprisons the struggling Flash. The glass bottle of chemical reagents exploded with a bang, and various chemicals were poured over his body, mixed with electric currents, and suddenly burst into a blaze. As Luke described it, Bari, strapped to the chair, looked like he was being cooked on a teppanyaki grill. Hurry up and save him. Seeing that Bari was about to burn into charcoal, Batman rushed up, ready to put out the flames with his cloak. Wait a minute. Luke stopped Thomas Wayne's action. With the golden trident in his hand, he controlled the current, and he could ensure that Bari Allen wasn't in danger. Although right now, the Flash was severely burned and was almost dying. But according to Luke's prediction, the other side can probably hold out for another 4 or 5 seconds. Superheroes were usually hard-headed, and he thought he could see through the situation. You're crazy. He is dying. Boom. It was another bolt of lightning. It was like a spear running through Bari, and the hot electric light was wrapped around him. It's done. Luke nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that there was no need to wait. This. Thomas Wayne looked at the clouds of chemical liquid floating upward in violation of the laws of gravity with shocked eyes. Under the bombardment of lightning, as if forming some kind of force field, hanging over Bari Allen. My speed force is back. The one who directly felt it the most was Bari himself. He felt that time seemed to slow down. Everything slowed down. That exciting energy, rushing like lightning, was surging in his body once again. It was like blood. It came naturally to him. I'm the Flash. Bari broke free from the chair through high-speed vibration in just a few moments. Then he quickly ran around Wayne Mansion and found the long-lost, liberating feeling. The sound of the wind and the air flow were all integrated into the speed force, and the whole thing was transformed into a wonderful sight of streaming lights. Dr. Wayne, as I said, I'm the fastest person in the world. Bari ran to the Batcave, found the Reverse Flash's uniform, changed the fibers with high-speed vibration, and turned the yellow uniform into the red of the Flash. Dressed in a brand-new uniform, he appeared in front of Thomas Wayne and waited for the other party's incredibly shocked eyes. Well, for men, Being too fast is not something to brag about. What Barry did, in Thomas Wayne's eyes, took less than a second, but instead of showing obvious emotions, he casually dismissed it. This calm look embarrassed Barry. He could only look at Luke. However, the latter was also very calm. Luke snapped his fingers and whispered, "Congratulations on getting your speed force back. Well, it's time to turn it all around. I have a question. Barry, can you open the passage through time and space at the speed you are going?" He asked a question knowingly. The Flash certainly couldn't do it right now. On the one hand, the presence of the reverse flash prevented him from using his full strength. For every step Barry took, the speed force generated was absorbed by both him and the reverse flash. Unless reverse flash was willing to cooperate, it was difficult for him to open the wormhole of time and space again. On the other hand, he just got his super speed back and was in a weak state. It's hard. Barry was also self-aware. When he was running around the Wayne Manor just now, he noticed that his speed was slowing down. Is there any way to get your original speed back? Luke continued to guide Barry. He actually had several ways. The simplest one was to kill the reverse flash and let the flash absorb the complete speed force. But that earbard thorn guy was probably hiding in a corner somewhere, so it wasn't easy to find him. The cosmic treadmill. Barry seemed to remember something. The Flash had a treadmill specially designed for speedsters. If there was a need to travel through time and space, he would run all out and use his resonance with the universe to determine the destination. It sounded like there was no scientific basis, but speed force itself was a thing that bullied the laws of physics on the ground. I've heard about this amazing treadmill, Luke nodded. This was the more feasible method at the moment. However, I need a helper who can conduct professional data analysis and model calculations, preferably a supercomputer. Barry made a request. He had already seen it just now. There was only one desktop computer with a slower internet speed than a snail in Wayne Mansion. There was no qualified scientific research equipment. Even a top scientist couldn't conjure up materials by hand out of thin air. Dr. Wayne should be able to take care of it. These are all problems that can be solved with money. Luke looked at Batman, but the latter shook his head. The Wayne family, which had never lost in terms of wealth, actually said it could not do anything. Now, even Barry was surprised. Everyone knew that Bruce Wayne had always appeared in front of everyone as a wealthy, money-spinning tycoon. In fact, a large part of the financial expenditure of the Justice League, as well as research funding, came from Batman's sponsorship. In addition to acting as a think tank and leader, he was also the sugar daddy. I'm sorry, Wayne Corp is not under my control, and I haven't been a doctor for many years. I'm afraid I can't help you with supercomputers and purchasing materials, Thomas Wayne said frankly, without any embarrassment. Then what do you live on? Barry asked with a puzzled face. Being a superhero was actually a rather expensive occupation. The purchase of various outfits and the building of secret bases all required certain economic strength. The Flash himself was funded by a lab grant and sponsored by investors. Superman had Kryptonian inheritance, a lonely fortress in the South Pole, which was enough to solve a lot of problems. Batman, Arrow, such rich people. There was nothing much to say about that. Even Wonder Woman had the Messira's rich collection to fall back on. In short, the superhero wasn't an occupation of the masses that just anyone could join them. I opened a casino. Thomas Wayne coughed twice and said somewhat unnaturally, "That's right. Batman of the Flashpoint world partnered with Penguin to contract 1/3 of Gotham's underground casino business. Compared to the boss of a company, this was really something undignified and not really something worthy of bragging about. Well, I thought that no matter which world, Batman will always be the richest one." Barry spat out a sentence. "We have to find another way. The cosmic treadmill couldn't be created with no money. It was quite expensive. In this regard, there is someone who should be able to help." Thomas Wayne's eyes flashed. He remembered the man who worked for the government. That was one of the members of the Justice League of the main universe, Cyborg. Instead of getting the mother box technologies, he transformed himself into a half-cyborg, half-human being in the Flashpoint world. This guy is the spokesman of the government. He is responsible for supervising the unstable factors like me. He can handle the research team and the funding problem, Thomas Wayne added. The guy had approached him many times, trying to get Batman to join the government. But neither Thomas nor Bruce liked to get involved in politics and were very resistant to officialdom. The government, Luke thought about it. He didn't forget that the Superman of the Flashpoint world was in the hands of the government. The Kryptonian spacecraft, which was supposed to fly to a Kansas farm, changed directions and landed directly in the center of the metropolis. This also led to Superman, as an alien from the very beginning, becoming the private property of the military. I think this plan could work. Luke's mouth twitched. Finally, I'll get a chance to meet my younger cousin. I have to admit, since last time, 2 months ago, when you refused to join me, I didn't expect to hear from you again. As soon as Cyborg saw Batman, he made an ambiguous opening remark. Frankly speaking, if we ignore him being a cyborg, he was a big burly man who was over 2 meters tall, 2/3 of his body covered with flesh, and the rest were metal parts. Judging from what he said above, Barry might think that Dr. Wayne had some secret affair, just like his son, Bruce Wayne. The whole Justice League knew privately that Batman and Gotham's criminal Catwoman, as well as the master assassin's daughter Talia, had been entangled in an affair. Wonder Woman and Aquaman also made a bet on this, and Barry was also involved at that time. The bet was paying for the others' meals for 2 days. Superman kept silent after expressing his opinion that, I don't think Bruce will ever get married in his life. Barry was more optimistic about Catwoman. He thought that the female thief, who also liked to go out at night, was quite suitable for Batman's schedule. Unexpectedly, the guy quietly had a son with the master assassin's daughter, Talia. This made Barry lose his bet, and for 2 days in a row, he had to dine on the lab's sandwiches and instant coffee. Victor, you look taller and stronger. Barry collected his thoughts. This was the case with extreme speed. His brain ran too fast, and it was too easy for him to think too much. People usually chatted with him but could never keep up with his rhythm. Therefore, he was the chatterbox of the group, talking to himself every time he met an enemy. Do we know each other? Cyborg wondered as he looked at him, looking at this fresh face, wearing a red uniform with a lightning bolt on the chest. Batman never teamed up with anyone, always going at it alone. When did he get these 2 people beside him? Cyborg's gaze passed by the Flash and turned to Luke, who was silent. Compared to the harmless, not even a little aggressive Barry Allen, the first impression of the latter was that he was indestructible and powerful. Just standing there, he was very oppressive. This may be the passive aura brought on by the body of steel. No, we have never met. Luke hooked Barry's shoulder to stop this guy from chattering. He is Gotham's newcomer with super speed called the Flash. Cyborg had a strange expression, but he didn't take it to heart. His focus was only on Batman. You didn't ask me to come here to introduce 2 new people and talk about old times, did you? Cyborg silently looked at Thomas Wayne. With superheroes and super criminals becoming more and more active, the government needed a strong regulatory department. In his opinion, no one was more suitable for this role than Batman. Someone who made plans with no omission, never mixed personal feelings, and always kept a clear view of the bigger picture. Of all the superheroes he knew, only Batman could fulfill the above requirements. Do you still lack a think tank position in your team? Thomas Wayne glanced at Luke and Barry and made his intentions clear. I can either join or help. Really? Cyborg's dark face revealed a shocked look. Batman could actually change his mind. This is really surprising. But Thomas Wayne appreciated Cyborg's expression for a few seconds and uttered this annoying phrase. I want to build the team the way I want, the way I see fit, and I will select the men. Cyborg's eyes narrowed. He seemed to understand Batman. Then he looked at the 2 newcomers next to them. Do you want to form a team? No problem. Cyborg nodded and agreed. What he needed were Batman's mind and his appeal. Gotham's Dark Knight, in fact, enjoyed some fame among superheroes and super criminals. Having him would save them a lot of effort in the future. Why do super criminals revere Batman? It was easy to understand. Just like the Joker, the Riddler, Two-Face, the Penguin, and other Gotham villains. They were all Batman fans. These super criminals were keen on fighting Batman every day, scheming with each other, and then being confined to Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane for a vacation. That was the fun part of life. If Gotham didn't have Batman, those villains would soon get bored and try to move. So, starting with the Flash and Luke, they're the first 2 members of the team. When he saw the cyborg's quick response, Batman probably figured out that this wasn't his opponent's bottom line and that there was room to keep asking for more. In addition, funding for activities, logistical staff, and scientific research are all essential. Cyborg considered it a moment and nodded in agreement. Anyway, after the formation of the regulatory department, under the control of the military, the funding was also provided by the Pentagon. For them, the annual military spending of over $100 billion was spent. Adding another $1 billion was no big deal. I can meet any request you make on behalf of the government. The White House and Pentagon won't care about spending if they could curb the crimes committed by metahumans, which were rising sharply every year. Seeing that a consensus had been reached, Luke interjected at the right time and asked, "Since I joined the government's department, will I have access to some information?" "What do you want to know?" One of Cyborg's eyes flashed red, and various data streams scrolled rapidly. He was connected to the Pentagon and the data centers of various intelligence agencies. He could read those confidential documents at any time. About the meteorite that fell in the metropolis 30 years ago. Luke was going to rescue his Kryptonian cousin Kal-El. The guy had been detained by the military since he was a child, and he was never exposed to the sun. According to the image in his memory, he was probably the thinnest of all the supermen. Instead of strong muscles, he looked like a dried pork chop. "Are you interested in that?" Cyborg was a little surprised. He looked at Batman. "We are now a team. This requirement shouldn't be too much." Thomas Wayne didn't know why Luke was interested in the disaster in the metropolis. Barry's eyes flickered aside. He captured keywords such as metropolis and meteorite. "Impossible." Clark. Unsurprisingly, the Flash thought of Superman. "Okay, I'll do a search." Cyborg's mechanical eye was constantly flashing with red light, and the screening work was completed in less than half a minute. Yes, according to the secret archives of the Pentagon, it's actually a spaceship which was transferred to the underground base in Metropolis. A team of tens of thousands of people are working on a project, their Project Superman. That's what the military calls it. There's still a part of the data that was destroyed. They seem to have found something else in that spaceship, Subject 1. Cyborg didn't hide anything and shared the information he knew. "Thank you for your help." Luke smiled and exchanged a look with Barry. He understood what he meant. There was no doubt that Superman was probably being held in a secret base in Metropolis. Half an hour later, when Cyborg left, Batman looked at Luke and Barry with a fierce gaze. "Do you two have other plans? Or are you going to do something behind me and Cyborg's backs?" Thomas Wayne's observation was quite acute. Just through Luke's abnormal questions and Barry's expression, he could see their thoughts. "Ah, Dr. Wayne." The honest Flash would inevitably feel a little confused and speak hesitatingly when confronted with such a question. "Dr. Wayne, the reason why I looked for you was actually to find a relative." Luke's mental quality was much better than Barry's. He could speak nonsense with a serious expression. "I have a cousin who landed on the Earth in a spaceship a long time ago. I arrived here much later than he did due to cosmic navigation problems and lost track of his whereabouts." Barry suddenly realized and made a surprised expression of "I was right." "You're Clark's cousin. I knew you had the same strong body, the same cloak and armor, and the same heat vision," Thomas Wayne sighed. If it weren't for his son Bruce, he really didn't want to get involved with these two guys. From the Flash through time and space to the alien who came to Earth. In just one day, his cognition was constantly refreshed. In the next half a month, Luke began to help Barry build the cosmic treadmill. In name, Batman was building a team to gather a powerful force to fight against super criminals. But secretly, all the funds for those activities were invested in the construction of the treadmill that could help them travel through time and space. Fooling Cyborg isn't easy. The Flash turned into a red streak, quickly running back and forth across the room, the sound of which reached Luke's ears with unerring accuracy. This seemed illogical because no matter who was moving at super speed, every word they spoke would be torn apart by the airflow. But the speed force was so illogical that even if Newton and Einstein were dug up from their graves, it would baffle them. "It's okay. There's Dr. Wayne." Luke believed in Batman, whether it was Thomas Wayne or his son. Everyone who became Gotham's Dark Knight would be versed in taking advantage of the trust of their teammates to deceive and exploit. It sounded like slander, but it was actually some kind of compliment. After all, this was the gritty DC universe. It was impossible for every superhero to be as sunny as Superman or the Flash. Batman, like Gotham, moved in the dark. You seem to know us well, Barry chatted while working. Through these days, he found that Luke, the Kryptonian cousin, seemed to know a lot of things, like the formation of the Justice League and the story and origin of each member. The other side could say a few words, and maybe some of the details were wrong, but the general direction was correct. This puzzled Barry, knowing that in his time and space in the main universe, Clark never had a cousin. Oh, there was one cousin, Supergirl, Kara, a beautiful blonde. What's wrong with that? Clark and I have different personalities, Barry. Luke smiled and whispered. I'm not as passive as he is, always waiting for things to happen and then solve them. I like to grasp the initiative. So after coming to Earth, the first thing I did was to collect information and analyze the data. Barry stopped, rubbed his chin, and lamented, that's more like Batman's work. Luke was non-committal and continued to look at the video on his computer. A female reporter named Louise Lane was reporting live from Australia. During the time when Luke and the Flash teamed up, the United Kingdoms formed by Atlantis and Themyscira made an appearance in the human world. 2 days ago, Hippolyta, the Amazon Queen, and the King of Atlantis, together, sent a request for a diplomatic meeting to all countries. This was the first contact that shocked the whole world. The extent of its sensation and the scope of its influence could hardly be summarized. Luke wasn't surprised. He was responsible for the trade diplomacy between Atlantis and the land world in the Marvel world. Those media reports, the national response, had already been staged once in another world. Luke's only worry was probably that, according to the distortion of the Flashpoint world, this peaceful diplomacy wouldn't end successfully. Accidents will happen, but I don't know when. It's really a headache. Luke lifted up his head and thought silently. Themyscira and Atlantis would be fighting, causing World War III. That was the main story of Flashpoint. By the way, Luke, have you found Clark's whereabouts? Seeing that the Kryptonian cousin was a little distracted, Barry thought the other party was worried about Superman. Before, from Cyborg's mouth, they found out that there was a secret base under Metropolis, as well as the military's ongoing Project Superman. However, considering that the cosmic treadmill wasn't finished yet, the Flash didn't directly go to rescue him. From the first day I arrived in Metropolis, I found out where the secret base was located. Luke's mouth turned up. It was just a reinforced concrete building. How could it stop him? However, after an in-depth investigation inside the base, he found that the scientists had really developed a lot of things. For example, lead was used to block supervision, and red sun-like radiation suppressed Kryptonian cells. I'm afraid this was also the reason why Superman still couldn't get out from under the military's control even after he became an adult. As Dr. Wayne said, I can't act immediately. It will alarm the government. Luke tapped his finger on the desktop as if he was thinking. But the cosmic treadmill is almost finished, and tonight may be the right time. Barry nodded. He could finish this treadmill by tomorrow at the latest. If all the friends from SDAR Labs were here with Cisco and Caitlin, he could shorten the time by half. I don't know what happened to Clark. I hope he's okay. Barry's eyes flashed a touch of worry. Putting the words military and Superman together would always produce some bad connotations. I hope so. Luke stopped tapping his fingers. He thought that after rescuing Superman, he would go to Themyscira and meet Diana. It was best to work with the Flash to correct the mistakes of the Flashpoint world before an accident happened. This was the perfect plan. Sydney Opera House, Australia. Representatives from every country had arrived and were waiting for Themyscira and Atlantis to speak. One was from the land, and the other was from the sea. The alliance between these two civilizations and two countries shocked the world. In the face of the United Kingdoms, which had a longer heritage and a richer foundation, mankind showed a friendly attitude. Diplomacy, peace talks, trade, exchanges. These were all proceeding steadily. I don't like attending such occasions. Diana looked at the silky white evening dress and spoke unhappily. You are the Amazon princess, the best female warrior of Themyscira. How can you be absent from such an important meeting? Hippolyta chided softly. Don't be capricious. This is the best time to reveal ourselves to the outside world. Diana's mouth was pouted. She couldn't refute her mother. She could only whisper, I'd rather take part in a battle than wear a costume that's completely inappropriate for combat. According to the usual thinking of Amazon warrior women, this kind of tailored evening dress was no match for battle armor. This was true in terms of defense and the influence of wielding spears and swords. Could a few pieces of stitched fabric withstand an enemy's attack? The Messira seeks peace. It can be achieved not only on the battlefield, but also at the negotiating table. Hippolyta's words were very serious. Diana was too young and inexperienced. She still lacked experience in how to become a queen. I promise you, when this meeting is over, you can move freely, and I'll let you look for that male traveler. Seeing her daughter's reluctant expression, the Amazon queen relented and had to say so. The young man who left the Messira in a hurry seemed to have taken Diana's heart with him. I don't want to look for him. That guy still owes me a gift. There's a saying in the world of man. It's natural and absolutely legal to ask people for something you were owed. Diana held her head high and tried to act heroic. Hippolyta shook her head, not exposing her daughter's true thoughts. Remember, it's just a man, Diana. Before leaving the room, the Amazon queen warned. He may not be ordinary. He could fight the sea monster of Atlantis alone and could leave the Messira on his own, but no matter what, he's a mortal man. Compared with a demigod's life, his life is too short. Hippolyta did notice something unusual about Luke. The other party had a very faint aura of the gods. He was probably cared for by someone on Mount Olympus. This wasn't surprising. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, the group of gods, loved to live in the human world. Occasionally, when they were in a good mood, they would bless some mortals. Therefore, the Amazon queen's attitude was quite good, and she didn't treat the mortal man like other prisoners. What's wrong with mortal men? Diana recalled the vague dream that Luke, like a mighty warrior, had cleanly and efficiently dealt with the sea monster. That tall and sturdy figure, like a brand, burned a mark in her heart. When Hippolyta heard her daughter's argument, she sighed deeply and looked helpless. The Prince of Atlantis, the young man named Arthur, seemed to be interested in Diana. Considering the alliance between the two parties, he was actually a good choice for a political marriage. Unfortunately, Diana wasn't interested in him. Young people's feelings, Hippolyta sighed with emotion. Dr. Wayne, actually, you don't need to take part in this rescue operation. Barry lowered his voice, bent down and walked into the dark sewer. He was going to sneak into the secret military base with Luke tonight to rescue Superman. But Batman, unsurprisingly, found out about what they were doing. According to the other party, it was when the Flash finished saying, "Oh, I have to catch some ZS after working so hard today." Batman could easily tell that this was a lie through his artificial tone, guilty expression, and the way he was avoiding eyes. Then he silently sat in the hall, waiting for Barry, who had changed into his battle clothes, and Luke to come out and catch them in the act. The scene at that time was quite embarrassing. Luke was very calm. He didn't want to deceive Batman or avoid his sight. As long as they could reverse the Flashpoint world and successfully rewrite history, Thomas Wayne wouldn't have much problem with anything else. But Barry was still too young and thin-skinned. After he was caught, he couldn't wait to hide from the embarrassment. His thinking was probably like a high school student who was going to sneak out for a party in the middle of the night but got caught by his parents, mainly highlighting an embarrassment. "Do you think that taking me with you would drag you down or hinder you?" Thomas Wayne grunted coldly and asked a deadly question. "Not at all. Well, I mean, if Cyborg finds out, it may affect your friendship," Barry stammered and explained. No matter which Batman he faced, he would always be at a disadvantage. In fact, except for Superman, no one in the Justice League liked to face Gotham's Dark Knight alone. Because of his hoarse voice and serious tone, it was hard not to think of him as someone interrogating a prisoner. "You think too much. My friendship with Cyborg is probably similar to that of Penguin and me," Thomas Wayne said. Barry's mouth twitched. He feared that if Cyborg heard this, he might storm off angrily. Sure enough, at any time in space, Cyborg was just someone useful. "Turn from here to the second fork in the road. There is a secret entrance." Thomas Wayne's face looked expressionless, as he was with most people. After all, you can't expect a middle-aged man who lost his son and had a lunatic as a wife to be enthusiastic and sunny about people. "How do you know?" As usual, Barry acted as a shocked passerby. "In the name of searching for Metropolis's super-criminals, I asked Cyborg to retrieve the structure diagram of the sewers and then downloaded the blueprints of Project Superman's base while he wasn't paying attention." Thomas Wayne, in a bland tone, described his astonishing actions. In fact, it wasn't easy to bypass Cyborg's computer brain and complete the above actions. By the way, Cyborg has been away to Australia for diplomatic peace talks with the Themyscira and Atlantis, he added. Bari's expression was even more shocking. Cyborg had been sent away in advance. Didn't that mean Batman had already predicted their rescue plan? It's really too mysterious. The Flash thought silently. However, because of this, the Justice League trusted Batman, who always gave people a sense of security that everything is within his plan. This is a multi-story facility located underground with signs of renovation. Luke walked behind. His supervision could see the secret base. Only when he scanned some important places, his view was blocked by lead walls. The group of three walked along the secret entrance to a firm and thick alloy door. I think, Dr. Wayne, you must have gotten the password right. Luke looked at Batman. This was an alloy door with sophisticated iris recognition and encrypted numbers. If he was alone, his heat vision could melt it, then directly break into the secret base and push it all the way through. But now, with the Flash and Batman being here, he was too lazy to do it himself. Indeed, I not only got the password from Cyborg, but also borrowed the iris identification. They saw Thomas Wayne place something similar to a contact lens in his eye. He then entered the password and the iris scan. Click, the door opened. The secret base, located under Metropolis, appeared in front of them. At this late hour, only minimum personnel should be working. If Bari can tear down the security cameras in the corridor and knock the guards out, we can get in without getting noticed. Luke did his homework in advance. It was 3:30 in the early hours of the morning. In this base, in addition to the late workers that continued to work overtime, those high-level people had already left. No problem, I'll take care of it. Bari patted his chest, then turned into a red streak and disappeared. When he came back again, all the cameras in the corridor outside were disassembled into parts, and the guards were bound and thrown into a corner. Done. In Batman's awareness, only a moment had passed. The Flash smiled at him as if he had never moved. If all your superheroes in that time and space have such strange and powerful abilities, how did Bruce join in? Thomas Wayne expressed his doubts. Did it mean that his son wasn't a normal human being? Well, it's very complicated. Bari didn't know how to answer for a while, because Batman was indeed the only normal human being in the Justice League. Superman was the son of Krypton, Wonder Woman was a demigod, the Flash had Speed Force, the Green Lantern had the emotional spectrum, and Aquaman was a mixed-race Atlantean. Only Batman relied on brains and technology. Your son has the ability to make money, Dr. Wayne, thanks to the family estate you left behind. Luke replied with a smile. Batman told everyone with his own actions that if there was an enemy that kryptonite couldn't solve, then they just needed more kryptonite. Bruce Wayne was much more effective in executing his plan than Iron Man's anti-useless factors plan. By relying on kryptonite and Hellbat armor, he was able to fight against terrible enemies like Superman and Darkseid. That's really delightful. Thomas Wayne smiled happily when he thought that Bruce was a superhero fighting criminals by throwing Wayne family's money at problems. That's how rich people do it. The group of three crossed the corridor and went deep into the secret base. When they met any guards along the way, the Flash could solve it quickly. Although Bari couldn't kill or fight, he had a knack for tying people up. This is Subject 2. Batman walked into a huge room with the contents of the Kryptonian ship inside. One of them looked like the skeleton of a dog-like creature, marked with the words Subject 2. In addition, there were some grotesque biological skeletons soaked in formalin, which were presumably defective products made from Superman's blood. Probably Superman's pet dog. Luke's eyes flashed. Superman had a dog named Krypto. Although no one knew why Krypton had dogs, it fell to the earth with Clark Kent. The ridiculous thing was, because of the radiation of the yellow sun, this Kryptonian dog had acquired abilities similar to those of Superman. Flight, strength, speed, and heat vision all available. If you use it as a standard of combat power, then without any equipment, Batman probably couldn't even beat a dog. Further on, Luke saw the Kryptonian spaceship that carried Superman to Earth. The metal casing was disassembled, and various huge parts were suspended on a steel frame. Most of the cutting-edge technology in this secret base must have come from the military's interpretation of Kryptonian technology. This is the meteorite. Thomas Wayne glanced at it. He was deeply impressed by the spaceship. At that time, it landed in Metropolis, killing over 30,000 people and instantly making headlines. The official explanation was first a falling meteor, but later changed to an explosion by a terrorist group. Yes, it should have landed on a farm in Kansas or a collective farm in the Soviet Union. Luke hinted at the Red Sun, but the others didn't get it. They were focused on the Kryptonian ship, Cell. After a while, they moved on and finally arrived at the entrance of the giant bunker like on a rough estimate. The door alone was hundreds of centimeters thick. Even with artillery bombardment, it was difficult to breach. Batman entered the password again and opened the heavy metal gates. This is what you call the most powerful creature on the planet. The interior of the bunker was empty, with red radiation everywhere, as if simulating some kind of ecological environment. In the innermost corner, there was a thin figure curled up like a dry tree branch. How did this happen? Seeing that, Barry's voice trembled a little. He didn't think that Clark's situation would be this miserable. Look at his skin, so pale. He probably had never seen the sun before. Luke walked over, held out his hand and said, "Don't be nervous. Everything will be okay, Kal-El." The other man's eyes were filled with fear, like a young animal in a cage. He didn't have a name, only subject one, a nominative. "We are your friends, and we came to save you." Luke pulled Superman up from the corner, and the guy had a hard time even standing up. The needle holes on his arms were dense, so he was probably used by the military as a guinea pig, drawing blood every day. Living in the simulated red solar radiation environment, he was no different from ordinary people. Friends. Skinny Superman hesitated to say this word. Growing up, he only faced doctors, scientists, and generals. Friend was a very strange word. Yes, he is your friend. He is your friend's father, and Luke smiled and showed an honest and trustworthy smile. I'm your long-lost cousin. Cousin. Skinny Superman's brain went down. He didn't seem to understand the meaning of this word. He was brought into this secret base by the military when he was a baby. He never received proper education and study, nor did he form basic thinking abilities. Every day there was nothing but tests, training, and blood drawing. Relatives, friends. These concepts were too strange for him. It's warm. The skinny Superman grasped Luke's outstretched palm and felt the surging stellar energy from it. He had never seen the sun, so his eyes looked surprised. In this man who claimed to be his big cousin, Kal-El saw a golden light radiating from him. He didn't know what it was, but felt as if he had returned to his mother's arms, full of comfort. The original fear and anxiety that was mixed with the moment, like a cloud, dissipated. "Koku, cousin," Skinny Superman called out stiffly, following Luke's words. That thin, pale, bloodless face also forced a smile. It was like some kind of affectionate, welcoming response. "Poor little cousin, look at what these human beings have done to you." Luke had intended to put on a full show, preparing for a touching scene of brotherly recognition. But considering that the Flashpoint world would be restored sooner or later, Superman in the main universe may not remember it. So regrettably, the idea was abandoned. He pulled Skinny Superman up and handed him to Barry on the side. The Flash's eyes contained some guilt. After all, this distorted and collapsed Flashpoint world was created by him and the Reverse Flash. Superman was in such a situation, it was inseparable from his actions. Don't think too much. As long as you can make up for this mistake, it won't mean anything. Luke patted Barry on the shoulder and comforted him. By injecting insignificant amounts of stellar energy, he made Skinny Superman look much better. At least the other party could stand firm, even if he didn't have the strength to walk. "Let's get out now." Luke frowned slightly. He didn't like the simulated environment inside the bunker. Although the radiation of the red sun wouldn't instantly make him weak and lose all his abilities, it was still a little uncomfortable. "I didn't expect that the most powerful man on the planet, as you call him, was a guy who looked like he could be blown over by a gust of wind." Thomas Wayne looked at the skinny Superman. His expression was obviously disappointing. This guy was as thin as a dried sausage. He didn't even have any muscles. He even felt that if he punched the guy, it would kill him. "The alarm went off. The military noticed us." Barry helped Superman. When they walked out of the base, he heard a shrill alarm. After that, the sound of sharp and neat footsteps were approaching. The internal gates of the base were slowly closed, forming a completely sealed cage. The Flash and Batman's faces slightly changed. While skinny Superman had difficulty moving, they would have a hard time breaking out. "It's okay, I'm here." Luke went ahead and opened the bioforce field. A group of soldiers rushed in. After receiving the command that they could shoot the intruders, they didn't hesitate and opened fire. Da-da, da-da-da, the metal bullets bombarded the invisible barrier bioforce field like a storm. However, the kinetic energy couldn't even make Luke take a step back. "Hide behind me. Don't move too far away from me," Luke said lightly, and then moved his feet. The bioforce field was like an invisible iron wall, blocking the fierce fire. The American soldiers, who tried to rush in, were directly bounced off and pushed away. In this way, Luke, with all the people behind him, moved through the corridors unhindered. It might be more believable to say that this is the most powerful man on the planet. Thomas Wayne looked at Luke's tall and straight back and thought silently. This man, who claimed to be from Krypton, came to Earth to look for his younger cousin. He looked no different from human beings, but in fact, he wasn't the same species at all. The American soldiers in the base even brought up bazookas and grenades, but still couldn't break the invisible barrier. On the battlefield, this existence was simply a one-man army. What would I do if he became an enemy? Batman habitually thought about it and formulated a plan. Soon, Kal-El. You'll see the sun soon. Luke didn't pay attention to those weapons and walked through the corridor to the sewers of Metropolis. By following the original route back, they could leave the sewers. So that Superman, who had never felt the sunlight in his long life, could see the daylight again. The sun. Kal-El's eyes were in a bit of a trance. He had only read about it in books about learning to identify words. "Intruder, stop what you're doing so we can talk." As Luke led the crowd, approaching the end of the corridor, an old man with white hair and a tall figure stood in the way. Judging from his clothes and epaulets, he should be a general. "I'm General Samuel Lane. Batman and the Flash and this anonymous gentleman. You are trespassing on military property and attempting to take military's property." General Lane, like other bureaucrats in the Pentagon, started with big accusations. "This is a felony. You are making an enemy of the entire nation." Luke stopped. He glanced at the other party and the soldiers behind him. Through the walls and pipes, his supervision saw dozens of destroyers assembling at Metropolis's harbor. So it seemed that General Lane didn't have the sincerity for negotiation. He just wanted to stall for time. "Oh, what about the inhumane experiments conducted by the U.S. military on living beings?" Luke laughed. He himself was a lieutenant general of the Pentagon. He knew too well of the virtues of these bureaucrats. They would first try to seize the high ground by slapping treason and trespassing charges on them, then psychological pressure to take advantage of the big momentum. This was an already outdated method. "This has nothing to do with us. It's all the work of that temporary department." General Lane denied it, leaving the blame to those all-powerful, temporary employees. "General Lane, I might as well directly tell you. The man the military considers to be Subject One. His name is Kal-El from Krypton, the son of our planet's greatest scientist, Jor-El." Luke's eyes flickered. His mouth turned up, and he began to talk nonsense. "Because of an accident, he was forced to take a spaceship and fell to the Earth while he was still in his infancy. You found Kal-El, illegally detained him, and conducted immoral and cruel experiments on him for 30 years. General Lane's eyelids jumped, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after a short pause, Luke continued with an angry tone, sharply accusing, "Mr. Jor-El has lived a great life. He has served Krypton. He has shed his blood for Krypton, but his son has been abused and imprisoned by Earthlings, which no Kryptonian can tolerate. Congratulations, General Lane, for bringing an interstellar war to Earth. I have sent a signal. As we are speaking, Kryptonian warships are moving at the speed of light. It won't be long before destructive artillery fires cover every corner of the Earth, burning everything that human civilization has created to ashes." Luke's righteous and stern rebuke was like a cannonball falling on the crowd, causing an uproar and discussion. The leader, General Lane, was barely able to keep his composure and keep his inner panic in check. Was the commander of Project Superman, and naturally knew how terrifying Kryptonians were, not to mention their individual strength. The spaceship alone showed the degree of technological advancement that could throw the Earth into chaos. If there really were a war, it would be unimaginable. This may be a misunderstanding. With this in mind, General Lane's attitude softened. He couldn't afford to start an interstellar war on his own initiative, if what the other party said was all. Then he and the Pentagon would definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame in human history if the Earth still existed at that time. Misunderstanding. Is it also a misunderstanding that your destroyer is already parked outside and ready to fire? Luke snapped and asked. I'll immediately tell them to retreat. General Lane touched the sweat seeping from his forehead. He had been pulled into it and lost the ability to think. So, what are you still doing standing in the way? Aren't you going to let me go? Luke held his head high and asked again. Or are you trying to kill someone? General Lane shook his head repeatedly and ordered the soldiers behind him to make way. Batman and the Flash are both good people with noble character and kindness, and also friends of Krypton. Taking the crowd through the military ranks, Luke looked at General Lane and lightly said, "The Kryptonian warships will arrive on Earth in a week's time. It will be up to you to decide whether to welcome peace or to start a war." Although General Lane still had doubts in his heart, he was too afraid to show them. Since aliens existed, it wasn't surprising that there were alien civilizations. Besides, the Kryptonian people weren't the only visitors who had visited Earth. A long time ago, the military discovered another alien. His name was Abin Sur, and he claimed to be a member of the Green Lantern Corps. You could have killed them all. After walking out of the secret base in Metropolis, a group arrived at the grounds at the entrance of the sewer. Batman looked at Luke, who was sunbathing with skinny Superman. With his observation power, as well as his own knowledge of psychology, it was easy to judge that the Kryptonian warships and interstellar war were all lies. Perhaps General Lane didn't fully believe it either, but was just under pressure from Luke and looking for a way out. Politicians, bureaucrats, what were they like? Thomas Wayne, once Gotham's biggest capitalist, knew all too well. Yes, I just need to blow a breath gently, and those who stand before me would turn into icicles. The corners of Luke's mouth rose as he replied faintly. Or, the slightest thought, explode their skulls with the pressure from the atmosphere. Barry, who was supporting the skinny superhero, heard Luke's cruel words. His expression turned a bit unnatural. Compared with Clark, who was easy to talk to, this Kryptonian cousin's temper seemed to be much more violent. But who made me a peace-loving good man? Luke grinned with sincere eyes. He didn't have to create a tyrannical image for the Flash by staging a senseless killing. Everything in the Flashpoint world would be corrected afterwards. When they returned to the main universe, the others wouldn't remember this disaster. But Barry was different. He was the initiator of the Flashpoint world and the final savior. He would remember everything that happened. As the conscience of the Justice League, expecting the Flash to acknowledge a man who killed indiscriminately was basically a useless fantasy. Therefore, Luke kept the utmost restraint and tried to act like a positive person. The Kryptonian cousin persona he set up should be maintained. This was much more above board than the immigrant identity. Good man. Batman stopped talking. He could tell that this wasn't what the other person was actually thinking. If it were normal times, Thomas Wayne would see this Kryptonian as the most dangerous bomb in the world, because the other party was extremely powerful and what they could do was worthy of vigilance. But now, things were different. The collapsed and distorted Flashpoint world needed to be corrected. Whatever kind of person Luke was, it had nothing to do with him. Leave these problems for Bruce to solve. The bad daddy thought so. Cousin, of course. He is a good man. Luke's confession was affirmed by Barry and skinny Superman, especially the latter. In his view, this older cousin, who had been separated for many years and reunited now, was his savior. The sun is really wonderful. The feeling of weakness in the skinny Superman's body slowly went away. The radiation, like water droplets, penetrate from the surface, slowly absorbed by every cell in his body. The pale white skin, at speed visible to the naked eye, was gradually flushed with color. There is probably my level of strength when I first became a Superman. Luke scanned Kal-El's thin body with his supervision. This guy absorbed the sunlight, and all the cells in his body responded at a rate far beyond his own at the time. As the only person of natural origin before the destruction of Krypton, Kal-El's own potential could hardly be estimated. Even if he was locked inside the base, living under the light of the red sun, he still demonstrated great adaptability and learning speed. Unfortunately, there are still some shortcomings. Luke found that after merging several Superman cards, the red sun rays, kryptonite, magic, and other attacks had little influence on him. Just now, he was directly exposed to the simulated radiation environment of the red sun, and he didn't feel any discomfort. At most, he just felt some psychological discomfort. How could an older cousin lose to a younger cousin? Luke smiled with satisfaction. The bio-force field enveloped everyone, and they slowly rose up into the sky. On the destroyer, not far away, General Lane witnessed the scene. There was a strange look in his eyes. "What's the status of Subject 3? He dialed the satellite encrypted phone and asked with a heavy expression. "There's a grown Kryptonian on this planet. I need Subject 3. Looking at those figures disappearing behind the clouds, General Lane showed great concern. "Why didn't you take Clark back to Gotham and send him to Central City instead?" Half an hour later, Luke and others appeared in the Flash's apartment. Barry changed out of his red uniform and used Speed Force to move around the kitchen, preparing a light lunch with plenty of food. Speedsters needed to replenish a lot of nutritional energy after each run. From the Wayne Mansion in Gotham to Metropolis and then back to Central City, it was a long ride, and he was already hungry. At this time, Barry thought he could eat an elephant. How could he get some sunlight with the weather in Gotham? Luke leaned against the sofa and asked. The skinny Superman was already settled in the guest bedroom of the apartment. The poor little cousin was already sleeping in the sun with a happy and satisfied face. That makes sense. Barry was speechless, chewing on an energy bar to satisfy his hunger. Gotham seemed to be covered by rain all year round, and sunny days were rare. By the way, Barry, do you know anything about Hal Jordan? Luke turned the TV on and chatted while watching the news. Hal. He's now a test pilot of Ferris Airlines. He didn't marry Carol and didn't get the Green Lantern ring. Barry quickly made a dozen sandwiches and swept them up. The life of a good friend had also changed. Hal was still an adventurous, daring pilot, not the Green Lantern of the cosmic police force. Abin Sur didn't arrive on Earth. Luke was a little surprised and asked in a soft voice. I searched the relevant news and found some unexpected clues. Barry's information on his friend Hal Jordan was quite heartfelt. I heard Hal talk about how he became the Green Lantern. Abin Sur is the greatest Green Lantern in the Corps. But he had an accident when he was on duty, and the spaceship crashed into the seaside. When he was seriously injured and dying, Abin Sur chose to give the ring to Hal. Or rather, the green light representing willpower found Hal on its own accord. That was how he became the Green Lantern. Barry mumbled something, then turned around and frowned. But in the Flashpoint world, Abin Sur didn't die. He was saved by Cyborg and cooperated with the government to act as a diplomatic ambassador. I saw a picture of him with the president in a newspaper. Luke's eyes flashed. No wonder he thought that General Lane was a little too calm regarding the existence of aliens and alien civilizations. So it was Abin Sur. What about now? The Kryptonian cousin narrowed his eyes. He was very interested in the emotional spectrum. If we wait until the chapter of the Lantern Corps opens, which lantern will I be selected by? Rage, will, avarice, fear? I don't know. Abin Sur disappeared a long time ago. Some people say that he has already left the Earth. Barry shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he really didn't know. Luke didn't ask any more questions. He just thought of Hal Jordan and the Green Lantern Corps on a whim, in a hotel somewhere in Europe. Reverse Flash held his arms across his chest and looked over the city. What a nostalgic world, he commented. The fate of superheroes had been changed, and the super criminals were now celebrities. The most interesting thing was that there was no Flash in this time and space, only Barry Allen. It's so delightful. In Reverse Flash's view, this was something to celebrate. His feelings for the Flash were complicated, a mixture of admiration, jealousy, and loathing that turned into a twisted rivalry. Superhero saving his mother. Heh! Reverse Flash knew exactly how all this happened. His mother's murder was a hole that Barry could never fill. And so, the Flash, who was deeply trapped in the past, was unable to extricate himself. One day, he broke through the time barrier and opened up a wormhole to the past and the future. It's like a calm lake. If he dropped a stone there, it would ripple out from the center. It would start with Bari's family and friends and expand to the Justice League, then the whole world. Everything was changing. Reverse Flash could even see that the resulting residual effects were still radiating outward. The multiverse is in danger, but it's none of my business, he laughed. As a speedster, the Reverse Flash was based in the future, upstream from the long river of time and space. The great crisis of the multiverse had little impact on him. I can't wait to see Bari's face when he realizes he's ruined the world. Reverse Flash thought so with malice. Earbud Thorn. Suddenly, a voice broke the Reverse Flash's unrestrained imagination. Almost immediately, he entered the Speed Force state. The person who came into view was a strange guy wearing a green uniform with dark red skin. Who are you? The Reverse Flash's heart was filled with murderous intent. Before the world was destroyed, he wanted to hide well and keep himself hidden from those so-called heroes. My name is Thal Seinstro. I'm a soldier in the Green Lantern Corps. The strange guy who suddenly appeared in the hotel room gave his name. I'm here for the Flash.